everyone, and welcome back to the Team Jacked podcast. I am your host, Remy McNeil. Joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
Joining me as well is the aberrant Kaiser Shonen.
All right, giving me more words to look up. How you guys doing?
Look, he's expanding your vocabulary.
And host today is I Know Nothing, who's continuing on from last week as our proxy proxy normal person to go into Synthetic Man videos. And I say that with absolutely no compunction. He is our shield. Anyway.
I mean, he's just a really big book, you know?
Exactly. Really there's so much information.
Quite literally, we're here to throw the book at Synthetic Man.
Oh boy!
Don't do that. Can I grab?
Yeah, don't do that at all.
No. Sorry, I tried to grab the top bar of Streamlabs, and it grabbed the thing in the video viewer. Like it. For some reason, only part of the top bar, where like the X and the minimize button, that's only partially grabbable. Like the lower half of it isn't actually there. That's just
Oh, that's wild.
Streamlabs confounds me. Anyway, yes. So today, sup guys? Just got through watching Freerun. I do not recommend watching at night. Their soft-spoken voices put me to sleep very easily. Yes, it is a very, very relaxed.
That's pretty fair.
Why am I not set to?
Well, why is that a problem? Just asking as somebody with sleep issues.
Glass of warm milk, Freerun.
But yeah. So this will hopefully be, for the time being, the last coverage we do on the topic of remakes in video games. But basically, this video cropped up as I was just looking at more information on the Silent Hill 2 remake. And
it's like Super Hulock, but spookier.
Just wait till you see the Silent Hill and Resident Evil crossovers. That's actually, I don't know how popular that is, and that I would have to actually look into that and fandom wise.
I would presume they'd be really popular.
The thing is, I don't see the two properties really meshing all that well. Like there's a whole thing between like very hard science fiction horror and very spiritual, like mental
abstract
horror.
Wait, are you are you going to be calling like Resident Evil the hard science?
I say it in the sense that all their shit is at least grounded in there is a virus, there is a biological compunction of what's going on.
Until you get into Resident Evil 8, and that's
we don't talk about Resident Evil 8, all right? That
but it's the origin of everything. The founder of Umbrella learned from the witch in the woods. It's all from her.
Wait, is that what that?
Yeah, it's canon.
At the very end, you find the laboratory of the main antagonist, and in it, you learn that Oswald E. Spencer found the village in his youth and spent a significant period of time there and got his ideas for rearranging viruses to do things from it. And like, I wasn't too angry about it. You can watch my live stream, actually. I did a live stream when that first came out. I wasn't too mussed about it initially, but more I've meditated on it, there are some irritating facts about Resident Evil 8 that I wish had been done better.
That's a completely different conversation, though.
Yeah. Oh, Teddy Bear Paladin. TBD. TBP. Our cub was quieter, but comfortable near Loud Cub, and envied her confidence. Action Girl figure. She was the coolest cub. Elegant Doll. She was the outcast of the cheer team. Funko Bear. That's because of Mean Cub. Okay.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Also, by the way, this is the first time that you got Elegant Doll correct. Congratulations.
Yeah.
He's learning. He can be taught.
I'm sorry. I'm just so used to seeing ED when it's written. I just think of ending songs for anime. Like that's.
That's
same, but
he's got the wee brain.
Yo, donuts.
Yeah. Yeah,
Hey,
Billy Donuts
Billy
is here.
Donuts.
But as I was saying, before we got horribly tangented immediately, I don't want to get bogged down in the topic of remakes for the rest of our foreseeable lives. So hopefully this will be the last time we cover it for the foreseeable future. Hopefully like a year
Raymond
at
insisted.
minimum. But like
Famous last words.
Synthetic Man is notorious for a number of different things, most of which is having really shit takes. Silent Hill 2 Remake is one of those things. Now, the thing that distinguishes him from Gaming Brit Show is that he's actually played the game, as opposed to Gaming Brit Show, who just kind of talked about it in vague. Synthetic Man actually provides examples of shit that he's upset with, which means we can actually, I don't know, form a conversation around whether or not it was done well or changed for a specific purpose.
Surely.
Yeah.
Surely you jest.
Yeah, I really find it hilarious when I'm finding Synthetic Man a more credible review than Gaming Brit Show. You know, a person that I actually had
I
respect
imagine-
for.
I mean, I'd imagine there would be definitely more to chew on just by virtue of like having actual fucking examples instead of the equivalent of the old man wagging his finger about back in my day.
Yeah, and I'll say this. I don't think in some very specific circumstances, because I have pre-screened this video to make sure that we can at least understand it to some extent. I don't think that he's entirely wrong on everything. There are a few points that I think he makes that actually have some weight to them. I do think he takes it way too far in expressing that he thinks it ruins things, but he's not completely baseless in his critiques. It's just he's kind of a fuckwit.
So, to give you an example, Twilight, during his actual like playthrough of God of War Ragnarok, he didn't know he could use XP to buy skills, and complained about the game for being too hard because it didn't tell him that he could buy skills. Which,
Are we sure?
as someone who plays it does.
Are we sure this isn't a guy who used to work in gaming journalism and then got really mad at Cuphead?
Oh
if
no.
anything, he'd be on the opposite.
Actually,
end.
I
He'd
find
probably
that-
be yelling at those journos.
I find that example interesting because he's going to be talking about difficulty in this game on the opposite end of the spectrum, which
God.
I find interesting comparing that
Heyo.
example. Also, Twy, I thought you were going to go, are we sure this man isn't DSP?
I mean, I was also gonna say he could also be DSP in disguise, like using a voice changer. How do we
Dear
not know?
God.
Have we ever
White
seen
face.
Synthetic Man and DSP in the same room together? I think not.
X-Files.
Okay,
thing starts playing.
I mean, to be fair, they do look similar, but I mean, I have to stand up for Synthetic Man a little bit here. His room looks so much cleaner.
True. Yeah, the better comparison would be, okay, are we sure that this guy isn't just low tier god in whiteface and the voice change?
Jeez.
But yeah, no, his Ragnarok video went fucking places, like full conspiracy theory bullshit, and he obviously does not understand the heart of a lot of games. So it's going to be interesting to see him dig into Silent Hill, a game that has so many fucking layers to it, and it's incredible as a result. I'm sure he won't get anything wrong whatsoever. Anyway, were you gonna say something? What?
I was going to ask, just for people who haven't played Silent Hill, myself included, like comparing it to, say, Resident Evil, is it more you're shooting the ghosts, or is it an amnesia, you're running away from the ghosts?
You see, that's an interesting topic that we'll get into later in the video.
Hell yes.
Pin that question for me. We'll come back to it when we talk about combat and Silent
Yeah, that's a
Hill.
It has been
surprise
pinned.
tool that'll help us later.
But to oh, what was I gonna say? So I'm gonna summarize. This will be a spoiler for everyone else. For any okay, does anyone not want to be spoiled about Silent Hill 2? Because honestly, that's what this entire video is going to spoil bits of Silent Hill.
I'm good.
All right.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I don't play these types of games except for Signalis.
I've already told you.
I
twice.
was-
Look at them right now.
Yeah, I was thinking about playing these games, but also like I'm still not sure because I am a weenie who is very bad with horror. So
I honestly, Silent
Yeah.
Hill is probably Silent Hill 2 particularly is an excellent entry point for someone trying to get into horror. It's especially if you put it on easy mode for combat, which it lets you do.
look, look, Raymond, I think I told you the story a couple of times, but I was playing a dinosaur simulation game and I didn't know that a T-Rex just spawned behind me and ate me, and I screamed in your voice chat.
I mean, to be fair, that does sound horrifying.
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
perfectly reason. Twy, you're talking to the guy that was terrified the minute Kingdom Hearts dropped me into that back alley of Traverse Town alone with no one helping me. All right, I was scared to play Kingdom Hearts for like 2 weeks. All right,
That is everyone's freaking nightmare.
if I grew up to play horror games. Okay, so to catch you guys up on the plot of Silent Hill 2, you have the protagonist, James Sunderland, who goes to the town of Silent Hill because he got a letter from his wife, who is dead, and she has been dead for 3 years. So basically, out of a sense of confusion and hope and basically just a whole bunch of mixed emotions, he goes there to try and find out what happened to her. And as the story progresses, he runs into a bunch of different characters that you don't know it at the time, but end up actually reflecting his own journey. They're going through their own journeys very similar to his own and actually reflect different endings he could possibly wind up with. But what you ultimately find out about the game is that James killed his wife because she was horribly ill with a disease that's been basically degenerating her for 3 years. She had been deteriorating. Like, people went through, like, trying to figure out what the disease was because it's never specifically named, but it's, like, got these horrible things like leprosy going on. It basically just tore his wife apart. It ruined their relationship. And at the end of the game, it's revealed that he smothered her. And it's arguable why he did it. There are several different compounding reasons why, one of which for mercy, but also because he wanted her out of the way so he could live his life again. And basically what you see at the start of the game, he had taken her body in the car, intent basically to drive off into the lake and end himself. But basically, as he got to the town, he went through a mental breakdown, entered a dissociative fugue, and imagined he got a letter that was sent by his wife that had died 3 years prior. And this is all basically all the events of the game, everything that's happening is a reflection of his internal psyche, basically trying to help him effectively come to terms with what he did and the events of what led up to it. That's really the strength of Silent Hill. It's getting these psychological looks into it. So a lot of the monster design, a lot of different actions that characters have to take or he has to take are reflective of the things that he did or feels guilty about or what have you. Explain the nurses. Okay, so a lot of the element is his sexual repression, and that's actually going to come into mind with a lot of the themes in this game. We're going to talk about it with Synthetic Man. Trust me on that.
Okay. Sexual repression and Synthetic Man should probably not be in the same sentence, but okay.
Curse Knight, don't forget he's an alcoholic and a locale. He's a Synthetic Man. He's kind of like Lily, but on the other end of the political spectrum, he almost goes masks off on streams. Dude, some of the shit he has said.
Yeah.
It's also a little bit interesting to say. I mean, I know what you mean by that, but like Lily, her opinions are very surprisingly conservative, despite the fact that she claims to be left-leaning very heavily.
Heyo.
Well.
Hmm.
So by saying that, you have to specify like why he's kind of compared to Lily, because
James has a burping fetish? The fuck?
What?
Okay, wait. Okay, no. I think I know where. Deterex, are you confusing the nurses for the patients from Silent Hill 4 that use the stock burping sound when they get hit?
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, Silent Hill 4 is notoriously like partially rushed, and that a lot of it's in sound design. They use a lot of stock sound effects, and it's unfortunate.
That's also hilarious. I'm sorry.
Billy Donuts,
Well,
I'm
Blaine-
so sorry for you to learn that. Yes, burps are a fetish.
Oh,
Yeah, and also sorry, Kaiser, for telling me about this, but you know, it's okay.
You have to be
you'll
sorry.
blame
About me.
interracial marriage for him not liking the game.
I was
Aw.
drinking. Fuck you.
Yeah, Dederex was confusing that. Yes. Yeah, unfortunately, it kind of kills the intimidation of the monsters in Silent Hill 4. I love Silent Hill 4 conceptually, but there's a lot about that game that, honestly, Silent Hill 4 could make a really sick remake. Just putting that out there. Anyway, we've all caught up roughly on the idea. We'll get into even more specifics about like symbolism and the like that I don't think he quite understands as we go. But here we go, Synthetic Man.
Gaming is dying,
Oh boy.
and remakes
ready.
are killing it. It's been a long time since I've made a video like this. It feels like the video game industry has been dying so long, I've become completely apathetic to it. Basically, every
Okay, so let's analyze that just for a moment. Maybe it's not dying.
I mean, there are certain parts of the AAA market that are certainly dying. Hello, Ubisoft. Sorry, the guillotine is waiting for you. But
Yeah, like
It's
if
too
anything,
old.
oh god.
It's too old and decrepit, and we just need to let it die.
Teddy Bear Paladin. Another Teddy Bear Paladin. Funko Bear.
Oh,
Big brother,
Oh,
why are you writing about fighting unicorns? Teddy Bear Paladin. Our cub deer, our cub red of their tyrant ways, their reckoning is nigh. Elegant doll, let him write. Sacred tea time awaits. Action girl figure, sigh of boredom.
I love this little AU for Teddy Bear Paladin fighting the unicorns.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
they will rue the day one.
Yes.
franchise I cared
But,
about
like-
10 years ago.
Oh. You go.
Who?
Kaiser?
Guys,
Oh, sorry. Hello? Oh,
Yeah, you're back.
good?
You're back.
Or did I cut out again?
You're back.
Oh.
Okay, so I was saying that, like, if there was anything that I would say is killing the gaming market, especially for AAA stuff, is just like the oversaturation of certain genres, let's say. Not naming any names. Fortnite.
Yeah, I know. I because I brought this
Oh.
up before the stream. Like Fortnite is not a bad game, and it's actually kind of interesting the way it's absorbed like every major pop culture entity into itself. I find it interesting, but because of its success, every major studio is trying to chase it. That's why you get news of like Halo almost having a battle royale mode. Like
ugh.
it's because of that, everyone wants to be Fortnite, just like everyone in film wanted to be the MC.
Yeah. And also microtransactions, those are always kind of
That goes-
kind of poopy.
Part and parcel with Fortnite. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
ago is dead, or some twisted, disgusting abomination barely resembling what it used to be. The AAA industry especially has
does anyone-
become complete.
Does anyone actually know what that just abomination? Does anyone know what that game was? Just out of curiosity.
was that
If
Saints
you can go
Row?
back like a. If
Oh,
it was
is either dead or some.
Oh no, that's
Or is that Far
this
Cry?
one.
Infamous.
no
Is that Infamous?
oh the lightning one? The lightning one was infamous.
Yeah,
this one I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah, I have no
And-
idea. It might be a Saints Row thing, maybe it looks like.
Can't comment.
But yeah, that was that the first one was infamous too.
some
I don't play
twisted,
games like this, so
disgusting abomination barely resembling what it used to be. The AAA industry especially has become completely creatively bankrupt.
Okay, he highlights especially the AAA industry, which means this applies to all of the gaming industry, including the indie space, which is currently thriving. So
I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was about
Yeah.
to say.
you can make an argument for the AAA space, which even then I don't think is the strongest leg to stand on for a number of reasons. But my God, dude,
Yeah.
Get some fucking perspective.
100%.
Also, I find it rather weird that as the example that he's using for saying that it's creatively bankrupt is Final Fantasy VII, because I don't think that having a pet game series that you like to work on is being creatively bankrupt.
More than
Especially
that,
not when you change so much about the story
I-
in Remake.
Exactly, yeah.
Um,
Rebirth in particular is a very weird example to say, oh, this is creatively bankrupt, when you're quite literally remastering an entire storyline.
Well, yeah. But the and this will be relevant later. The Silent Hill re-games. Sorry, that's the Final Fantasy re-games.
I was waiting for a second.
Thank you for giving me that pause. These are the ones that were actually highlighted by Gaming Brit Show. Remember, guys? Remember how you said he basically highlighted how they were actually doing something new with the games?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I find it interesting this being
Yeah.
being highlighted here, and you'll see why shortly.
You barely see any new IPs anymore, and when you do, it's obviously been cooked up in some DEI lab, specifically just to get funding from BlackRock. Concord obviously being the biggest example, one of the biggest flops in video game history, but also Dustborn, which released right around the same time, and Flintlock less than 6 months ago now, though I doubt any of you even remember what that game is.
Okay, but
I've never
those
heard
are
of either of
remakes,
those.
though. What
Okay.
do you have to do? Well, I've heard of the first two. I've never heard of that last one.
Yeah. Well, and he's saying that like not only is it remakes, but it's like any new properties are also being cooked up with DEI involved. That's what his argument is, which I
Okay,
also don't agree
nothing-
with either.
Which,
And also, I don't agree completely
Yeah,
because nothing was cooking with Forsaken. That was like raw as fuck.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely not.
We
that-
gotta be careful because I don't want to go too much into the DEI stuff because there's a whole can of worms, things that I
That's a
agree with,
whole
things I
can of
don't agree
worms.
with, but like
I
it's
have
like
no comment on that.
yeah,
but-
it's a mess of a topic that just basically pisses everyone off. But he's basically trying to say that like forced diversity bad.
Yes.
I get like that is the most charitable.
That burp is perfectly timed.
The most charitable take on him is that, and I don't even necessarily agree in. Again, you know, I'm walking down the fucking rabbit hole. No, I'm stepping back. I'm not.
Stop.
Yeah,
Keep
stop right
it
there.
deep.
Because the industry
Cease
can't
and
produce
desist.
any new ideas that actually make money. We are now living through the age of remakes, or more accurately, demakes. The corpses of all of your favorite games you grew up with are now being paraded around on twisted puppet strings. And we're supposed to look at this and just say nothing. We're supposed to be happy that more people can get to experience the great games we grew up with. Why would I be happy that my favorite game has been butchered by people who never touched the original and missed the fucking point? Why should I be happy that people who didn't even care enough to set up an emulator and download a ROM now will blindly blow $70 on a game they won't even finish since they didn't care enough to try it in the last 20 years and are further contributing to the death of the video game industry? I'm supposed to be happy about that.
Okay.
Apparently.
Oh, I was gonna.
Hold up. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, dude. Okay.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
he's dying.
He's dying again.
Synthetic man's killing
wait,
Kaiser.
Am I dying? Am I dying?
Yes.
No way.
Hello? All right, am I
yeah,
back?
you're
Am I
here.
back?
Yes, Kaiser, you're back.
Okay, sweet. All right, so freaking what was it? Yeah, so this is that thing that a lot of really bad YouTubers do, which is just villainize the opposition for no fucking reason that I just really, really, really hate. Like, I understand you're trying to say this as if it's like a widespread issue and that there's this, that, and the third one with the game industry, but like people.
Oh,
Pete.
there he goes again.
I like his mouth stuck open. That's a nice touch.
Oh.
Oh dang. That's
There he's
actually,
back. You're
that's-
back. You're back.
That's true horror.
Yeah, I think I'm back. God damn it. Fuck.
You
Anyway,
need better internet.
he villainizing P with
Every single time you get to the same point.
Okay, so I'm just gonna
Wait, did
say
it
my
happen
piece
again?
before.
God damn it.
I'm just gonna say my piece because it's gonna take Kaiser a million years in order to get his point out before he finally has to go into the scrap heap for the final time. But I find it really interesting that when you look at the argument that he's effectively making here, if you try to apply it to something else, like toys, for instance, it's like, how
Yeah.
dare you remake this toy from my childhood, for instance? Like, yeah, like this toy that hasn't been on the market for several decades, that is coming out for maybe like an anniversary. They're remaking it so that it's a lot better, so that maybe they added a C plug feature instead of having to use the watch batteries, things like that.
We have
maybe they're-
removed the use of radioactive green paint.
Yeah.
Yeah,
boy.
something like that. And they're like, how dare you do that to me? I am so nostalgic for these original toys being in their original state from the 80s or 90s or whatever. And now you're just remaking them and selling them for $70 a pop or whatever.
Yeah,
and I could
look
say
what
that
they took from us.
it's a ridiculous thing to say.
It's
Especially while you're just villainizing people that are just innocently just wanting these remake games because they're not fucking familiar with these franchises.
And it's
Mhm.
also like individual cases. Yeah, there might be one or two remakes that butcher the original. I can't name them off the top of my head, but one of the examples he used was Resident Evil 4 remake. And if I could, as someone who has played both extensively, I could honestly say they're of pretty similar quality. There are differences, yes. But like when a game is clearly made as an homage to the original and it clearly has a lot of time and effort put into it, I don't see the problem with bringing back these stories for new
Yeah,
generations.
I actually really
Yeah.
appreciate the effort that went into the remake of Resident Evil 4 to like basically it made everything much less campy. Sure, Resident Evil 4 is a very highfalutin setting, but the remake ended up making everything a lot more grounded. The characters felt a lot more believable and human, and it added in some really nice details and nuance to a lot of the different characters. Admittedly, some of them got a little bit blendered. Sadler, hi. I would prefer you to keep your personality, but
Yeah.
regardless, the point is like it stands besides the original, and the original is also available. Now, here's a fun thing, because I did a little research on this. Silent Hill 2 on PC is abandonware. So,
Oh.
I linked down below a link to a Reddit post that goes over how you at home with your own personal computer can play the first 4 Silent Hill games, including the Silent Hill 1 play novel, on your own, on the comfort of your own PC, right this very second. Just go there, check it out. You can read all the information you need on all the different games, including Silent Hill 1, which is rough to get started, but, you know, that gives you a full guide, so it walks you through it. It's made for Windows 10, but you know what? I'm sure it'll work on Windows 11, hopefully. Regardless, it's available there for you guys. It's neat. You can play the original now. You have access to it on PC. On console, you don't, and so you know what's nice for people on console? The remakes. Because the remakes are good.
Like it just
Also, even if the Silent Hill games weren't playable on Windows 11 or the later ones that are probably going to be coming out in just a little bit, there you can still create yourself a virtual machine so that you can still play these games.
Yep.
100%. Yes.
I discovered virtual machines within the last couple of years, and it's so good. I downloaded
great.
a whole bunch of childhood video games, or not video games, but like PC games of mine. I've been playing them. It's so It's so nostalgic.
I know, it's great. Virtual machines.
Billy Donuts,
Yeah.
the reason people don't talk about Silent Hill 4 is it's considered the lesser of the 4 original games. There's a whole number of reasons that people don't talk about Silent Hill 4, including a lot of misinformation, how it wasn't supposed to be a Silent Hill game, which is bunk. Absolute bunk. And like other things about it, it had been rushed out the door to meet, I think, the movie coming out, I'm pretty sure. Which is weird because they're actually no way related plot-wise. But basically, it's not as polished of an original product, and it could have been better, which is why a remake it's perfectly primed for a remake.
Well, I can actually see why they rushed it out for the movie, because a lot of people who aren't gamers would see the movie more than just the video game fans, and they now have their foot in the door for Silent Hill, and if you put the game out there, it's more likely to be bought by a larger number of people than it might have.
Business-wise, it makes sense. It's just unfortunate that it ended up damaging the product.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Late. If you asked me to name 5 games that should never get remade, Silent Hill 2 undoubtedly would be one of them. Not because the game is aged perfectly. Obviously, it's a bit rough around the edges in certain ways, as a lot of PS2 titles are. But Silent Hill 2 is truly a piece of art.
Well, yeah, to clarify, he's not saying the game has aged perfectly. He's just saying not because it's aged perfectly, but because it has all these different other ephemeral qualities to it. Great Bar says, so now that Ben, couple weeks later, have you guys actually played Silent Hill 2 Remake yet? And what has been your favorite remakes out of that? I still have not touched the remake just because I haven't had time or the money, if I'm being honest. I impulse bought the collector's edition of Pat Labor 1 on DVD.
Wow.
That movie's incredible. I will not hear any judgment
movie.
for it.
I'm not hearing that. I'm just hearing collector's edition, and I'm just kind of disappointed in you.
It has a 60-page art book.
Okay, that's fair.
Oh god, am I not on my proper microphone again?
You might not be. I'm so used to just hearing your voice that my brain just kind of filters in. Oh, Twilight speaking.
Okay, yeah, no. I wasn't. So thank you very much. If I ever am not on my proper microphone, I'm so glad that you guys will point that out.
Yes,
Thank you.
I literally cannot notice it at this point. It's like, oh, now I can hear it. It's like, oh wow, she does sound clearer. But that's just how you always sound in my head. So it's just like,
Wow.
You're saying that I sound low quality?
no, you always sound like this in my head.
Okay.
Kaiser, you want to step away with
What?
me away from the hole that Raymond's digging for himself, and just we'll be safe over here?
I'm right there with you, dude. Don't say more.
I
Say
appreciate
less.
it. I
Say
appreciate
less.
it.
N Riv says, I think Synthetic Man is wrong about remakes in general, but I think some of his arguments apply to Silent Hill 2 specifically. Again, there are things I actually somewhat agree with him on Silent Hill 2, but I think he's also overly emphatic about a lot of them. So it's like, we'll get to that. There's a lot of
Especially-
impetus in the critical space to be super, super emotionally charged about even minor points. And I've fallen into that too. Like I obviously during like reactions play up things, but even when I'm trying to give a review, I typically try to be more measured in my approach.
Sure, and like he's also disregarding that there are different types of remakes, like we discussed with the Brit show
Right.
reaction video that we did.
This is not a remaster. This is a remake.
remastering it and change.
I guess he'll hate Kingdom Hearts remake if there
so
will be one
you gotta
someday.
be very careful.
I don't think this guy would ever play Kingdom Hearts.
I don't want this
Not
man
shit.
anywhere
Yeah,
near
just
Kingdom
by
Hearts.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah,
what
no.
Twilight, you're saying a good thing. There's hope in the world.
No, I someone added me in the chat. And I'm
Oh.
saying I don't think that this guy would ever play Kingdom Hearts. I don't even know if this guy plays like cartoon video games outside of maybe something that he would have played as a child, like Ratchet and Clank, and that's
I
probably
refuse to
it.
believe this man was ever a
Yeah.
child. I just believe that he was he has been perpetually a disgruntled teenager his entire life.
Probably.
You're taking the synthetic man's hyper literally there.
It is a game that you play for the story. Now, normally I am a gameplay is king guy, but it's obvious to anyone who's played the original game that the gameplay was in service to the story, not the other way around. And it's not like Silent Hill 2 is a movie game. No, it's still mostly gameplay. It's just that the complete survival horror game experience mainly served to immerse you in the hell that is Silent Hill. There's so many aspects of Silent Hill 2 I knew wouldn't.
I'm curious exactly about that, because like the gameplay I don't think was really in service to the story necessarily. In fact, I think there's like, it's hard to say, because like it's basically the same kind of gameplay from like Resident Evil. It just has slight tweaks to it. So it's just survival horror gameplay. That's all this is. It's not particularly tied to Silent Hill 2's story.
If I had to, I'm trying to find an example off the top of my head. The one that is coming to my head for a remake of like, oh, the gameplay is very in service to the story. I'd actually point to something like Persona 3 Reloaded, which I'm not going to go into a deep tangent, but the entire like overall theme is like death, how people live with it, how people move on from it, how people accept it, and just a bunch of different things. And the like the social link system is people talking about their dead loved ones, how they're going through. So in that sense, the gameplay is pushing you towards getting more story, because Persona ultimately is sort of visual novel-esque, which because with there are a lot of dialogue and like the character interactions is where it goes for.
But that's okay.
No, you first.
Yeah, I was gonna say like that's not unique to Persona 3 though. That's the entire Persona series. Like that's like a core element of the series as opposed to specific. So it's like he's tying the gameplay to Silent Hill 2 specifically when it's the gameplay that was featured up until Silent Hill Homecoming.
Yeah, the thing that I was going into with that in particular is that Persona 3 is the modern Persona game. It's what like got a lot of people into the series, and the story itself is very, very tied to the original game. When the remake came out and functionally nothing changed, I heard nothing but like greatness from the Persona fan base, and I'm in that fan base pretty deeply. And like, so this whole thing of like, oh, these games should never be remade because the story is so perfect. I just disagree.
Yeah, because like usually, especially in Persona's case, they usually add or change certain things about the story that arguably make it better, like adding certain details to social links gives you more opportunities to spend time with like, you know, certain NPCs or party members, like in holiday events and shit like that. And that functionally, assuming that, you know, those social links and stuff are done well, oftentimes and not, at least from what I've heard, just makes the gaming experience better, because that gives you more time to appreciate these characters.
Yeah.
Billy, I agree with you.
My friends are my all that good feeling stuff.
What is happening with Kaiser? Oh my gosh.
I don't know. He lagged hard.
Yeah. I do agree with you though, Billy. I find it really annoying when they remake a game that is earlier in the franchise as opposed to the oldest one. Like, I find it very weird that Rune Factory 4 got the port to the Switch before Rune Factory 1 did, and then they just went backwards to Rune Factory 3. And I have no idea if they're going to do it to the other Rune Factory games, because it's only been those two so far.
I'm actually on that boat. Typically, I am kind of miffed they didn't remake Silent Hill 1 and then go forward remaking them. I think I would much preferred that. However, I understand why they did Silent Hill 2. And honestly, I can't say it wasn't a gamble, because if they fucked up Silent Hill 2, that would have put the entire franchise on ice for another, like, decade. I almost guarantee it. People would have been so angry about it. The fan base would have been disillusioned. Silent Hill F and Silent Hill Townfall would not be trusted whatsoever. So the fact that it came out good and not only good, but like critically praised, is something kind of like their gamble, I think, paid off. And so I'm hopeful we see a Silent Hill 1 remake. Bloober's talked about remaking other games, so.
Actually, I almost forgot. Mega Man Maverick Hunter X. That the gameplay of that game did not change from the original X1. It's the exact same. The only thing that's different is that it's 3D, art style anyway, 3D, and it add things to the story which they were going to remake before that kind of went to shit because Mega Man sales were in the shitter back then.
Shall we continue on?
Yes.
A quick address thing. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say for Ryan, yeah, it's Persona isn't a visual novel. That's just the closest thing that I got to it. Also, by the way, Trevor, yes, Persona 2, goated, it does need a remake.
Experience mainly served to immerse you in the hell that is Silent Hill. There's so many aspects of Silent Hill 2 I knew wouldn't translate well to a modern remake. The most obvious one being the surreal, dreamlike atmosphere, and it's obviously one of the biggest things that the remake butchered.
Okay, how?
What? How?
Because like,
I mean, granted, we're at the start.
He gives a visual comparison though, but like just watching the visual from the original and the remake.
A modern remake. The most obvious one being the surreal, dreamlike atmosphere, and it's obviously one of the biggest things that the remake butchered.
It looks the same.
Yeah, it looks like it's faithfully recreated one to one.
I legit don't see a difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, me neither.
Beyond graphical updates, but those should be like obvious.
Hopefully.
Are you saying that the only reason why it looks very dreamlike is because it has shit graphics?
We'll have to see if he makes an argument.
Like,
I guess so.
The weird voice acting that was obviously done by inexperienced actors. The phenomenal soundtrack that enhanced every minute of the game. And I am not exaggerating. I truly believe Silent Hill 2 is one of the greatest OSTs of all time.
Okay. Weirdly enough, Twy, I gave you the song for this scene that we're seeing right now on screen.
Yes.
So if I told you that this scene was all about a character meditating whether or not she was going to take her own life, and a character trying to talk her down from it, which version of the song would you think is preferable?
I would probably say the remake version because, like I told you before, when you sent me the song out of context, I thought the remake version was more somber. And I told you that I thought that the original version was the version of the song that would play at the beginning of the game when the story is just getting started. And then the remake version is the late game song when the character has gone through some shit.
Yeah.
Silence her.
But yeah, and also, what's weird is he's complaining about the music. Remember one of his chief complaints was that no one involved in this was involved in the original games? Like, remember him saying that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to know one of the chief people that returned for this game?
Oh, do tell.
Akira Yamaoka, a.k.a. the main composer. So him being like, oh, the music of the original was great, and somehow the remake didn't do it as good. I'm sorry, dude. What do you want? The original composer's on here. In fact, there's a lot of statements being made by the original crew of the of original Silent Hill 2 that are very positive about the remake.
Yeah,
Nah, that guy fell off.
Yeah, I haven't played the game, but even as someone who hasn't played the game but enjoys video game OSTs, I've heard both, and the remake is pretty good.
Yeah.
And of course, it's just the nature of the story itself, of the people who are suffering in Silent Hill. Silent Hill 2 covers a lot of controversial subjects. When I heard Bloober Team would be essentially censoring things for the modern audience, this was the thing I worried about the most. And to make matters...
This is something that has a bit of weight. And it's going to get more pronounced as it goes on. So... Pyramid Head here is a figment of, he's like the main manifestation of James's guilt. He is James's punishment for himself, but also a representative of all of James's, basically all of his neuroses. And one of them, very prominently, is his pent-up sexual desires that led to his massive amounts of frustration with his dying wife. So, what you typically see when you encounter Pyramid Head, particularly early in the game, are scenes like
of controversial subjects. When I heard Bloober Team
of him doing strange things to the other monsters, which are themselves typically in some way, shape, or form sexually coded. So like here, it's kind of hard to tell even in the original, but you can make out that this is supposed to be him forcing fellatio in some way, shape, or form. There's another scene where there is a performance of full-on assault. It's actually the first scene you see with Pyramid Head, and both of those,
I know what you're talking about.
And if you notice, what he's gonna cut to here is actually, I think, a very fair comparison. It's the equivalent scene of where this should be in the remake.
would be essentially censoring things for the modern audience. This was the thing I worried about the most. And to make matters worse,
where
a
he just walks in
DEI
and he just
consultancy group
throws a
called
body away.
Hit Detect.
That's the replacement for this scene, which removes the sexual aspect of it. Now, you were gonna say?
I was going to actually argue it's you said that it was the representation of his sexual acts as well as like pent up sexual frustration. You could easily read this as Pyramid Head is done with this one, throws it away, on to the next.
I was actually going to say roughly the same thing, yeah.
You could, but the problem is like contextually, like you don't walk in on him as seeing the act, so it's like you're just like wait, he's just throwing a monster body away. So if you don't,
that's fair.
Yeah, if you don't know the symbolism going in, it's kind of lost. We'll get to it, but like one thing that's been beneficial is Zero to Hero, a friend in the Discord. He's going through Silent Hill 2 remake blind, having known nothing about Silent Hill 2 at all. Like it's actually really beneficial to get a fresh pair of eyes on it that knows nothing about the game. And when he saw the later Pyramid Head scene with contrasting, when I asked him to describe what was happening, he couldn't tell me, like, he gave me some description that didn't anywhere near line up to how the original was. When I showed him the original, he almost immediately said, oh yeah, no, that's SA. That's that. I'm like, okay, so clearly there was some translation of ideas, I think, that has been lost in the remake as a result of Pyramid Head. There's caveats to that, though, which I find very interesting when you dig into the making of the original Silent Hill 2. We'll get to that, though. For now, let's continue this video. I just thought I'd point out this is not an unfair point. It's just one that I think he's not doing enough depth on and should have probably researched deeper, but I don't expect that of him.
Censoring things for the modern audience. This was the thing I worried about the most. And to make matters worse, a DEI consultancy group called Hit Detection. Yes, Sweet Baby isn't the only one.
Oh my
We're
God.
not going to touch on
one
this
of its
shit.
writers, Jacob Geller, hates gamers and thinks the world would be a better place if we all died. Is it any wonder why?
I mean, yes, I am aware Jacob Geller's totally organic YouTube channel, 1 to 2 million, average tons of thousands of views per video, yet nobody has ever heard of him before now. More suspicious of a video essay channel with less than 1,000 comments per video, despite the massive views. My least viewed videos in the past year have twice as many comments as his Silent Hill 2 video. I can't prove that uses bots, but let's just say it's extremely likely, especially once you check his early life section on his Wikipedia page. It all begins to make sense.
What was he showing on screen
What?
prior to this?
It was
Worked on this
that.
game,
Well, yeah.
and one of its writers, Jacob Geller, hates
One of the consultants from Hit Detection Inc., Jacob Geller, who worked on the Silent Hill 2 remake, said that eradicating gamers would make a world a better place. Surprised I consulted on Silent Hill 2 remake. I had a really great experience. Because of this, I won't really be talking about the game publicly. Have a fun figuring out your own takes. I'm curious, what's the dumbest idea you have that you nevertheless believe will, if implemented, make the world a better place? No gamers.
My only comment on the world will be a better place is insert the Batman Begins meme of the most oppressed group of all gamers.
Look,
That's all I got.
you know what? I haven't looked into Jacob Geller. I might not walk away agreeing that I don't like him. That doesn't mean I don't have to like you either, Synthetic Man.
Correct.
yeah, both of y'all.
And I'm just, at this point, I don't know enough about either of you, but I'm watching your video, Synthetic Man, so I'm keeping an eye on you right now, not him.
Right.
I find it
gamer.
I find it so
gamer.
weird that a lot of these people that are in the industry that like to like talk on TikTok and whatever, they're always so vocal about gamers being like the worst people ever, and it's like, have you like ever heard of the concept of a terrorist before, or a murderer, or
throwing this out there, I've been jumped before, and
Was it a gamer? Did a gamer do it? Were they saying gamer words while they did it?
they were saying certain words.
oh,
Honestly, I've met customers from retail stores that are a billion times worse than any
100%.
gamer that I've ever met.
They
work retail, and you will meet many people worse than people you find on Xbox Live.
Yeah. I do find it hilarious. Like they say things on the internet. That's what you're angry about, guys. Chill the fuck out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Yeah, dude. Okay, see, your first mistake is encountering people that play League of Legends. Okay, let's be fucking honest. All right.
Yeah.
Listen,
Well, okay. First off, people who play League of Legends are bad. I say as my roommate who has an addiction to it, and I have to stop him sometimes.
Look, while they're playing, they're not people. We all understand this.
Okay, that's fair.
Right.
thinks the
Take
world
the
would be a
person
better
card.
place if we all died. Is it any wonder why Angela looks like Mulder from X-Files? And Maria...
okay. I knew that he was gonna make a fucking
man.
comment about her appearance. I fucking knew it.
Alright,
Okay.
go to the bathroom
I-
before you
so-
go off
Yeah,
about this.
This will
I can
be
see it.
a conversation later because he does have a specific point on it. Actually, you know, he does have time codes. I'm gonna go pull up the original video just to see
Game-
what they are because I'm pretty sure he does have specific ones for gameplay, boss fights. It's less scary. Censorship, Angela. Yeah, he has a huge section on Angela, Eddie, Mary. He has all the different characters. So we will get to talking about
Will
all the different character stuff and that particular face stuff.
Will it come with comparisons to the original game?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
How dare
Hmm.
they make a woman look like a normal human being and not a supermodel who probably starves herself in order to keep her job?
Well,
How dare they?
I think there is an argument on one specific character, but that's even then I don't even have the biggest of problems with it. So it's like that's not even going to be a big argument. But with Angela, I think their change is actually phenomenal. We'll get into why as we go along.
Yeah, like my problem with people who complain about this is like every single female character that gets made or changed in some way. They say, oh, if this person isn't like the hottest supermodel ever, then they're automatically like DEI, whatever kind of bullshit kind of thing. And it's like they just made her look like a normal human being.
I think they did
Yeah,
better
and the
than
worst
that.
part is, oh,
I
Okay.
actually think there are things that make her actually a better designed character in the remake. But again, we will get into it.
sure.
has a giant fucking man jaw that puts James to shame. A YouTuber I used to watch years ago called the
Oh,
Gaming
boy.
Brit Show recently made a video
Oh,
talking about how
no.
horrible this remake culture is, and the video is fantastic despite being only
No, it's
6
not.
minutes long. I think it pretty thoroughly covered the problem with modern game remakes. And I
You're
have
gonna
to
hear a
agree with him to a
Congratulations,
point,
you're dick
especially
riding a
the one
hypocrite.
about how video games are not treated as art. When movie remakes are announced, they are often met with disgust because you are taking someone's artistic vision and you are twisting it to try and fit it to modern audiences or just to make a quick buck, and they almost always suck anyway. But for some reason,
Do we want to comment on any of that?
Okay.
Ah, man, where we begin?
Sometimes remakes can be better than the originals in movies
Yeah.
as well.
Mhm.
Sometimes there are things that are changed in the remake or readaptation because sometimes these movies are adaptations of books and then they get adapted for the modern age and whatever. Sometimes they can be better than the original too. Like One of my favorite childhood movies is A Little Princess, specifically a version of A Little Princess that is severely different from the book version, because it's a remake of a version of the movie, of the story, that was made for Shirley Temple. They have the exact same ending that is different from the books, because in the books the father is dead, he is not coming back, she goes to live up with an uncle or whatever. But in the Shirley Temple film, and in my favorite version of the film, the father is actually alive after all, and comes to pick her up from the school that he dropped her off at. That version is better than the Shirley Temple version, not only because it's different, because it's like 60, 70 years, however long it's been from like the 30s and whatever that film came out originally, but also because it's tonally different, because a lot of the Shirley Temple films were made specifically to uplift people during the Depression. But we don't need to do that, so it is tonally different from the Shirley Temple version, even though that it is a remake of the Shirley Temple version. And I think that ultimately makes it better.
We've gone over a ton of different remakes, but you're going to say?
I was going to say, and add on, because there was a comment that I saw from Daigato. Aren't some Western movies remakes of old samurai movies?
Yes.
The Magnificent Seven is Seven Samurai for a American audience.
Yep.
And I guess, like, when people say like remakes are bad, totally, not necessarily, with the simple case that a lot of very iconic things come from just repurposing an idea and paying homage to it.
Godzilla has been remade multiple times, and every time it's been stellar. The first one was all about the horrors of nuclear proliferation. The second one was actually, I don't know the symbology between the 1980 remake, but skipping over that, Shin Godzilla was all about bureaucracy in the face of natural disaster, and then Godzilla minus zero or minus one, whatever it was called, is an award winning for its effects, but it should have won for its story, apparently.
Well,
it's all about survivor's guilt.
Not only that, but Godzilla was originally a remake of an American film that had nothing to do with politics and symbolism and all of that.
Yeah.
The original film that Godzilla was a remake of the American film The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, which the 1998 Godzilla film remade as a Godzilla film. So it kind of went circular. It went right back to the beginning. But Godzilla is still fundamentally a remake of a different film, just like how the Western films are remakes of Japanese properties. Godzilla is a Japanese property based off an American property.
Izanagi says, honestly, this whole community of nostalgia-blinded children feel like they're far too stagnant and only want artistic stasis. Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly.
Go ahead
and read the other two super chats, and I'll just
Teddy Bear Paladin, I feel like whenever back in my day games were great discussion, we ignore hordes of sludge that came out alongside the greats we remember. Yes, we do. I remember Shrek. I remember some of the Shrek games I had. They were awful. I fucking hate them.
Shrek Super Slam was cool, all right.
The only good one was Shrek 2, and even then, that was just a party game for friends.
Didn't E.T. take down an entire industry by being so bad?
Yes, it did. Great Bar says, I have always hated the movie remake argument because I guess Thing from 1980 no longer counts now that all of them were... I know that not all of them are great, but they're not all shit. Batman keeps getting remade, and people keep loving it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what about fucking Spider-Man? Like, we have the Sam Raimi movies that were, widely beloved. Then the Amazing movies, which, are criticized to this day. And then we have the MCU movies, a version of Spider-Man, which people love. Maybe not more than the Sam Raimi stuff, but they're still, like, treated as, like, okay, this is a pretty good fucking Spider-Man movie series.
Curse Knight says, don't forget, Synthetic Man will find muscular women too manly. Yeah.
Of
Oh my
course.
God.
First off,
Loser.
his loss.
Loser.
Second off, it's to bring up a talk that I had with my old man. Like he is a huge classic rock guy. And I asked him like, was music better back then? And he looked me dead in the eyes and he says, "I've had my entire lifeline to sift through all the shit."
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Fucking Hurt.
There's
The Johnny Cash cover of Hurt.
yes.
Oh yeah.
No!
100%.
Literally, the guy who wrote the original song was like, it felt like this guy stole my girlfriend, and the worst part about it is I feel like he like she deserves him. Like they deserve each other.
Johnny Cash's "Hurt" is a perfect example for like a remake surpassing the original. Like it
Yes.
is the most iconic version of that song, and thank you, Logan, for bringing it back.
Raymond, I told you about the new story idea that I had. And that is based off of a song that came out in the 80s. But the version in specific that I got the idea from was a remake of the original 1980 songs. And if you try to listen to the original 1980 song, it sounds worse in comparison when you think of the plot of the story, because the point of the remake was to make it feel a lot more desperate than the original song.
Zero to Hero Productions says, won't stick around too long to avoid spoilers, but give it to me straight. How bad is the video so far? You guys can judge
Only
it.
4 minutes in.
Only 4 minutes in.
It's only 4 minutes.
I
in,
know
and
it's
so
bad.
far, it's just, I'd honestly say it's pathetic. Like it's so narrow-minded to the point where I'm just like, I'm kind of sad for you.
Yeah.
Also, Zero, I am going to be using you as an example. Don't worry. It's for a good thing. It's for a good cause. You're going to be the person shutting down Synthetic Man. It's good. Anyway, let's continue.
He did say Raimi Spider-Man is overrated, though. Ooh, boo.
Well, Dad, you know what? I was feeling really bad. I was feeling really bad as using you as our rhetorical sword against Synthetic Man, but no, you're going to get all that synthetic rhetorical blood all over you, and I will not say sorry.
Reason when video game remakes get announced, people get excited. And who are these people? They're the fucking normies who can't stand to play any game more than 10 years old because they have bad graphics or janky controls, which are basically just a bunch of different ways of saying.
Show me one person that says that.
Okay,
I've
Like, the
heard
best
over the
arguments that
years
I've heard is
simultaneously-
access. That's it.
you know what the first thing I did when I got to my new place and my friend was just like, "Oh, I see you have a PS4 and you got a bunch of stuff. Is you got a good games?" "Yeah, I have this game, Bloodborne. It came out in like 2015. It's been a few years." "Oh, can I play it?" 60 hours later. So are they ever gonna make a sequel? No.
Oh, that's like why would you tell such a sad story live? That's just you're gonna
It
make
is.
everyone cry.
Yeah, how
It is,
could
but
you?
At the same time, though, like, come on, like, old, like 10 years old and like, old bad graphics. No, I have sold him on every single Souls game. No, nay, I sold him on the original Demon Souls.
You bullied him the way
did, yes.
my friend Lone Crit bullied me into playing Demon Souls. Okay,
Correct.
But
it's a case of just like saying, "Oh, the normies" and all this crazy stuff. It's like, shut up. Like, actually, shut up.
Kaiser, Zero to Heroes challenging you on Spider-Man. He says that you will lose.
Fight me on Spider-Man.
All right, we meet at dawn. Guns drawn.
Oh boy.
That is going to be an artillery fight. I am staying far the fuck away from that.
Can I watch?
He has smacked you on the cheek with his glove. It is on.
What's that one scene?
I know nothing.
From,
you can watch it from minimum safe distance. It's what I recommend.
of course, my friend, of course. But what's that one meme from Men in Tights of like, "I challenge you to a duel," slap with glove, picks up gauntlet.
Yes!
That is actually how you challenge people to a duel back in the day.
It's great, and I loved it.
Well, the joke is that he just picks up a gauntlet and just slaps someone in.
Like,
he didn't have a glove.
It's the difference between a normal glove and a full plate gauntlet that slaps someone in the face with.
Okay.
They
Anyway.
hate uniqueness. They want every single fucking game to be The Last of Us, a cinematic,
Okay, hold up.
over-the-shoulder third-person shooter with the same goddamn mechanics, because that's what the Silent Hill 2 remake is. At first I was thinking, oh, this was obviously inspired by the Resident Evil 2 remake, which it is, but realistically, it plays like The Last of Us. Fucking
Okay.
What?
This is a common complaint about a lot of these remakes, is that they all have the same camera perspective and gameplay style. And this is where Britt was coming from. Definitely. He was definitely in this camp of it looks and plays like The Last of Us, so it's just someone that wants these modern updated. Maybe because it's a good fucking control scheme.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'll say the third person behind the shoulder control scheme makes things a lot easier to display for this speed of game. The easiest
You know-
comparison. Oop, sorry, you first.
Yeah, sorry. You know what this sounds like? Oh, back in the late 1800s, we had such a variety of different airplanes that people had, but now all airplanes look the same. That sucks. I wish that we could go back to the vast variety of airplane styles that we had. Yeah, you know why we have that? Because it's the only one that fucking worked.
I was going to say, I kind of wish we went back a couple of years to ones that actually did work, because the ones we have now kind of fallen out of the sky, but, that's neither here nor there. Boeing, please don't kill me.
That's just building. That's just lazy building. That has nothing to do with like aerodynamics and shit like that. But like, my point is that maybe the reason why a lot of games play a certain way nowadays is because they have figured out that that is the best way for people to be able to experience a game. Like, back in the day when we were kids, there was a lot more variety to the gameplay, yeah, but that's because they were figuring that shit out. It was a Wild West. It was the early days of aviation.
We'll get Kaiser back and stop being horribly...
Oh dear.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Oh no, shame. But the example I was going into with the whole like the over the shoulder camera perspective, it's so bad. The game series that did that, and a lot of people have been coming around to it. God of War went from a pulled back third person camera into this new version, and some people didn't like it. But personally, for the slower pace and for the type of story that it's telling, the over-the-shoulder camera makes it really good.
I was going to say, camera is another one of those things that he has a slight point on. Again, we'll get to that, but I don't think it's a strong enough point, because it only impacts, I want to say, one moment in Silent Hill 2 that is important, so it is sad to see it get damaged. But overall, it is a strong improvement in many other regards, to the point that one of the original creators came out and said, hey, they're doing a lot of things that we wanted to do with the camera angles that we couldn't do because of limitations, which I found fascinating to learn.
As for also more than that, everything is the over the shoulder and Last of Us camera perspective. I'd point to that and say, you fool! It's the over the shoulder camera perspective from the original Resident Evil 4. Because that's the game that really started it and popularized it.
Yes, it is. It's the one that revolutionized the gameplay style.
Exactly. So
so it's no wonder that other games, especially ones of similar fucking genres, will want to use it.
Yeah.
Torino, the White Devil Degazun, says, I can't play RE2, RE3, RE4 due to gameplay and love the remakes got me into the RE series. Funnily enough, I can play RE1 remake, so am I a normie then? I'm sorry, you're terminal normie. I'm sorry.
You are unfortunately barred from the council of RE.
Yeah.
Unless you can spend like $1,000 to buy freaking old consoles and get the original games, You will forever be.
You are forever sentenced to playing Resident Evil Code Veronica on the Dreamcast.
I was gonna make that joke. I was gonna make that joke.
I think that's the only Resident Evil game that I have physical copies for.
Oh, wow.
That's rare, actually.
Dope.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Zero to Hero Productions. There's a difference between game feel and a control scheme, and that's what Synthetic Man is confusing here. Admittedly, I've not put hands on the remake, but from everything I have seen, the remake has improved the game feel. The original game had a detachment that I don't think entirely worked for even what it was going for. And there's actually improvements in the gameplay that I actually really like some of the way that voices are directed. Anyway,
Silent Hill plays like an
it's
action
like complaining that
cinematic
most
slot
freaking Mega
game.
Man-like
And again,
games
I'm
have
supposed to say
similar
this is
control
awesome
schemes.
because the combat was terrible in the original game. Yeah, because the combat wasn't the fucking point. All of you goddamn tourists who have never played a survival horror game, you don't play those games because the
Tourists. Fucking seriously.
Oh my god. It's so like I am a gatekeeper for certain things, sure. But this is very toxic gatekeeping where instead of trying to preserve things as they are so that what it fundamentally is doesn't change, you're just trying to keep everyone else out. It's so strange because it's like, yeah, maybe somebody does want to get into horror gaming, and now
who touched that?
Now you're saying that nobody who doesn't already understand what horror gaming is shouldn't get into horror gaming in the first place. That is practically what is being said here.
Right. Like I said, I hear this crap in anime. It's just as stupid here. It is. You know what?
Yeah.
I was going to bring this up point later. You could just run past almost every single enemy in Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill is not a very combat-focused game series, so the fact that they actually made it so that combat was required, like outside of boss fights, kind of feels nice. Like, it feels like they actually put time and effort into making a combat system that feels good and actually has something that adds to a bit of the storyline. Because
wouldn't that add to the whole thing of it being a survival horror?
Yes, and well, there's even more to it. But like, one thing that I was the nice thing that they added was the way that James beats the enemies, especially when they're down and you're trying to double tap them to make sure they don't get up. The sounds that he makes when he's beating an enemy are that of a man that is kind of breaking down. It is a man that's clearly gone through the ringer and he is just so fed up with everything. It feels so raw when he's screaming at these things, and I appreciate that's in there as opposed to what you're seeing now where he just kind of kicks an enemy to make sure they're dead, and it doesn't really... There's no emotion behind it. You don't really get much of a read on James in combat. He's just sort of a stoic character.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's part of that whole...
It's part of the whole, gentlemen.
Sorry.
It's
Okay,
part of the whole...
I said it was part of the whole game feel.
Yeah. Part of the whole, part of the crew.
All of you goddamn horrors.
God freaking damn it, Discord.
Who've never
what
played a
is going
survival
on?
horror game. You don't play those games because the shooting is fun. It's resource management.
I
And the
played
tank controls
RE4
are...
because the shooting went fun.
Okay, I need to counteract this. Holy shit, Silent Hill is not about resource management. Like, at all.
Well,
By my
okay.
first playthrough of the original Silent Hill 2, I was loaded up on health items, man. And he's going to make an argument about being loaded up on health items by the end of this game. Anyway, you were going to say something?
Is it sort of like how when you become, like, say, an expert in... I'll keep using RE4 as an example. As soon as you're a good expert on that game, you are like drowning in herbs and everything else. Like to the point where you need to buy shit.
One, you can run past everyone, and two, you have unlimited inventory in Silent Hill 2.
Oh
Yeah, Silent Hill 2 does not have any inventory management whatsoever. Everything just goes into a general storage.
Yeah, there is no inventory management then.
Yeah, it's like there's no resource management at all in these games.
Are janky on purpose is to make the player feel weak so that you're afraid. Past the 2-hour mark, I was never scared again in the Silent Hill 2 remake because you fight the same 3 goddamn enemy types for the entire fucking game. I killed almost 300 enemies in Silent Hill 2. There was one line in the Gaming Bridge Show video that
Okay, so the reason why people, and this is actually a complaint that a lot of people have had, is there's too much combat in the remake, which I can kind of see. I can kind of understand. People get a little bit fatigued. There's a lot of people I know, even the guy that I really wanted to get on today, Max Durrott, who by the way, check out his videos. He actually has a very good review of Silent Hill 2's remake. He only had one stream of it, but when he was going through the apartment building, which is the first major dungeon in the game, he was getting fatigued. Although admittedly part of that was that he had back issues and couldn't play very long. But like I can understand people being a little bit worn out on the combat. There aren't all that many enemy types, but I don't think it's as big of a deal as he's making it out to be, even though they have tripled the enemy count, apparently.
Yeah. Also, I like to point out that, like, okay, so he's dick riding Brit Show right now here, right?
Oh, he's about to
And
Majorly.
I noticed, but remember that part in the beginning of this video where he pointed at like, oh, Final Fantasy VII Remake is like an example of these dreaded remakes ruining our games in the gaming industry, and we should burn it in the state. I wonder how he would think of freaking Brit Show's takes on Final Fantasy VII Remake, Yeah.
And I was going to say, 0 to Hero, thank you. I haven't been fatigued playing through the combat of the game. The pacing of the game is very nice. We already have someone who's not familiar at all with the original saying that everything feels good. And it's true. And 0, you were scared. He's going to say that the game isn't scary. I'm just spoiling that now. The game is scarier than the original. Because the original isn't fucking scary. Okay, Silent Hill can be a really scary game at this series at times, but Silent Hill 2's tone overall is just kind of depression. It's a much more depressing game than it is anything scary. It meditates a lot more on guilt, regret, and anxieties, that sort of thing. It meditates on a lot more, on a different level of horror than just spooky things and unnerving images, even though it has a lot of really good spooky things and unnerving images. It's just not focused on that. It's just focused a lot more on the mental stuff.
Right.
Celtic, was this intentional? Did you know he was going to bring up this twat? I was meditating to whether or not to cover this video, and so I actually watched through it to see what was in here. The minute he brought up Gaming Brit, I knew we had to cover it.
You ascended. It was your like sleeper agent activation phrase.
2 seconds into my stream today, lights turned off and I freaked the fuck out while getting mugged by a mannequin. Yep, there you have it. Scary. Boom.
That's horrifying.
Perfectly encompassed my feelings about all these people who play these remakes and love them and then pretend to be fans.
Nobody who's seen the 1989 Little
No-
Mermaid cartoon
no true
would
Scotsman.
claim to have an understanding of the 1837 fairy tale. Yet today, remakes do seem to be sold as a way to catch up on something missed. So if you play SH2 Remake, don't kid yourself into thinking you've experienced Silent Hill 2. If that statement sounds at all offensive, I'm not sorry, because it's just a statement of fact.
As you can imagine, a lot of...
Yeah, so just to reiterate,
0
it is
experienced Silent Hill 2, dog.
It is okay. It is okay to say you have not experienced the original Silent Hill 2 on the PS2. You have, however, experienced Silent Hill 2 in some way, shape, or form. Just like if you were to play the HD collection, the from the PS3 and Xbox 360 era, you have not experienced the original Silent Hill 2 because of all the numerous glitches. Because I learned later that apparently that was built on an old build of the game. And that's why it has so many problems. Because they didn't have the source code for the original, they had to go back to an earlier build from like months before, and that's why it has so many problems.
That's really cool.
You know what this argument is valid for. It's like somebody goes to a video game wiki and then reads the wiki, and then you tell them, but you haven't experienced the game, or you haven't experienced the story. Like, that is how it's valid, not playing a remake of the same goddamn game.
I would
Yeah,
even
unless the remake is incredibly drastically different from the original, I would be willing to say that, like, something like, again, Maverick Hunter X, I would definitely say you experience the original Mega Man X, because there's barely that much of a difference in the basic gameplay, except when you're playing as Vile.
Same thing
So-
with like, I'll go back to it. Persona 3 Reload. You've experienced functionally everything in the original Persona 3.
Yep.
In fact, I would say Maverick Hunter X is even better, because you get to experience Mark Domon Kashugatha as X. Okay.
Ah, good man.
Good man.
Tourists were upset by this video. Some people even claiming that not everyone is tech savvy enough to work an emulator to play the original game. By no stretch of the imagination am I a tech wizard. All you have to do is watch my streams, and there's a very good chance you'll see some obvious tech issue that I wasn't aware of, because I've never been a computer guy. I got
Skill
Visual
issue.
Boy Advance
Skill issue,
stored
yes.
on my shitty laptop when I was 12 years old. And you're telling me grown-ass men and women can't spend 5 minutes learning how to use an emulator? Then the truth is, you just don't care, okay?
Okay, let's ignore that emulators are not perfect. They
No.
have
Really
problems.
not.
They can often come with, especially Silent Hill, I know is a particularly difficult game to get running on PC.
Right.
Now, Silent Hill 2, again, and link in the description to that Reddit post, there are ways to do it. People have broken it down. There is ways. But it's time intensive. Sometimes people just want to buy a game, have it be delivered to their front door, or download it onto their computer, boot it up, and play. They don't want to deal with any of that problem whatsoever. They don't want to deal with.
Well,
You
not
want to know
only
something?
that,
I'm gonna finish a point here, because like I bought the Dead Space remake. I really want to fucking play the Dead Space remake. The game will not work for me. I have no clue why. The control schemes are all fucked up. The game is constantly lagging. I don't know if it's a matter of me not having the right power or the right settings. I've tried everything I fucking can. I spent hours trying to get that thing running properly, especially so I could stream it. And I couldn't get it
Skill
fixed.
issue, buy a new computer.
And so now I just have I have a $60 game on my computer that I can't play, but I still keep it because I want to support the company, because I think it's still a good game from everything else that I saw of everyone else playing it. So it's like,
And confirm.
yeah,
It's great. I
So-
platinumed it.
like at the
Not
same,
only-
yeah,
not only that though, but like there are different types of emulators. There are emulators that are basically just plug and play, where you just boot it up and then you drop the ROM into the game, and then into the emulator, and then you can just play it. And then there are other emulators that you have to do a bunch of mental gymnastics in order to get the thing running. Like
Yeah.
there are different types of emulators, so you can't just say that it's so easy to get an emulator running. I don't know how
Really
to
not.
run certain emulators, like Mednafen. I don't know how to run Mednafen, so I have to do alternatives to that one.
One of the most one of the craziest, most infamous emulators that is currently being worked on is the PS4 emulator, and it is a mess of a spaghetti code and trying to get
I've
everything
been
done
hearing
to the point where like there are basically entire dev teams trying to get Bloodborne on PC on that particular emulator, and it's spaghetti code on top of spaghetti code. And as someone who works with like coding on his day-to-day job, congratulations, you can know a lot about Java, Python, what have you, like the inner workings of a computer. I could take a computer out apart and put it back together. Give me a spaghetti code, I have no idea what the fuck I'm looking at, and I have no chance.
And
to get
that's
it to
not
work.
even touching on games that haven't been put on emulators yet. Like
That's
really old games. Like I'm pretty sure a good chunk of the library for the freaking Nintendo Wii isn't on emulators.
No,
It's
it
not,
is.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
that's a
Oh,
good
fair enough.
Dolphin
If
is
that-
one of the best emulators out there, bar none. What are
It
you
is.
talking about?
Yeah.
It is.
Okay,
Okay,
if that's
better
I heard
example.
something
Better
else.
example. The
Better-
PlayStation
Go ahead.
games are typically
Yes.
are much more notorious for it. Nintendo and
100%, yeah.
Xbox apparently have
Okay.
a better, because Xbox is much more like geared towards PC. Nintendo, once you crack it, you got it good. But PlayStation apparently has things going on for all their different systems that make them hell. Good. Zero to Hero brings up
Okay.
Jack and Daxter took 20 years to get a proper PC emulation because the source code is notoriously fucking weird.
Yeah. And
Oh, damn.
talking to Josh, developers are bleeding out of their eyes. No, they're bleeding on their eyes from inside because that's what they have in Bloodborne. But 100%, that shit is horrible.
So yeah,
Especially
fuck off,
since
synthetic.
not
Man.
everyone's computer is able to handle the games
That
they
too.
want to get emulated.
Emulation
yeah.
can be very
With
taxing
me,
on a system.
Yeah, with me personally, like remember I played the original version of Demon Souls. I have to emulate that.
Ooh, good man.
And I managed to do it fine. But my freaking laptop, which is a gaming laptop, by the way, and I try my best to be as like storage efficient as possible. There were several times where that game crashed, and my best friend Lone Crick can fucking attest to this. It's even worse when I'm trying to stream it to people. So,
My gaming
I don't know,
PC
dog.
fucking had frame drops and like glitches and lag when I tried to emulate Ace Attorney, a fucking
Oh my God,
pixelated.
what?
There were glitches and shit occasionally. Not super frequently, but like emulating it had issues because just emulation is unreliable. And that was one of the most reliable emulators out there. It's just a thing that happened.
There's a
Anyway,
I've
reason
never
why
heard of a
I was
visual
just-
novel game glitching.
Well,
before.
let me tell you about Fate and its glitches sometimes. that visual novel glitch when it was ported to PC was hilarious.
I'm pretty sure the sex scene isn't considered a glitch.
No, not at all. So long
Let's
story short,
continue, guys.
Hey,
No, let's continue.
yeah,
Let's
that
not
is
go
true.
on that tangent.
my
So if you
apologies.
don't care about these games, about these franchises, why are you trying so hard to fit in? Why are you arguing with people who actually do care about these franchises?
Okay, now
There's
you're
been a lot of
shadowboxing.
gaslighting
Yeah.
over the past 10 years about whether or not people were bullied for liking video games. Well, let me tell you, I absolutely was an outcast. Up until I was around 14 or 15 years old, nobody in my school
who
talked
asked?
about video games except for the nerds.
Boo-hoo.
And
Okay,
while I was
nobody
certainly never
asked.
shoved into any locker or whatever cliche 80s movie BS, I can tell you for a fact people didn't like me. And then by the
Okay.
time I graduated,
That hasn't changed, buddy.
one was playing video games.
Uh-huh.
Of course, it was the generic normie slop like Call of Duty or Assassin's Creed, but the point still stands. The same people who thought I was a weirdo for talking about video games all the time now desperately want to be included in our club. And it's
Okay.
Before we
so
dive into
I'm
this,
getting
I'm
a
going to
lot of-
answer some super chats quickly.
Please
Izanagi,
do.
don't tell this guy about how hard it is to release apps to general public for the phone. My old company had to teach people how to use the app for fucking coupons. Good point. Great Bar says, now that remember Resident Evil game very famously have issues on emulator. I tried doing an RE4 on GameCube emulated an RE3 and had to take ages to fix. Yep. Okay.
Mhm.
Anyway, your points, guys. Because boo-hoo.
I just have,
Dude, I'm getting a lot of unresolved fucking trauma right now, dude, and I'm not comfortable hearing about this.
This is only a relevant argument 20 years ago, dude. Shut the hell up. Gaming has become a lot more mainstream in the past 15 years. If you were being bullied for gaming in the 90s and the early 2000s, sure, I can understand that. But come 2010, you can't make that argument anymore. I'm sorry,
No.
dude. You are an old guy. Get over it.
Yeah.
again, it's just like, what a sob story. Oh, these people were mean to me in high school. First off, high school, get the fuck over it.
Yeah.
Dude,
Middle school was
I'm
worse. We all know
sorry,
it.
man. Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, I'm sorry, man. Like, if you're a grown ass man still molding over people bullying you when you were a teenager, you know, maybe we should consider bringing bullying back. It's like, I'm joking.
No,
No,
like if you're still complaining about being bullied when you were a teenager, maybe you were the problem. Maybe you were the
legit.
reason why people were criticizing you and getting on your ass. Like, maybe it wasn't bullying, maybe it was just people telling you that you're a shitty ass person and then you whining and complaining about it and saying that you're being bullied for people telling you that you're not a good person.
Sometimes it's going to be a controversial statement. Sometimes a little bit of bullying, not necessarily unwarranted. Sometimes you're being an absolute dipshit, and people should pick on you for it. And sometimes people are just unfair, and you gotta learn to live with it because life is unfair. And sometimes people treating you that way is a good way to prepare you for what's coming down the road. The way you're treating it is if you're blaming everyone else in the world now for the problems that you had, instead of trying to deal with your own problems and getting the fuck over it in your own time.
Yeah.
You've had a lot of years. Build a bridge.
You can't know that these people are tourists or whatever. Like, maybe these people just don't see video gaming the same way that you do. Maybe they just don't play video games the same way that you do. And that's fine. But don't tell me that they aren't real video game players just because they don't do things the same way that you do. I'm sorry. I'm not going to call somebody not a real reader just because they read an audiobook or on the Kindle. The only proper way to read a book is to buy a physical copy. No, that's ridiculous.
Oh, thank you for saying, because I mostly do audiobooks.
Yeah, I was going to say...
Well, here's the thing. I'm dyslexic. I'm ADHD, and it took a long time for me to, like, come around to actually like reading words on the page. I still like reading words on the page. Audiobooks are just better for me.
Like there are improper ways to read a book. Like, I have heard people saying that they don't read anything except for dialogue.
Hey yo,
what?
Yeah, like they skip over anything that isn't dialogue in a book.
Nani?
Dude,
Yeah.
how do you even function like that? You see, that's the kind of shit that you would need to call out in terms of that. But like, more directly relevant to the point that this dude is trying to make is that like it's that you can't judge somebody's gaming experience just by the point that they are making about remakes and shit. There are people who have been clamoring for remakes for certain games for literally forever, that have played games probably either just as long or even longer than you, dog.
Guys,
so
Billy,
so do they lose the gamer card?
Billy
Is
Donuts.
that where we're at now?
I've shut down the entire conversation. The only book worth reading is One Fish, Two Fish, Red Fish, Blue Fish. Absolutely right. Absolutely.
Okay, that is fair. That is
fiction.
That is peak fiction. Yes.
My kind of closing thought before we move on, because I got to get through the video, is that not the uncomfortable truth about being an artist in any way, shape, or form. 90% of people, and this is being very generous, are not going to engage with your art on a meaningful level. Many people are going to treat it in a very superficial way. You see it with the film-going audience. You see it with people who are casual book readers. You see casual gamers that are out playing FIFA. They're not going to interact with your art or artistic medium on a super deep intellectual level, or maybe even like a spiritual or whatever kind of level you're really looking for. They're not going to absorb it in the same way. And that's not a problem. That's not a bad thing. Like, that's, and to gear towards them is also not necessarily a bad thing. I think doing everything at the expense to treating towards them is a bad thing, but I think there's a middle ground that's not being appreciated here. That you kind of, between the intellectual part of, in the intellectual and heart of artistry and the need to please the mass public. And it's not,
it's a difference between catering and pandering.
Yes.
Excalibur 2343 with the super chat. He talks. He tells me he was dropped as a child.
As someone who was dropped as a child, I take offense to this.
Same here.
I don't
We do
believe
not
that.
claim here.
I do not claim this man.
We do not do that here.
This man must have
He
something
not
even
like
more
us.
going
He
on.
not like us.
Man came out half cooked.
Oh boy.
Oh, all right. Play.
Fucking
Anyway.
pathetic. The sad fact of the matter is that we are vastly outnumbered and have been for about a decade at this point. All you have to do is take a look at any of my numerous hot take videos, which are me just giving my honest opinion. I think most modern AAA games are overrated by both critics and audiences alike, though I suspect a lot of that audience is simply following whatever their favorite e-celeb is telling them to think. Not to mention the
So much.
You know,
Yeah,
your
right, as if
audience
they
could be
should-
said to be doing the same thing with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, as if they should listen to you, another e-celeb. Oh wait.
Tree Potion says, I would like to show Ratchet and Clank literally one of the hardest series to emulate right now. Nice. Oh, wow, we're getting a lot, right? Ramera 3,
geez.
I'm late around 25 minutes in, but I want to say that my friend doesn't like old media. Like, he won't touch anything past 2010. That's his
Shame.
problem. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Yeah, like I was actually going to say this earlier, that I have met people who have said that they won't touch any past media, and that is mostly a them thing. Like, they're missing out on a lot of really good media content simply because they just won't touch anything that hasn't come out in the past couple of years. Like, it is a shame. One of my favorite books is 100 years old now.
Which one?
I read it. It's the oh gosh, the King of Elfland's Daughter.
Oh.
Yeah, like I read that last year just on a whim because I wanted to read what older fantasy fiction was before Tolkien came and changed the whole fantasy genre.
Yeah, he
And
did that.
became and that became one of my favorite books, and it is now 100 years old.
I feel really awkward, by the way, because I'm sitting right next to all the volumes of the history of Middle Earth and the Unfinished Tales, and
Izanagi says, projection much? Seagull
Yes.
says, as popular as Freerun was, I saw JJK blowing up more consistently than Freerun. I think it was because it challenged the viewer to think deeper past the surface level more. Most people thought Freerun was boring.
yeah,
That's the
Which is-
unfortunate. It's a shame. Well, I'm not
Yeah.
saying most, but you know what I mean. Like, of general populace, they were attracted to JJK because it was much more action-packed. It was much more focused on, like, these cool fights and these epic dynamics. Where
But that's
Freerun...
like most. That's like in most mediums in general, right? Like,
Yeah. No,
people
that's what
are
I'm
largely
saying, it's
gonna
like-
be into action.
Generally speaking, people are going to migrate towards those things because they're not looking for a deep meditation. They're looking for something to pass the
Sure.
time.
They're
right.
looking for junk food.
Yes.
and I'm sorry, I'm someone who says it. A show to like, oh, it's actiony, turn your brain off. That there's nothing wrong with watching that.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I love several series like that, and some of them actually do a good job of integrating themes. I mean, like, the one that comes to mind immediately is Kill la Kill, which, you know, isn't exactly
JJK
subtle.
is another one of that as well.
Teddy Bear Paladin, speak as someone who has a shitty childhood. Synth can beep off. It's just bullying under the pretense of past pain to justify it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
For real.
I
Totally agree.
He has become the bully.
it's a simple quote. Everyone's had pain. It's no excuse to be an asshole.
Yeah, like
Right.
we were anime fans in the 90s and the early 2000s, back when being a nerd wasn't popular. So what?
Yep.
You weren't the only person to have experienced these things.
When did
Yeah.
Kingdom Hearts come out in the West? What was...
that was, like,
2002.
well,
2002.
month specifically. Was it like...
I don't know the month specifically.
I can't remember if like
I-
it had just come out or if it was coming out, but I went as Sora for Halloween one year before the game was
Aw.
even like really out there. I was doing it based
Ooh.
upon like promo images from magazines and the demo disc I got in like
Oh, nice.
the PS2 magazine or whatever. Like I was
That's cool.
yeah, and it was a shitty costume,
September.
but like yeah, so it was around that time. I didn't get the game till Christmas. but like I was just so into it because it looked so cool and so fun. And like, so I went in for Halloween. I was a fucking nerd. I got bullied all the time. I'm now looking back. It's like, oh, my friends groups growing up. Yeah, we were clearly the neurodivergent kids.
Yeah.
KH came out September 17th, 2000.
That's what I said.
Ooh, I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
I said it came out in September, and that's why he said, yeah, like it was around that time. I didn't get it until December.
But
my Discord might have.
Yeah, so
I didn't hear it. Sorry.
So yeah, Synthetic Man, from one nerd to another, fuck off.
Yeah.
Audiences alike, though, I suspect a lot of that audience is simply following whatever their favorite e-celeb is telling them to think. Not to mention the untold amount of political activists that get upset every time I point out the propaganda people like them are putting in video games. Now, in spite of what I just said, although hardcore...
Never mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say...
Wait. No. I think that he was pointing to the fact that it was a black person that was also mute, because I saw them doing.
Yeah, she is mute. Yeah, that
sign language.
Haley in the Spider-Man games is mute.
Yeah, putting a character who is mute or deaf or blind in a video game does not necessarily equate to forcing diversity in it. Forced diversity, from my understanding, is when you're putting it in to the detriment of the rest of the story or the gameplay.
There was a whole thing to be argued when, like, we brought up the topic softly with Anthony, and honestly, I would like to have a conversation with him about the nature of settings and the racial aspect of it. So, like, Lord of the Rings, that series, and whether or not the background characters should be populated with people of color or just white Europeans. There's a whole argument to be made there. However, in the middle of modern day New York City, a black mute girl is not exactly the most rare occurrence. Like, okay, mute, sure, but mute's already a very rare occurrence. But a black girl? No. A black Cuban? No. Two gay guys at a prep school? Excuse me? Have you ever been to a New York prep school? Yeah, that's pretty frequent, buddy. That's not like...
No, wait. Raymond, you gotta understand, this man does not go outside, clearly.
Clearly, yeah.
I don't go outside, but I don't act like this.
Synthetic Man is the kind of person that probably got mad about gender-neutral bathrooms in the Dead Space remake. I didn't even know that was a thing until months later, but people complained about, like, the age of the characters because they aged up the romance interest. And it's like, no, they're both actually, like, 40 or 50 years old. And it's actually, people point out, it's really nice and refreshing to see a romance between two characters who are, like, in middle age. It's like, that's actually kind of...
Yeah, it's interesting.
We almost never see that.
And also, throwing something out there, it actually made... Sorry for interrupting you, my man. It actually made things infinitely more sense because Isaac and his love interest are both top-level experts in their particular field.
Yeah, he's expert engineer. Yeah, he's expert engineer, and she's the chief medical officer. So Zero to Hero Productions representation isn't forced when you live in NYC. That is true.
Yeah, legitimately.
Yeah.
You can
everything is in New York. Why the fuck wouldn't that be there?
Core gamers are an extreme minority. It's obvious given all of the woke game bombs this year, especially Concord being the biggest example of all time, that normie gamers aren't tolerating progressive ideology shoved into video games, at least not when it's incredibly blatant and obvious.
Okay. You're scratching, you're almost scratching at it. What you're looking for there, when it's shit writing, that's what you're looking for.
Like, he put up Star Wars Outlaws. The reason why that, like, bombed horribly, one, it's a crap game with a lot of problems, and two, it's bad. As someone who's played. But it's also got a really boring and badly integrated story. Like, I don't care about Kay Vess because she's a woman. I don't give a shit about her because she's a bad character. I don't like her.
This is what I was talking about when it came to me being a child not understanding why I disliked Digimon 02 so much, or Unicorns of Balinor for that matter. Like, this is exactly how I felt when listening to this guy, but this guy has not grown out of what I grew out of when I was 12 years old.
Yeah, Jesus
Just
fucking
not
Christ,
understanding and not being able to properly figure out and articulate why something is bad. He just
Also-
can't understand, so then he goes for the easiest thing to go after. And when, like I said with Digimon, what I attacked for O2 was the shipping, but what I was actually angry about was the bad writing. It's the exact same
Yeah.
thing.
Oh.
He's doing the exact same thing, but he is a 30-something-year-old man, or possibly older. I don't know.
I mean, he looks 40 to me, but that's probably the alcohol. But
Twi-
anyway,
Twi-
also,
I was
I
gonna say-
love how two-faced he is
Oh yeah, Dwight. He's a 30-year-old
with
child. Get it
streets
right.
freaking normies.
He's a what?
He's,
Right?
he's a 30-year-old child. Get it right.
Yeah, I guess so.
But also, I love how two-faced he is. Where one line he's insulting the normies, the other line, oh, the normies ain't tolerating woke shit. Which is it, dude? Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? What are you?
Yeah. Jacked out. I do have to question, why are we here? Literally never heard of this guy. To be honest, you guys are outside my typical creator circle, though that's more of me avoiding pointless arguing and roasting. I mean, I don't know. I can't speak why you're here. We're a variety. We're a media variety podcast. We just kind of cover different topics, going from, reviewing certain properties or discussing their flaws to trying to prop up certain things or talking about the different media discourse that's going on. I mean, the last few streams we just did were all about talking about Twilight's childhood book series and how horribly written it is, but having a good time with it and talking about the kind of fun stuff. So it's like,
that was great.
We're just
Or
covering
talking
this.
about, or looking at TV shows that I used to watch as a kid that the others wouldn't have watched because they were Canadian only, and and everyone else is American. Like, we cover a variety of different things. It doesn't always have to be negative.
And as a synthetic
Gaming.
man, he is a creator with almost 140,000 subscribers, and this video has 176,000 views, with a lot of people agreeing with him in the comments. So it's like it's not like there isn't an influence that he's having on the discussion around the topic of remakes that we think he's fundamentally wrong on many different grounds. So yeah, it's just that's why we're here. We're just here talking about it and trying to push back against the narrative that we think is maybe not 1,000% wrong. It's probably like 99.99999% wrong. But we're pushing back against that 99.9999%. We're trying to clear the air of the problems and actually get down to something that makes sense.
So feel free to watch our D&D episodes.
Yeah, you can do that too.
Yeah.
Those are fun.
I'm trapped in Twilight's ritual circle. I'm left out of the basement every once in a while. There's not much else.
Yes. Don't worry. I properly look after him. I make sure that he has at least one meal a day and give him water.
Okay, chat, tell us if he blinks twice.
That's the problem. These books, their eyes, they don't blink.
Yeah, no.
All right.
But for one reason or another, I don't know if it's just because these people aren't smart enough, or they don't care to look for the signs, or they just turned off the pattern recognition parts of their brain. They can't seem to notice when there is subliminal messaging or censorship. And I think this Silent Hill 2 remake is a perfect example of that.
For the record, what he's showing here is the part where I think the camera angles actually hurt the game, but we'll get into that hopefully later.
I do love how he says that there is subliminal messaging, as though this Japanese game is treated the exact same way that American games are treated in the industry.
I was about to say, Japan doesn't give a single fuck about our politics.
Now in clarity, Bloober Team is the developer of the game. Konami is the publisher. So it's like Bloober Team had say in things. So and I think Bloober Team is Swedish, I want to say, or Norwegian. Someone tell me what Bloober Team is. I'm sure we'll get answers about it in the chat. So
just-
it's not outside of the influence of the Western sphere, but like your point does stand
Fair
that,
enough.
that Japan is largely different in their cultural.
Yeah.
Polish. They're Polish.
Also-
Okay.
Also, it's a case of like the whole subliminal messaging thing. I kind of take all those sort of messages with a grain of salt after seeing that particular game Google Doc that says there's like specific in the game docs thing, pro LGBT propaganda in all of the Souls games.
Dude, it's so
Like,
freaking funny.
It's an entire like discourse of people just saying, "Oh, this one thing happens in these games. They must be like advocating for this, this, and this." There is a point where you have to stop and say, "You are reading too much into this."
I'm gonna pull a hard cord on there because in Elden Ring, the main character that you're trying to track down, Marika, you learn that she is her own husband and fucked herself and had children based on it. I don't know what even to make of that. They're gods. It's like god like deity shit.
It's the entire and actually that is an entire conversation. Marika is a human character at the end of the day. She is a tragic human character at the end of the day. I'm not going to go on to a little rant, but like it doesn't matter because the story's good. What the fuck are you complaining about?
Nah, it's woke. She is a woman with lines. She's woke.
She actually doesn't have any lines.
Oh,
Yeah.
never mind.
Excalibur says subliminal messaging equals Reaper indoctrination. Apparently,
Apparently, yeah.
this hurts you. All right.
It's just close enough to the original that even fans of the game, I say fans in quote, the super fans obviously could dissect this to pieces, and I'm going to be doing a bit of that myself in this video. But to the casual fan who only ever played the game like one time 20 years ago, this seems like at least a semi-faithful remake, ugly women aside. And that's exactly the point of this
Shut
remake,
up.
to be just close enough to the
fuck up.
original.
You know what? Take it away. I'm gonna be right back in the restroom.
Please.
Let's
I cannot stand this fucking argument that has nothing to do with the goddamn gameplay. It is only you being upset that there are women out there in the world that aren't perfect goddamn tens, and that maybe their video game people want more representation in terms of variety of the women that they create, because they're artists and we like variety, we like changing things up, and we like having different styles and different body types and all this kind of stuff. How dare these women look like normal ass human beings, that they aren't perfect fucking supermodels that are like 90 pounds soaking wet and look like they should belong in a Victoria's Secret magazine. How dare they look like an average person? That an average person is considered ugly by these people. What the actual hell is wrong
Also,
with you? You don't look like you are on the cover of fucking magazines, that you aren't a male goddamn model. What the fuck do
Actually-
you have any right to complain about people's appearance in video games? You don't look
Actually-
that attractive yourself. Shut the fuck up.
Actually, it's funny that you mentioned that part, because my point is that we have so many variety of male character designs that are
Yeah.
like not traditionally fucking attractive in video games. Why wouldn't we have this with women? It's only fair.
Because you can't
only
goon
time-
to it.
Which
The
is
only
going to get
time
really
I would-
sickening as we address one of the big points.
Oh my
Yeah.
god! But the only time I believe like it's like, I guess it can be relatively fair to like judge it is in terms of just like overall character design, like whether or not the character design is like well drawn or something along those lines. But having unattractive or just normal looking women in games in general is like, I just shrug my shoulders as like, okay, yeah, that's a thing.
I-
Alrighty.
There will be, I think, in terms of like reimagining a character from an older property, there are things you could trip over. again, I think there's one spot they did in this game, and even then, I think it's a small one because overall, I think they did a fantastic job. And like it's. I think they've actually benefited in others, but we'll get to that. Curse Knight says, I do think Elden Ring is a left-leaning game, to be honest. He followed up by saying, I think that's a good thing, not a bad one. But I don't care. I don't really care.
Same.
I don't care.
Is
the game good?
It's really good.
Exactly.
Yes.
I put a lot of hours into it, and frankly,
That's all that matters.
Exactly.
That's all that matters.
Okay.
Yeah.
Know that if you squint, it's like nothing changed except the gameplay. The truth is, this remake is not being made for the fans. It's being made for this new modern audience that doesn't exist, and for the normie casual gamer who never actually gave a fuck about the game.
Yes!
Wait, those last two aren't those last two people like the same thing?
But no, it's like
yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. The remake is meant to appeal to a broader audience. It's supposed to reintroduce the game to a new audience. I'm sorry, so unless you keep the core intact, which this game certainly has, it's perfectly fine, you dipshit. Like, oh my god, it's getting more people into Silent Hill.
Also, audience that doesn't exist. How many copies has this sold so far? I'm gonna look that up.
Silent Hill 2 remake sales.
I'm curious about this myself, actually.
How many copies is it has sold
1 million copies
as of October 11th.
7 what?
Yeah.
It's
less
a million
than
less than a week.
In less than a
Yep.
I mean, granted, this was by IGN, so I'll probably have to look somewhere else.
Yeah, but like that's still huge. I've just tuned back in mid Celtic shout. Perfect time.
It's like the bit of music that makes sure you're awake.
I've gotten in the habit of yelling like the fish guy now. Fish.
I'm this close to start screaming at this guy because, like, what the fuck are you talking about, my dude?
Yeah, let's roll back a moment here.
For the fans, is being made for this new modern audience that doesn't exist, and for the normie casual gamer who never actually gave a fuck about the game, who probably watched a YouTube walkthrough like a decade ago, or listened to their favorite e-celeb talk about it and how much they loved it, and were excited to play it without all those icky, janky controls. There's this great meme passed around.
0 to Hero, tag me in the example, champ. I would never have touched the game if I didn't see a trailer for the remake. I knew nothing about Silent Hill 2 before this. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Perfect example. He seems to be having a good time with it.
Perish.
No, clearly he must perish.
Yeah, and also, can I just say, I have heard about Silent Hill 2 ever since really being more active on the internet. I have never heard a single damn thing about the freaking controls. Who the fuck says anything bad about the freaking controls? Have you shadowboxing to me?
Yeah, it is shadowboxing. Like
100%.
Like it's weird. I've seen people that just like regret. Like very few people that say they can't handle the tank controls of older games, but when they do, they're typically like, "Yeah, I just don't enjoy them. It's not as fun." They're not like aggressively like, "Oh, it's an awful control scheme." People typically appreciate the older control schemes these days. So it's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like we have a bunch of indie games that have a lot of weird esoteric controls. We have an entire indie game where you sit in a fucking room clicking on computer monitors. And it's the biggest fucking horror game on the planet right now. Fuck off with this.
Also,
yeah, for real.
Sorry, right, Kitty. I like how your avatar is just a book with angry eyes. Yes, it's fantastic. I love it so much. It's my book. Thank you.
That describes this situation perfectly. Earthbound fan excited to play the game for the first time. Now tell me that isn't the same fucking thing as this. Silent Hill 2 fan excited to play it for the first time. Because over the past 20 years, its story has been spoiled more than probably any other game.
Zero, do not view it. Zero, you might want to start checking out.
Okay, but you know...
Except Bioshocks. Everyone knows the twist.
Okay.
There are hundreds, if not thousands, of video essays that have been created on YouTube about Silent Hill 2. And now, these people who didn't actually give a fuck but remember the name and its amazing reputation are gonna sit down and play this butcher remake and think it's the greatest fucking thing ever.
Because it still is the greatest fucking thing ever. They're going to think that because the game is still fantastic.
This sounds like...
Dude, did this remake take your girlfriend?
This guy is a bit of an idiot because he's like, oh, everyone knows about this game's story and everyone knows the twist. No, I've not heard a single goddamn thing about this franchise until the fucking remakes came out, and then we had to do the video on it. Raymond had to explain to me everything. I had no idea. I didn't even know that Pyramid Head was specific to this game, pretty much. I thought that it was just a thing that was in, like, every single one of the games, because it was, like, the unofficial mascot or whatever.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, the horror version of Pikachu.
You're not wrong, actually. They kind of tried to do that to him.
I'll put this in perspective. I learned the twist and what happens throughout the game today from Celtic. I am going as Pyramid Head to a Halloween party in a few days.
Oh, damn.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, please. Is it the cardboard Pyramid Head that they have as a costume option in this game?
Of course it is. God damn it, man. I have so many cardboards.
That's amazing. I love that.
Also, another fun...
go.
Sorry. Another fun fact. I know nothing about the Earthbound series.
Same.
I've watched one playthrough of it, and I did not care for it.
I played Earthbound. That's good.
So, just because something is popular and is very frequently referenced in the gaming circles doesn't mean that every single video gamer, video game player, gamer, whatever. I'm mincing up my words. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Just doesn't mean that everyone knows about those things. You can't make those assumptions. Sometimes people are gamers to a niche market. And you can't just assume that everyone plays the quote-unquote more mainstream ones. You're the one talking about fucking normies.
Yeah.
And not to mention, you know what the difference is? Earthbound was way more accessible in comparison to Silent Hill 2 until this remake happened.
Yeah.
So, like, what's the deal here?
Okay, so I'm seeing a lot of people that haven't seen, know nothing about Silent Hill. Welcome. I'm sorry for spoiling you on what I think is a fantastic game. But on the flip side, if you guys are interested at all in Silent Hill but are too scared to actually play the games, I can actually introduce you to how I was introduced to Silent Hill, at least in the in-depth analysis sense. Seek out the Game Den coverage of Silent Hill. She covers all of the games. Her name is Dina Natley. She's from the old Channel Awesome era, but she's an excellent reviewer when it comes down to analyzing bits and bobs about the games and talking about them, typically in a very comfortable atmosphere. You don't really... It might include one or two of the jump scares just to kind of demonstrate them, but like you're never going to be like super jumped by them, I promise. And then also Max Derot, who is also a major autism advocate. He covers a lot of Silent Hill stuff. He's the guy I wanted on because he's done like 40 videos on all the different Silent Hill games.
Damn.
So he's very knowledgeable on a lot of the in-depth workings of things.
Two things. One, yes, Riot Kitty, this is my book. Just type in A Caliburn Chronicle in Amazon. It's the first one. You can do it ebook format, paperback format, either one. I was just going to shield that right before you guys check the super chat because I need to get a drink of water.
Yep.
Okay.
Jack Doubt says, I remember watching a playthrough of Silent Hill 2 when I was 15. At the time, had no way of getting it myself. I didn't really trust emulators at the time. As you shouldn't. Emulators are cursed.
Yeah. Especially if you try to do it at that young, yeah, you were probably gonna break something.
You know what? I'm gonna emulate Silent Hill 2 just to spite you, Raymond.
HG Fies, yes, actually, Dina Natley and her husband, what was his name? Ironically, I started being a fan of his first, and then I found her through him, and I ended up becoming a bigger fan of her. But she and her husband do Still Gaming, and yeah, I think it's just Still Gaming, together, and they are both pretty good. I find her actually be way more in depth, gives a lot more information, and ultimately is way more interesting. Talks about a lot of things like the fan space. Like she talks about the Silent Hill conspiracy theories and shit that pop up. God, when you hear that there is an event in the Silent Hill fandom known as Foreskin Gate.
Oh, I
Sorry, the
heard
what
of that.
gate?
Oh.
That is a whole thing about the Silent Hill wiki that was just insane.
Do I want to look that?
Oh.
I'm not gonna look that up right now.
The game, yes, Ryan Carson, you can be honest. The gaming industry has way bigger problems than a remake syndrome.
Real shit.
And I don't even know why I'm saying this as if it hasn't already happened. The overwhelmingly positive reviews on Steam, the shilling from whitelisted grifter YouTubers who just want to parrot whatever the public opinion is on something.
Are you?
Oh, you mean like
so
Gaming Brit?
blacklisted?
You mean like Gaming Brit when he reviewed
Yeah.
got review copies of Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth? I wonder.
Yeah, you're
I
kidding.
fucking wonder. Now those games are good. I'm not gonna say they're bad by any means, but like, are you gonna hold him to the same fucking standard, you asshole?
It's obvious
Probably
that
not.
I returned to know that I heard the particular gate, but I'm just gonna keep going. Move on, please. I don't want to know.
Yeah, let's get
all
going.
the people who bought and played this game, and even a shit ton who haven't and never will, have already decided this is a great remake, at least until they forget it ever came out a month from now. And look, as my rate
It's been a month. I haven't forgotten.
Yeah, no one has forgotten.
I
Like,
am.
dude, imagine this stupid, dumbass logic to any friggin' remake. No one forgot. Literally, I know I keep mentioning the Maverick Hunter X game, but it's literally set the standard in a lot of people's minds of what the story in Mega Man X is. Because is going back to the first game and adding context that was either missing or was barely all that there in the original.
And
That's how impactful it was.
And as someone who hasn't really looked into this game, I'm quite literally waiting for my next paycheck to be over to buy this game so I can play it.
Nice.
Not only that, but a lot of people that are like Synthetic Man, they're the ones that often forget about something after it comes out, and because they're so sure that when it comes out it's gonna be shitty, and when it's either mediocre or it's kind of good or it's even great, they suddenly zip their lips and then they never talk about it ever again. Like, oh wow, maybe you should have waited until it came out before you judged it. I don't know.
Let's
100%.
actually analyze
Okay.
this for a second. What does it mean to forget something in this context? Because, like, oh, they're going to forget it was made. Do you think they're just going to forget that Silent Hill 2 got remade? Like, they're going to think of Silent Hill 2 original first, maybe in, like, veterans' minds, but, like, people that played it fresh, I think it's going to be on their, like, they'll think back on this if it comes up in relevance, but, like, people aren't going to be thinking about this game for the rest of their lives perpetually. They're going to have to, like, focus on other things. It'll still be there, but...
Yeah.
I was going to say, like, if
In
you're talking
fact,
about, like... Sorry. You first, my friend?
Yeah, just quickly. In fact, Blaze Fate in chat made a great point here. Has anyone forgotten the Final Fantasy VII remakes? Given how we've referenced it 10 billion different times throughout this entire live stream, I think the jury's out there. And no one's forgotten about any of the Persona games that have been made. So it's like,
Would
what
you
the
like
fuck?
Would you like to know a fun fact, Kaiser?
What?
I'm
What?
quite literally playing the Persona 3 remake right now. It's a comfort game, man.
Rage began to
I understand.
subside a couple days
Especially with
after I
the
first
Lotus
recorded
Juice,
this segment.
soundtrack in
I
the
realized
background.
that I
Mhm.
should
It's a
make it
vibe.
clear that I don't think this is a bad game on any level. I never give games a numerical score in my reviews because it always brings up the debate on how exactly you should rate a game out of 10. Some people think it should be based on some nebulous idea of the average quality of a game released today. Meaning that
Okay,
a
well,
5
that's
out of 10 in
irrelevant.
2024
Yeah, this is not.
is way worse
It's
than
your
a
personal preferences.
Yeah, it's just like
You-
Yeah.
you
All of
rate
this
the
shit is
game-
irrelevant.
You rate the game based off of your standards, not off of somebody else's standards, not off of some relatively arbitrary standards that somebody else has created. No, you're the one who makes the list, and then you rate the game based off of your list. What do you think is a 10 out of 10 game? Rate it based off of how you compare it to that game. Same thing with a 1 out of 10 game. Rate it based off of that. Rate it based off of what do you think of many different categories: music, gameplay, story, graphics, whatever thing you can think of. You can rate it on different levels.
Yeah, make
Yeah.
sure you're as informed of those choices are based on you know, being as informed as possible. You know, if you want to be an honest reviewer, but I understand that's normie talk. I'm sorry. I'm gonna
To give
put that in
the
there.
easy example of people in this chat, I rated Kingdom Hearts 3 an 8, while Twilight rated it higher, and we talked about it for a long time. We both realized to our personal scales, yeah, that's where it sits, sort of thing, and
Yeah.
it's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Sure.
5 out of 10 in 2004, which I just personally think is idiotic. Me, I treat it more as a grading scale, right? So the average quality of a game is probably more likely between 6 and 7. And the reason I bring
okay, I don't.
Oh, there's a reason for you bringing all this crap up
Yeah.
because it sounds a whole lot like you haven't gotten to the fucking game yet.
Well, yeah. Also, like, so wait, the average between 1 and 10 would be 6 or 7. What? That's not. The average should be like 5, wouldn't it?
Yeah, the average is
Yeah.
5.
That's how that works. Bro, do you
Yeah, an
fucking
average is
math? It should be a
literally in the mid-
5.5 as the average.
Oh my god.
What in the
Yourself.
IGN?
is because
Yeah,
I do
exactly,
think that the Silent
bro.
Hill 2 remake is definitely an above average quality game. It's probably one of the best games that's come out this year, but that doesn't matter. Silent Hill 2, the original one anyway, is one of the greatest games ever made. I would give it a 10 out of 10 based on what the game is trying to accomplish, aka tell a depressing story
Wait.
about a man.
Okay, no. That language there.
Wait a second.
Language there.
Wouldn't you rate it based on the execution
Yes!
rather than the idea?
And
Not
What the
trying
fuck?
to accomplish.
I was going to ask Celtic, as the one among the panel who has played Silent Hill 2, would you rate it a 10 out of 10?
See, I for the longest time I did away with doing those kinds of scores. I would probably. I also I can't say as clearly because my experience with it is different than most people. I did the HD collection version, so
Okay.
I had the inferior version of the game. Now, to that extent, knowing what it is and actually still getting most of the same content, I can probably comfortably give it a solid 8 to 9 out of 10, somewhere in that vicinity. It's a solidly strong game. It's incredibly good. Are there places that it could have probably been improved? Yeah, I think there are actually places that it didn't need to be improved that Bloober Team actually did. Again, we'll get to those. I think there are. It's a give and take. I actually rate the remake around the same level. It's just a little bit different here and there.
This
and
goes
Nah, we'll take
into
away your fan card.
this goes into what I said earlier about people not really understanding quality of things or why things are good or bad. Because he literally said that he was basing it as a 10 out of 10 based off of the ideas. I'm sorry, my dude, but ideas are cheap. Execution
Yep.
is the thing that you have to base
100%.
it off of at the end of the day.
One of the things that's wonderful about this remake is almost every single piece of symbolism and idea introduced in the original is here present in some way, shape, or form. Maybe it needed to be remixed. Maybe it's in its perfectly same form. There are bits that are a little bit tweaked and missing in ways that I don't like the Pyramid Head stuff, like I described earlier. But for the most part, it's not 100% necessary to understand what's going on with Pyramid Head in those moments. Like, you get enough of him to understand what he's trying to do. Like,
Yeah.
it is a lesser form of Pyramid Head, sure, but other parts of the game are better as a result of the different tweaks. So it's like, how do you balance that out?
Yeah, and at the end of the day, that's the whole point of a remake. As long as it still has the core of what the game is, then like the artistic integrity there is maintained.
An above average quality game, it's probably one of the best games that's come out this year, but that doesn't matter. Silent Hill 2, the original
yes,
one
it
anyway,
does.
is one of the greatest games ever made. I would give it a 10 out of 10 based on what the game is trying to accomplish, aka tell a depressing story about a man who's so stricken with guilt that he basically erases his own memory and is drawn into Silent Hill, which is basically his personal purgatory or hell. And it's one of the few times I think the gameplay and the cutscenes work perfectly in tandem to enhance the experience. Whereas with this remake,
Okay,
a lot
but
of the
isn't this
soul-
just nostalgia talking?
Isn't
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't he
Oh,
going to explain how it actually meshes together in any way?
The irony being is he is showing parts where I think things were tweaked for the lesser in the remake. Like, there's basically it's all around Pyramid Head that I really have issues. There are other scenes like that late game scene where you're seeing the camera pulling back and twisting away from him in the original. That actually I think was done better in the original for some staging purposes, from like placement of characters and how they all frame each other. It's almost the same in the remake, but it's tweaked in a way that I think kind of lessens the impact. I might go into detail later, but it's like that's really the only places where I feel things were lost, as opposed to everywhere else where I feel everything else comes together really well. It's like I don't get what this guy. It's almost the exact same game. It's just different. It's like a sidestep. I don't get it.
Yeah, like the problem that I'm having so far with this video is ultimately that he is talking about these things as though the viewer already understands what he's talking about, and that he's basically talking to a mirror.
That is basically,
which is so fucking ironic, because the whole point is him trying to talk down to the freaking normies and tell them what they're missing, yet he refuses to show any evidence of it. Again, this is shadowboxing season, dude, and I'm sorry, man. I'm looking at you on screen right now. I see those pathetic twigs for arms that you got. Punching the air and fighting freaking demons in your head is not doing it for you. Okay?
Yeah, your demons are in your head. Please keep them there for everyone else's sake.
The passion, the effort is lost, and it just kind of feels like any other cinematic slop game that you've played in the past 10 years. This doesn't feel like a unique experience anymore. I'll admit I didn't do the best job in the world describing why that is the case in the review section.
Well,
of this
then maybe
video.
you should have done better.
Maybe you should have taken more than
section.
Maybe
What?
This is the review section. Yeah, this is the.
What?
Excuse you.
Gaming is.
We are. Oh no! Wait, sorry. No, the review section is coming up. We're not even in that. Like, it's at the 17-minute mark. Or the 15-minute mark. Sorry, we're almost there. But it's like, wait, so if you know you didn't do a good job, sit down and redraft.
Yeah, what the fuck?
You have the ability to do that. You are allowed to do that. Nobody is gonna drag you off into YouTube jail if you don't redraft.
Yeah,
if
or
you do
you know what? Here's the thing. You can say, guys, I have a thing that I don't feel comfortable about in this game. There's something that doesn't feel right to me. I don't know what it is, but maybe you in the comments down below can maybe give me some insight. What do you guys think it is? Like, I'm trying to explain my problem, but I can't quite get it right no matter how many times I rewrite it. can you guys maybe, like, can someone in the comments maybe have an idea or point me in a direction that I can further analyze my own feelings of why I don't like X thing? In your case,
Raymond,
it's that you feel inferior to women and have a small penis.
Okay, Raymond, here's the reason why he isn't doing that. Because doing that is an act of humility, which involves actually thinking for even a slight, like, fraction of a second that you could actually be wrong about something and leaving that open for other people to judge. Vulnerability is a man's game, and we're talking to a man-child, so yeah, that's not gonna work out.
But there's some things that are just too hard to describe. You have to play the two versions back to back to see how a lot of the visual aesthetic style
Actually, one thing to add here, in this version of the game, it is much clearer that Pyramid Head is actually helping you. So in the original, and that's kind of interesting, they have this mechanic throughout the remake where you can come across locations or objects or what have you from the original that couldn't be remixed properly or just weren't utilized in the same way. And they've these little like moments where you click on it, it takes you to a different camera perspective so you can appreciate it from the original game and just have a moment of like, yeah, this was here originally. This was here. There was a thing. We recognize that. We couldn't fit it in, but you get a little bit of a nostalgia bait. Not nostalgia bait. A nostalgic moment there. So in the original, this boss fight against Pyramid Head took place in a stairwell that was flooded. You were on the top floor, and the stairwell you would try to escape down was flooded, so you couldn't flee the battle. And you just ran around basically trying to avoid his attacks. You didn't actually really fight him. But at the end of the fight, he leaves, goes down the flooded stairwell, and then the water recedes. It's not very clear what's going on there, but he is apparently the one draining the water by word of God. Here, he's opening a door and walking through and leaving, which you can clearly see is an act that he is doing and leaving a way open for you behind him. And it's like that, this is the first boss fight in the game, so you're not entirely sure what's going on here. But on retrospect, it's, he is opening this door. He's going somewhere, obviously, but he's also opening a way forward for James because James has now tackled a new element of his psyche.
It's like for lack of a better term, the judge to say you're worthy to go on to the next level, sort of thing.
Yes.
has been toned down and made much more generic, and it's hard to say if that's just a consequence of modern realistic graphics losing a lot of that beautiful early 3D era style that Zoomers and casual gamers who didn't grow up with them really seem to despise for some reason.
No one despises these graphics.
Not really. There are
What's the
not
problem
really.
with these
There are
graphics?
a bunch of indie
games that are trying to recapture them.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of indie games try to recapture and people love them.
PS1 graphics are trying to recapture them. Like they want these graphics in different things, and a lot of indies are basically making a living off of it.
People like stylized graphics sort of like this.
I need citation of the people you are talking about. I hate when they do this. It's like people say this, people say that. It's like, no, show me who they are. Give me names.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Like,
give me names. Give me
the Lily
examples.
Orchard shit.
It's an example of take Celtic's newest video for people are saying this and this about My Hero Academia, and he asked me directly, hey, show the receipts, and I gave him a video that he spent 3 hours responding to.
4 hours.
Yeah.
I'm trying to softball it.
Go check that out, by the way. It's a great video. I had a good time, and I'm currently working on my MHA video, my actual thoughts on the series as opposed to a response.
It is good.
I have a lot of nostalgia for PS1 and early PS2 graphics, and I think Silent Hill 2 absolutely made the most out of those limitations. However, again...
I mean, yes, Guts says this guy has to be a troll, like, please. He's not. He's fucking genuine.
Unfortunately, no.
He's 100% serious.
I fucking wish, dude. Look up the clips of him on Twitter, and it is just... Nah.
Better yet, if you want it with good commentary, EFAP did coverage of his coverage of God of War. My God, it is so good. He says some wild shit, man.
I'm
Like,
not
the
going to
only-
praise the remake very much in this review, but I do think it is a perfectly competent game. The reason that there's so much rage in this video is because there are people seriously trying to claim that they played the original and think this is the better game. If you sincerely believe that, you were never a Silent Hill 2 fan.
No true fucking Scotsman.
Who the fuck
Fuck
are
off.
you? Who are you, dog? Who are you to
Okay,
judge that?
so
Who gave you that
one
right?
of the
Who gave
biggest
you that
differences,
badge, bitch?
one of the biggest differences between this game and the old game is performance in terms of the characters, like the acting, that sort of thing. The acting in the original was stilted, kind of weird, and I've talked about this in the gaming version. It's a little bit uncomfortable at times because you have a lot of expat actors that aren't really as familiar as speaking English. They're acting on a script that's been translated from Japanese. So it's like there's a lot of different layers to why it's uncomfortable. But the game designers very smartly kind of leaned into it and kind of let that uncomfortableness make a surreal atmosphere with the characters. They didn't quite feel real. There was always this kind of question as to whether or not the people you were interacting with were actual people and maybe not a manifestation of the town, as we learn that it can do. However, the remake makes them sound believable, which is a different approach. But it's not a bad one. All the characters in here feel real. They feel like actual people, which means that we can better connect with them when they're going through their different emotional traumas and different moments. Like there's a whole different direction taken. And what fucking amazes me is that the directors managed to take lines verbatim from the original that were blunt force trauma translated from Japanese and make them sound natural in this style. That is goddamn miraculous that they managed to do that. And you know what? Some people are going to prefer that. Some people are going to prefer this grounded, more realistic take on the humanized characters as opposed to the more surrealist feel that the original game had. And that's fine. That is absolutely fine.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So yeah, if I was being completely honest, if this was ever pretending to be a fair review at any point, I'd probably give this a 7.5. But am I supposed to praise a remake that took a 10 out of 10 game and downgraded it to a 7.5 so that the masses could enjoy it? Hell no. This
No,
remake
you're supposed to
shouldn't
explain
even
yourself,
exist.
Hey, well,
dickhead.
we're getting there. We're getting there. This is just the prelude where he's talking about remakes in general, which has so far been
14 fucking minutes of a prelude failure. Absolute fucking failure.
It's the gaming is dying segment, and then we're getting into the review section on gameplay.
Oh boy.
Oh,
But
boy.
yeah, I just want to make it clear, I don't think this is bad for those of you who think just because I dunk on this game the entire review, that means I think it's dog shit. No, it's not dog shit, but it is a demake. That's the point. And before I ramble on about this for another 15 minutes, let me just make one thing clear for all of you tourists from Reddit, Twitter, Discord, etc., etc. If you haven't played the original Silent Hill 2, your opinion doesn't fucking matter. Nothing you
Neither
have
does
to
yours.
say.
Yeah, I don't care if you
Dude.
are if you're the quote unquote smartest person on the planet. If you say some dumb shit, I'm not gonna take you seriously.
Yeah, dog. Like, okay, man. Here's
If Neil
here's-
deGrasse Tyson came up to me and said, there is a giant slice of buttered toast hurtling towards the earth, give me all of your money so I can create a laser to destroy it, I'm going to slap him. Not because I hate him or anything, although he is annoying on Twitter. No, just out of pure shock that he would say something so ludicrous to me. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't give a fuck how supposedly smart you are. If you say something that's honestly on its face stupid, especially for the incredibly like deeply seated projecting reasons that you're doing, yeah, fuck no. I'm not gonna abide by
More
that.
than that, there's no universe where people who don't have you can't stop people who don't have expertise in something from giving their opinions.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
You're never gonna have that.
And sometimes the lay opinion can be the correct one. Just putting that
Indeed.
out there.
Often. Yep.
say about the story of Silent Hill 2 matters. So just save your retarded ass comment. Not that any of you idiots are even gonna watch this far in the video anyway. You just
Ha! We did.
I mean,
I guess.
Yeah.
Although I guess joke's on us, really.
knows what you know.
I absolutely love how he's like, the story is so important, and yet the story is mainly preserved, or if not totally preserved, in the remake, and yet he's still complaining about it.
The story, the
Yeah, like,
symbolism, the characters, all completely preserved.
Yeah, Raymond, would you say that like the story is like at least like 90% preserved in the remake?
98%.
Damn.
There you fucking go.
Yeah. No, I there is so, like I said, I'm amazed how word for word some scenes are. Because
That's
like it just,
amazing.
yeah, it is amazing. The writers really took their time and care and decided what needed to change on a very specific basis. I appreciate the hell out of them. Anyway,
watch a clip that was spread around on Twitter and then write the gayest comment I've ever read in my life and think that's some kind of gotcha. Look, I know you're not watching the video. My fans know you're
Then
not
why
watching
are you
the video.
talking
You're
about
wasting
them?
your time. But thanks for the engagement, idiots. These
Bro.
remakes can never truly replace the original. As much as the powers that
that's
weren't
not
trying to?
was what.
Dude.
What the fuck are you talking about? It's impossible to.
Dude, you're like the guy who never got over a bad breakup. Shut the fuck up, dog. I'm
Even-
sick of this shit.
even
I
the
am
remake-
sick of this vague posting nonsense. Why you people keep doing this shit? I'm
Even-
sick of it.
Even the game, the remake that gets closest to basically being able to replace the original, Dead Space remake, is not a perfect remake. It has problems, actually, ironically, in its writing. The way it's written some of the characters is not as good as it was in the original. Ironically, they had better performances in the new one, but like, it's a mixed bag in that area.
Yeah.
But overall,
The-
it's a
would
very
lo-
similar experience. But
Oh yeah,
it was never trying to replace anything. Resident Evil 4 remake
Yeah.
wasn't replacing Resident Evil 4.
has a remake ever marketed itself as a replacement for the original? No, not to
No,
my
that'd be
knowledge.
So?
terrible fucking marketing.
Why
That'd be
would you-
terrible
When-
as fuck.
Yeah, that's suicide to any fan of the original.
I would love
We
to see a
remade this
company.
game. Now you don't have to play the original anymore. Give us money.
I would love to see
Oh
a
my
company
God.
try that angle. I would love to see them try. That'd be hilarious.
Okay, if you're going to do it in the style of that one freaking fuck Baltimore skin.
Oh,
fuck
only-
you,
You know the
Baltimore.
Only the companies try to replace often with remasters. That's a complete remasters are a different bag
Yeah,
compared to
remasters,
remakes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Um,
different.
B would love this to be the new
Ubisoft says
reality.
challenge
It
accepted.
never
Wait,
will
did they
be.
do
These
that?
people will never be Silent Hill fans. So first off, I am going to
Shut
cover
up.
the supposed
Fuck you.
only benefit of this remake.
Whoa. This supposed only benefit. You've already noticed that.
Oh my god.
Look at the game. It's gorgeous. Like that's not
This-
this is not the supposed only benefit. It's visually
is-
stunning.
This is selling me on the game more than I already was, frankly. So
Also, if you're the idea of a true Silent Hill fan, I never want to be one. Keep your fucking pants.
Yeah,
he
same.
reminds me. He reminds me of the guys who say like, "Oh, you were never like a FromSoft Dark Souls fan because you didn't do X, Y, or Z, or you didn't play a specific way." Like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
The gameplay. Now I know that I admitted that the gameplay is better in the intro, but I was being somewhat sarcastic because while yes, a Last of Us clone is better than a classic survival horror game in terms of how fun the mechanics are to actually play the game, once
It's not
again I
Last
would
of Us
argue
Yeah, but it's like also more fun.
That is the most subjective thing you can say, my man.
Yeah. Some people really love speedrunning survival horror games with fixed cameras. So,
Mhm.
the point of a survival
I
horror
mean, people
game
like speedrunning any game.
oh yeah, but
Yeah.
like people get
I
thrills.
speedrun Kingdom Hearts sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, you're crazy because that sounds horrifying.
Oh my god. Can you imagine a Silent Hill game with a Kingdom Hearts gameplay style? That'd be amazing.
Okay. No, I'm sold. 100%.
Oh, actually...
I'm still practicing the speedrunning because I mess up with Jafar because Jafar is a little bastard.
Yeah.
You little shit.
Fuck you, Iago.
Yeah.
Is not to have fun shooting things.
not even that. Like base Jafar, like speedrunning with Jafar is so difficult because you have to do like very precise movement. It costs like 8 different steps in the span of like 3 seconds.
Game in terms of how fun the mechanics are to actually play the game. Once again, I would argue the point of a survival horror game is not to have fun shooting things, it's to survive. That's where the fear factor comes from. And the ultimate problem that the Silent Hill 2 remake has is that there is way too much combat for how few enemies there are. And that's not...
he means enemy types, to be clear, but there's a lot of enemies.
Just a problem of repetition, it's also a problem of fear or lack thereof. On normal difficulty, I died 0 times. Yes, 0.
And guess what? My first run through of Silent Hill 2, no deaths either. Fuck you.
It just sounds super elitist of like, oh, the survival horror game has to push me to my limits. I have to use every resource.
Silent Hill 2 was not a nose to the grindstone game unless you cranked the difficulty hard. And even then, it was more of an endurance simulator because all it was rushing past enemies and guzzling health drinks. That's really all it was. And then you fought bosses, you guzzled more health drinks, and then you kept running. In fact, there are, I think, 2 bosses in the game that you don't... at the very least, Pyramid Head, the first Pyramid Head boss fight, you don't even have to fight him in either version of the game. In the very first fight, you just have to wait out a timer on him.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I actually really like that.
Cursed Knight, oh dear, he showed that clip. Too ugly to... Oh. Yeah, that's going to be a... Don't worry, we're going to get to that.
What?
Are you guys familiar with Sargon of Akkad and one of his most infamous tweets?
Can't say that
I know about Sargon. I have not paid attention to him in many years.
He has a very famous tweet that's it's very risky. It's really racy, but it's used very... The context...
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about, yeah.
The context there had some wiggle room. It's sarcastic, whatever. It has a whole... You could break it down as to why it's good or bad as a joke. It's used in here very poorly.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
Over the course of the entire game. And look, the original Silent Hill 2 on normal difficulty is also a fairly easy game. But I don't think it was so easy that I had 25 syringes, the equivalent of the original game being first aid kits, by the end.
Yeah,
you're older and more experienced gamer.
You're older, more experienced. You actually kind of roughly know the layout of the world because you played the original. Things are familiar to you. And you're also in a combat-heavy game where you can dodge. Like, you can actually respond to enemy attacks. Like, there's a number of different reasons. But by the end of the original game, I was flush with health equipment. I could not die if I fucking tried in the original. I think the only exception of that, which is a scene that is replicated in the remake, is a point where you are robbed of all of your equipment. You have to store it all away to get on an elevator that won't accept you over weight capacity, and you go down into a segment where you have no equipment and you have to run away from enemies, and that almost killed me a couple of times.
Well, that sounds actually a really neat story idea of how to get rid of a player's like weapons for like a specific stealth game.
Yeah, I mean you'll learn, but that's the beauty of Silent Hill. They can just make things happen because Silent Hill is it's a ghost town that like manifests shit. So, yeah.
But people being disingenuous and saying that this remake is more difficult than the original just tells me that you are bad at video games. And when there is no challenge in the combat, because you can very easily adapt to the 3 enemy types that only have 1 variation each, So you can very quickly learn when to dodge each attack and then just beat every enemy to death with a fucking pipe. You basically don't even need your guns. Oh yeah, there's a sidestep. You know, that's what Silent Hill really fucking needed. A sidestep with invincibility frames. What is this, fucking Dark Souls? So if we're being really generous, it's 6
Keep
enemy types.
my game series name out your fucking mouth.
I second that. Gonna play Dark Souls 3 soon.
Good man.
Plus a handful
it's-
of bosses and 2 enemy types that show up a few times near the end. And even then, you can ignore one of those enemy types completely. Like I said,
wait.
with Silent Hill really each attack and then just beat every enemy to death with a fucking pipe. You basically don't even need your guns. Oh yeah, there's a sidestep. You know, that's what Silent Hill really fucking needed. A sidestep with invincibility frames. What is this, fucking Dark Souls? So if we're being really generous, it's 6 enemy types, plus a handful of bosses, and 2 enemy types that show up a few times near the end. And
That's way more enemy types than you were listing.
That's more than 3.
That's a lot,
Yeah,
actually.
Yeah. So let me look at the end. Let me think of the enemy
Also-
types. You got nurses, you've got mannequins, you've got the lying bodies. Those are the 3 main ones you'll encounter. There's roaches, which aren't really they nibble at your legs, but you can just squash them. They're not really threats. You've got the I can't remember what they're called. The guys that are underground. The spitters.
Leo said spitters.
Yeah, but spitters are just a variant upon the lying bodies. The
Thumpers.
thumpers are the ones that are under the ground, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, those are ones that are they're actually new the way they're implemented here a lot.
Also, apparently the same number of enemy types and variations are the same in both
Well,
games,
yeah, but
so
like this is where
why?
I think there is a modicum of actual criticism here is because there is much more emphasis on the combat and there's more enemies to fight, it does drag out the game in certain places, and I understand that. That's right. The giant lip hands. That's right. I don't know if the flesh lips counts as a enemy type or a boss. Abstract Daddy the Abstract Daddy turned into just a boss. It used to be become a recurring enemy type afterwards, but then it's just a boss in the remake. So I don't know exactly how to handle that exactly. But yeah, regardless, like there's a lot to it that it feels like being disingenuous. Like that's still a lot of enemy types, and they actually get a lot of use out of them. Like the mannequins in a certain part of the game start to crawl along walls and get out of your reach and shit. They start doing creepy shit. Like they start changing their behaviors as the game goes along. And in Dark World segments, they actually become they get different abilities like the spitters. So it's like there's more going on here that he's not giving credit for.
It's like someone complaining. Oh no, Kaiser first.
Just quickly, and I would imagine that you would need to have less enemy types in a game that is 8 hours long.
Well,
just saying.
Yeah, I was gonna say like they could have added enemy types, but I think he would have okay, what do you want them to do? More enemy types, or I would just say less enemies, but like even then, the way the game is set up, I don't think that's really a route either.
Well, I guess it's like someone complaining about the enemy variety in like RE4 remake, where when you really look at the different enemies in RE4, it's mostly aesthetic changes, but they get like individual pieces of armor / shields or like new weapons to try out.
Yeah, I would say the enemy variety in Resident Evil 4 probably still much stronger, all things considered. Mandarins.
Overall, yes.
That's what they're called, mandarins.
But at the same time, that is specifically more of an action game, and when it comes to sort of like action content sort of things, the variety isn't that much on the face of it.
even then, you can ignore one of those enemy types completely. Like I said, I killed...
You can't really... I mean, like, they're more of a stage hazard than they're an enemy.
Nearly...
Which, let's be clear, the enemies in the original game were more like stage hazards. They were not enemies.
Yeah.
300 enemies by the end
Look
of
at
the
this
game.
gameplay. It's not
For
exactly
frame of
complicated.
reference, I just played the original Silent Hill 2 on hard, and I only killed 81 enemies by the end of the game.
You
The
can run past
dungeons
most of
are
them,
twice
yeah.
as long as the original game each. My total play time ended up being 14 hours, which, depending on how you count gameplay, that is well over twice as long.
I wonder how long it took you to do the fucking puzzles. I don't have much faith in you.
Damn.
As the original Silent Hill 2.
Out of curiosity, are the puzzles in Silent Hill like Resident Evil tier?
Better.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, Silent Hill, because they can be abstract and weird. They can go in weird directions. Unlike Resident Evil, which kind of has to ground itself in someone built this thing. Silent Hill can just be like, oh yeah, by the way, there's deadbolts on a door here now, and there's a lock between them. Who put them there? Well, fuck if I know. Find the code. It's somewhere in this room. Maybe start looking at some moths.
Get looking, bitch.
Necessarily hate that as long as it's quality content being added. As for the dungeons, I was okay with the increased length and the new puzzles and the different items that you had to collect in each one, because it is a reimagining after all. It's nice to do some new things instead of just the same thing again. But so much of that increased length is the combat, and again, you're fighting the same 3 enemy types. Well, okay, you might be wondering, how are the boss fights? Because they're completely redone. Well, I'll be completely honest with you, I'll say they're a mixed bag. Some are definitely improvements, namely the Eddie boss fight I think is much better. But some of the most important ones in the game have become so generic and soulless. Like the Flesh Lips boss turns into a mechanical spider for no reason.
That sounds
the
cool.
Abstract Daddy has a prolonged
That's terrifying.
chase sequence before the boss fight starts, which you could
Okay.
say
Oh,
is
that's even worse.
symbolism for what Angela's dad did to her, but it's still not very fun.
Okay. All right, I have things to say, because
Wait
one,
a second.
the enemies in Silent Hill typically just smack you. They're not really, like, super complicated boss fights to begin with. The Eddie boss fight gets really improved. Like, genuinely, it's probably the best redesign in the entire game. But he just dismisses the massive change they made to the Abstract Daddy boss fight that works so deeply thematically, where the idea, like in the original, you walk into a room, you have Angela crying, being tormented by this weird table-looking monster, and you beat it to death. That's the entire fight. Like, it runs up, it makes out with your face to injure you, and then you run away from it, you shoot it, and then you run around in a circle, basically. The
Does
way
it at
they
least take me out to dinner first?
no, that's part of the problem.
Oh, shame.
Yeah, but the reimagining has you running through a recreation of her house, Angela's house, because this is Angela's demon, re-experiencing effectively what she felt and what she experienced when she was living with her father. This was a brilliant remix of the boss, and actually made it really fucking scary, because it's a smart AI that can, like, when you're trying to juke it around corners and run around, it's actually really smart at being like, well, no, it's just going to be shorter if I go around this way. It's not the most complicated thing in the world, but it definitely catches you off guard with it trying to outthink you a little bit. It's
So-
yes, and brother,
so-
that's a less related thing. But anyway,
But
Also, so Raymond, so you're saying that the gameplay is, mixing well with the story and the themes of the game.
yes,
Isn't that
And-
the thing that he said the game didn't do earlier?
yep.
he also said that, this game does so many things bad. Oh, and then he also said, it's good that, they put new things in.
Okay, but then what gets me is like, it's also listen to what he says about the Angela thing, the Big
yeah.
Daddy boss fight.
Prolonged
here we
chase
go.
sequence before the boss fight starts, which you could say is symbolism for what Angela's dad did to her, but it's still not very fun to actually play.
I wonder if that might be partly intentional.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Re-experiencing someone's fucking trauma was a bit of an issue for people, and it comes through in the game.
Okay, not to quote myself too much, but I'm gonna say the same thing I did in my response to Michaela Orchard. You had the point, Synthetic Man. Okay, you had it. And then you lost it just as fast, you butterfingered moron.
Damn it.
What gets me though, like what's interesting, sorry, I just recently watched someone manage to boot up the game from just the disc as opposed to updating it to 1.03 like it is currently, just off the 1.0. And there's actually changes between the versions of the game. The version in the original version of the boss fight with the Big Daddy and Angela's battle was actually way more fucked up. There's a section where you're running through walls that are made of flesh. And in the unupdated version of the game, the walls are fucking breathing.
Oh, I like that. I like that.
I wish they had kept that. It's not in the updated version. I wish they had kept that because that's fucking metal.
Great.
That reminds me of like the really early version of Don't Starve, like way back before they did Don't Starve together. When you got crazier, you heard whispers, especially in your ear when you are playing with headphones. Just whispers as you're getting crazier, and it's so unnerving. And I'm sad that they took it out.
There is
amazing.
That's actually great. There's a room in this game where you walk in and you just hear unintelligible whispering. It's great. I love that.
Ooh.
And the final boss turns into another mechanical spider in its third form. I mean, really? They didn't have any other ideas? In the case of both Pyramid Head fights, I think Bluebird Team did fine. They're more or less direct translations to how the original fights played out, just with better combat mechanics. Though there is a problem with the first fight, which we'll go into in the censorship section. I also feel like I have to bring up the Closer, which is an enemy type from Silent Hill 3.
No, it's not. This is this is one of those things from under the grating that we saw. This is the Mandarian. I think it's I called it a Mandarin. I think it's a Mandarian. The reason he's making this mistake is because this was an underappreciated. Masahiro Ito thought that this enemy type went underappreciated in Silent Hill 2, so he reused a lot of the design elements to make an enemy type called the Closer from Silent Hill 3. But the Silent Hill 3 Closer operates on a completely, like, it's a quadrupedal creature that uses its two front arms to walk his legs, mainly, and it dangles, like, its human body behind it. He is completely misunderstanding what this is just a Thumper or a Mandarian, but it's on the same level as you. It dangles from the ceiling.
So what you're saying is that Synthetic Man is a fake Silent Hill fan.
Yes.
Holy shit.
Reason. I'm
See,
not
like,
sure if they put this
hangs from the
monster
ceiling
here
constantly.
as a reference for fans, or because they closely resemble the Mandarin enemy type, the ones that cling to the grates. But
It just is a Mandarin. Dumbass.
It just sounds like it sounds like they just made a like enemy type more prominent.
Yeah, they reintroduced it. They remixed it in a new way because in the original you never fought a Mandarin above ground. Is it safe to come back? No, you know what, Zero, it's probably not safe until you beat the game, if I'm being completely honest. I'm sorry, buddy. I think we're like, because we're talking about late game enemy stuff. I know. I'm sorry, man. I told you this is not a stream you could watch for a little bit.
But knowing that the monsters in Silent Hill 2 are supposed to represent aspects of James' psyche, the Closer obviously doesn't fit here, given that Heather Mason is the one that fought these things.
Yeah, because it's not a Closer.
Again, I'm not too torn up about this.
Why aren't you? Why the fuck aren't you?
Yeah, what?
What?
Yeah, aren't you the Mr. freaking Silent Hill Gator motherfucker? Like, why would you not be upset about this?
I was called a tourist, and I want to know why you, the true fan, are not excited.
Yeah, if this
annoyed.
actually were the Closer, which, by the way, if it were the Closer, one thing it'd be doing is trying to stab you because it has little spikes in its arms.
Cool.
Why aren't you more angry about this being included? Like, if this were the thing you think it is, isn't your whole thing about the purity of the original experience? What the fuck is wrong? Like, where is your barometric, my good sir? Also, what was the original final boss-like fight? The original final boss was she flew around in that cage and shot, like, evil butterflies at you. It's a whole symbolic thing. Or is it was moths, sorry. It was either moths or butterflies. I think it actually varies depending on what ending you're going to get. But like she didn't turn into a spider, but like the spider actually diversified the gameplay and made it way more interesting as a final boss. And honestly, it has some allusions to something like, I don't know, a Black Widow, which may actually play into the way the main character sees his wife / Maria in the game. Just saying.
Poison on his life.
It might actually expand the symbology of the characters.
Couldn't be, no.
I thought the boss.
Not at all.
Oh, someone had a thought.
I had to think.
I said couldn't be, no.
Okay, I interrupted someone. I remembered it. Okay.
Fight was okay, but it's certainly worth noting at the very least. So again, if you're somehow missing the point here, not only is there 3 times as much combat as the original game, but it becomes incredibly boring and repetitive before the halfway point. I don't know what the hell Bloober Team was thinking, turning Silent Hill 2 into Resident Evil, but let me just tell you, it absolutely takes away from the experience.
You know what? This is like, while it is subjective, I'm not going to harsh him for thinking this way about the combat in the game. I don't think he's necessarily wrong on that. If you felt the gameplay got tiring and stale, and there was a lack of enemy variety that you thought was interesting, fair enough. That's a fair enough complaint, but you're taking it beyond where it needs to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Find it very funny how many people are praising this remake when one of the primary criticisms of Silent Hill Homecoming back in the day was that it had a much larger focus on combat in a game that's supposed to be about surreal horror and building up tension. You know what ruins tension more than anything? Fighting the same enemies every 5 minutes.
Okay, so maybe they took notes from the way that Silent Hill Homecoming did things, and were like, they might have been onto something, they just didn't do it right. Learning from past mistakes? Maybe?
Also, the keep thing, he keeps harping on about there's not much enemy variety. There's not much enemy variety. There's not much enemy variety in Dead Space. I don't hear people complain about that either.
Yeah.
Okay, but like, here's something that I want to know. If he doesn't want to have that much combat in the first place, why is he bitching about enemy variety?
That is a great point.
But he's saying that there's too many enemies that just get in the way. That they're basically saying there's just too many enemies and you can't really avoid them. I think I'm trying to steelman him here. So
that sounds
okay,
like,
but like
it's a two-pronged argument.
Is it more impossible to avoid these enemies like you could in the original game? Like, is it absolutely impossible to do that?
It's not impossible. It is more difficult because enemies can now come through doors. They can actually go through areas like they couldn't in the original. And the...
Okay, so they made it more difficult. What are you complaining about? I thought that real gamers liked it when video games were hard. I thought that only tourist normies liked video games to be easy.
Well, then his follow-up is, as a result, I must then engage them in combat, and because I found the combat got stale, it made for a repetitive experience. Which
You can still choose to not engage in that combat, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's wrong for having this opinion, but I think he's laying it on way too thick. If that's a lot of his problem when it comes down to trying to barometric. Although a lot of his problem is also wrongly diagnosing things. So this is something that
I'm just saying.
This is a sentiment that a lot of people apparently have had about the game being a little too action heavy and a little too long. That's just like a common thing that I have heard about the remake.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, these things are very weird when you think about them in sequence like this. You're saying that there is no enemy variety, but you don't want to have a lot of combat in the game in the first place, so what the fuck does it matter if there's a lack of enemy variety? But you can still avoid the enemies even though that it's more difficult. But I know for a fact that guys like these prefer the games in general to be difficult in the first place. So like it just seems very contradictory.
Yeah.
100%. It's just
Yeah.
it feels too scatterbrained. It's not focused.
Yeah, no,
enough to
this
really...
does not feel
Yeah,
like a
very
he
much
didn't
so.
write this.
And he,
Yeah.
like, he said earlier before that,
I'll be
like,
right back,
oh,
guys.
you know, okay.
Free.
He said earlier before that, like, oh, you know, I had, I'm not sure if I, you know, said everything correctly that I wanted to say, that I wanted to convey in the review section, which makes me think, did you just like just record these other sections of the video first and then made the beginning section?
It's also
Why
a
would you
case-
do that?
It's also just a simple case of like that was the review section. There wasn't like, as much as I think it's like not the best way to do it, you could like throwing up like part 1 review, part 2 this,
Yeah.
part 3 this, like just so we know which sections. Like I could not tell which part he was on in between his bitching.
Well, okay, here's the you know, shadow boxing section. Here's the trauma dumping bullying section.
Oh yes, indeed.
Here is the low-key gooning section, and then there's the shadow boxing section again. Yeah.
Oh boy, that particular section is going to well, I'll just say this. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to hear Twilight from here.
Oh, I'm not ready.
Nor am I.
Yeah.
I have issues with this too.
Oh man, it's gonna be a riot. How are you doing, chat? By the way, chat.
Oh yeah, I haven't looked at chat in a while.
They're having a good back and forth overall of
more awake in this section. You might be right. Well, goddamn, dude.
they're just going off about different things. It's like but there is one section, Twilight. If someone doesn't like combat, but it's kind of unavoidable to be in a fair set of cases, a decent amount of enemy variety would likely make it a bit more bearable. But at the same time, the
yeah, but they didn't. He, like, from my understanding, it's not unavoidable. It's just more difficult to avoid it, which means that it's not impossible. Which means that if it's unavoidable to you, then that's a skill issue.
skill issue.
Nothing is impossible.
And he was complaining about people not being skilled enough in these games in order to do shit. So again, like he's looking in a mirror and bitching at the person that he sees and doesn't realize that it's him because he hasn't looked at himself in a while.
He looks at the mirror and says, you're not a real gamer."
There are several people in this world that I would just love to dump into Silent Hill and see what happens. I think we get some interesting stories out of it. I think he doesn't like Eddie in this game, and I think I know why. We'll see.
Speaking of horror, let's talk about that a little bit. I think this remake is not scary in the least, and a big part of that is the combat aspect I just talked about, so I won't cover that again. But I also think there were a few deliberate choices made in this remake that definitely make the game less scary. The most obvious one being the over-the-shoulder camera. I know some people are just going to blatantly disagree with this, and at the end of the day, it just comes down to personal opinion, I guess. But I think there is something inherently scary about fixed camera angles. When you can't see directly in front of you and you know a monster is in the room, not just because of your radio, but the thing is making weird noises somewhere that you can't even see, that's scary. The closest this game comes to replicating something like that is hiding the mannequin enemies around every corner. After a certain point, it's just an annoyance more than anything else. As a joke, I was calling the mannequin enemies legs, and these fucking legs are my arch nemesis throughout the playthrough. Every time I'm just exploring around, gathering supplies, trying to figure out where to go, I'd get jumped out of nowhere over and over and over again. You can't do this.
They were like that in the original!
This whole thing of just this game isn't scary in the least. That is entirely personal preference. I didn't find the Dead Space remake that overly scary, but I'm also someone who thinks that the John Carpenter's thing is fucking amazing, and more films need to be like that. If Twilight was playing the Dead Space remake, I'm pretty sure a lot would get her.
Oh yeah, absolutely. She would be screaming every other minute. It is a spoopy game with a lot of jump scares. So
I'm being bullied.
My buddy Zero has sent in a clip of him and his experience with the horror of this series. Now, unfortunately, Kaiser's stream is dead, so it's kind of blocking part of the view. Kaiser, is everything okay there, buddy? Kaiser?
He is not
Kaiser?
here.
Kaiser?
The Kaiser is gone.
Kaiser?
There never was a Kaiser.
Okay, well, we'll try.
Kaiser, I'll speak in your language. 10010010101.
All right, sorry guys. Synthetic Man's point was so fucking bad it literally messed up Discord for me. Here's what I was trying to say.
You can't script this shit, man.
You can't. You really can't.
Did it happen again?
Yes.
Yes.
Right as you were saying. Literally,
Okay.
Here's what I was trying to say.
Synthetic. Okay, Synthetic Man, you're contradicting yourself. Oh, enemies popping out of nowhere in the first game? Good. Them doing the same thing in the second game? Oh, no! Like,
Yep.
bro, what are you doing?
All right. So this is Zero's experience.
So we used it.
Oh,
Okay.
by the way, sorry. It's not. I can't stream it through Watch Together. You guys have to watch it on the stream. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I got it. No worries. I'm there.
Yeah, okay.
Today,
Yeah, I could see it.
I'm looking for clock pieces, I think. Holy shit! The light is off! What is this? What is happening? I can't see! Woo! Fuck off!
The fuck off right as he shoots it. Oh, that's gold. That is gold.
Why did it do that? What the fuck, game?
But yeah. Thank you, Zero, for your contribution. That was
my
wonderful.
All right.
That was glorious.
Yeah, so
But
fuck
yeah,
off, Synthetic Man. Fuck off.
Yeah, you can make over the shoulder stuff like scary. I would imagine so. It's just a camera angle. Like, what the fuck?
I mean,
Same
sorry. I had a
trick
point. but I
20
lost it.
times and expect it to still be scary. The lack of fixed cameras also makes several iconic shots from the original game completely ruined. I'm not going to go into autistic detail with this.
No,
but there is
please.
one obvious example that trumps the rest. An example that ruins
Yep,
the
this one
entire scene.
I think is
At the
fair.
end of the hospital, you'll remember that Pyramid Head chases you down a series of narrow hallways while Maria is following closely behind you. And this
I will contest Maria being closely behind. She is kind of lagging here, buddy.
scene comes out of nowhere. There's basically no build up to it.
Yikes.
It just kind of happens, and it's legitimately pretty scary the first time you play the game. In the remake, it turns into a generic cinematic slop sequence where Maria is in front of you instead of behind you. You can't even see Pyramid Head chase you, because why would you ever turn around? And because the hallways are so much larger, it removes the sense of claustrophobia, and there's a scripted part where Pyramid Head just Kool-Aid mans through the wall. It feels so fake. This is like the ultimate gameplay example of Bloober Team being fucking hacks. Anyone who defends this part has not played the original game. Period. Now,
I think he obviously got overzealous there. I think they were just more married to the gameplay limitation of keeping the camera behind James at all times. I don't think they're hacks. I think they couldn't figure out a way to cut away to a camera angle that would have completely disoriented the player.
And to give a bit of benefit to the doubt to the new version, knowing that something big, terrifying is behind you is still like we'll still get that fight response of just fuck.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
Totally.
There,
100%.
oh, absolutely. But I think like there's a lot that's lost thematically because there is actually a purpose to the placement of Maria being behind you in that scene. I don't know if the game was glitching out there or if it just wasn't programmed to the best to begin with her like running up against Pyramid Head the entire time. I don't think that was intentional. But I think there was something lost in that scene as a result of the change in camera angle. And I think it's fair to criticize that. However, I do not in any way think it's a signal that they were hacks. That is uncalled for. I think they did the best that they could without having to completely fuck over the player.
Yeah, I really don't like these uncharitable expletives. It's just so childish.
He's going all if you were like talking about the thematic parts of it, Raymond, I would 100% agree with you and I'd take your opinion, but his whole thing is like on horror and that's my like contention. It's so
Okay.
like you don't want to, when you again with something big and behind you, the whole idea of do I turn around to see how close it is and then realizing shit it's right on me, like that the yes or no of do I actually take the time to do that is a like scare-inducing thing in and of itself. It's a classic horror technique.
I do think he touched upon some of the thematic stuff because the claustrophobia comment about Maria running in front of you, because you'll notice they're actually in the remake if you watch closely.
Oh yeah, I see it.
This is like the ultimate
swapping
gameplay
between
example
the gameplay and the
of
cutscene.
Bloober Team being
when they approach
fucking
the elevator at
hacks.
the end.
Anyone who defends this part has not played the original game.
Maria suddenly behind James. They have to put her. So it's like there is something there that I don't think they intended. I think there was just they couldn't get this part right. That said, again, I don't think he's being as charitable as he's not being anywhere near charitable enough to them in this circumstance. I 100%. Think it's an unfortunate failure to adapt. I think that's a fair criticism, but I don't think it kills anything. Again, it goes back to literally the worst things about the remake, or the weakest parts, are everything revolving around Pyramid Head for me. It's like, and he's not really in the game all that much. He's actually not all that present. He just shows up a couple of times.
Yeah, but he's the iconic part. It's like Hannibal Lecter in Silent Hill. Not Silence of the Lambs, my god.
My god, Hannibal Lecter in Silent Hill. That would be a movie. Holy shit.
That actually would fuck. That would fuck.
Game. Period. Now, a lot of the other elements that make this game less scary are subtle things, especially things that you wouldn't even notice if you haven't played the original a long time. A great example that some of you have probably already seen is the side-by-side comparison of the cutscene where you meet Maria inside of Toluca Prison. How the hell did they miss the point this hard? It is obvious that the harsh lighting covering up her eyes is on purpose to make this scene creepy. You know something is wrong, especially since, spoiler, you saw her die to Pyramid Head in the hospital, and yet look, she's right here. The new scene isn't creepy at all.
I did not think that was creepy because her eyes were obscured. I just thought that was a really bad thing from the PS1, and that I thought that the thing that made the scene bad was that she was sitting still instead of moving around, which I was like, I don't know why you think that that's worse. I think that it's creepy. I think that it's creepier that she doesn't move. So like I'm glad that he at least explained why he thought that it was bad, but that's not what I focused on.
Yeah, I think it's a wash, if I'm being honest. Like, I could take either version of the scene.
The eyes
back in-
didn't even look that obscured either to me in the original. I don't know.
and this just might be my film brain going off. Like, both of them have really dynamic and cinematic lighting. Like, even in the spot right here, having the light, like, and James's hair, like, darkening one eye. It's sort of like he's only partway seeing the truth of things
Yep.
because he's only partway gone through things. Like, you can do a lot with this sort of like lighting and cinematography. That you don't discount it.
Yeah. It's a good scene. The most people would actually, there's a lot of people that point to the latter half of the scene where the delivery of the lines comes into play, where Maria actually gets very acerbic towards James, very like taunting or brutal, and it's a little bit muted in the remake, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I actually think that's a little more insidious in some ways. I think the core of the characters are maintained and their deliveries are tweaked, but they're still the same characters. They're just delivered slightly differently. And I don't think that's a bad thing, strictly speaking. They're not going to be the same characters. Well, actually, we'll get it. I have even more information on that.
All, and part of that is due to the voice acting as well,
did you know?
which we'll get to later.
Okay.
And another thing I almost don't even want to talk about because it is borderline heartbreaking, and I am not being hyperbolic here. I legitimately do not understand why they did this, is how they butchered the original soundtrack. And they didn't screw it up in the way you think, because Akira Yamaoka came back for this remake. So the music itself is still awesome. A lot of the tracks are reused, some of them are arranged, and when there's actual music playing, most of the time it's great. Now, over the course of editing this, I did notice that there's actually quite a few rooms in the original Silent Hill 2 that have no background music, and the remake isn't quite as quiet as I remembered while I was playing it, but at the same time, I think the lack of soundtrack is used in all of the wrong places. Like I said, I'm not going to go into autistic detail on this, and you're free to disagree with me. But even when they're playing some of the creepy tracks from the original, the background music is just quieter.
Not by much.
I don't hear the difference too much.
Yeah, I didn't really hear the difference.
The music, the song itself was different, where it had the original had a harsher tone to it. The newer one was a little smoother.
Yeah.
Well, the newer one comes off as sort of like a heartbeat
Yeah.
of things, while the original is like this just thrumming of something coming towards you.
And with these two examples, it sounded the same.
I'm not actually noticing, like,
What?
Yeah,
I don't get it.
And I had
like the mixing is different. I'm not going to deny that. I think there's like more emphasis being put on different parts in these versions of the song, but I don't think that's a problem.
Yeah, the banging is like louder
sharper
and mixed harder and sharper. But like,
Right.
okay.
And even then, that's a very thin difference. Like the first example, okay, I can kind of see it. But with the other two comparisons that you made, it's like,
Well, the second
there
one he said was the
barely
closest.
that much of a difference.
He did say the second one was the closest, but he had the bass boosted. Well, that's another thing, though. I don't think Silent Hill 2 original had a volume slider for any of the different components, where I'm pretty sure the remake does, which is a thing most gamers expect as like the main, as a requisite like feature.
Quality of life, yeah.
Quality of life.
Right.
all of the volume sliders maxed out, so I guess the only way to fix this yourself is to lower the volume of everything else and then crank it up with a mixer, or if you have speakers attached to your computer or something. It's just a
Or you could just do it in the game.
Yeah,
You
there
could do
are
that.
there are volume sliders in the fucking game, you dingus. What the
roundabout
fuck?
way of saying that the volume mixing is kind of bad in this game. I feel like
Because they give you the option to change it.
No, No, the mixing is bad. You have the power to change it.
It's bad
You should
because
never
you're
have
bad
been
at
given
it.
You've never been given that power, Celtic Phoenix.
Like, if the horror soundtrack was such an integral part of the experience, why did they make the music more quiet in the remake? And there's some other examples I could name of the game just being generally less scary or surreal or nightmarish in nature, like the mannequins moaning like a woman, and it's not even distorted, by the way. Yes, the enemies of Silent Hill 2 made noises when you hit them, but it still sounded like a monster.
Okay, so this might
I
just be
heard-
my,
I heard the little.
Yeah, I
yeah,
heard it.
same. And this might just be my inexperience with the franchise sort of thing, but like, can't you read the thematicness into the fact that yes, James did kill his wife, and he's like literally beating simulacrums of different people, different women he's known throughout his life, and they sound human.
Yeah,
These things that clearly aren't human sound human.
Yeah, and that's like, I actually find it way more fucking disturbing hearing a woman's like cry or moan, like kind of a pseudo moan cry coming out of this thing when I beat it with nails and 2x4s. Like, that's creepier. That's more unsettling. This isn't the fucking the patient from Silent Hill 4 where you're hearing every time you hit them. Or
It could come down to just personal preference, but I see the strengths of the like both the original and the remake. So
Yeah, they're just going
what's the
for
issue?
different shit. They're just going.
I feel like I've already
for
said
different
this like
things.
3 times this video, but I'm not going to go into any more unnecessary detail on this. If for some reason you've played the original and you somehow think the remake is just as scary, good for you. I don't believe you. I really don't, but I guess that's
Shut
just
up.
your opinion.
Oh, fuck
Now let's
off.
move on
Okay,
to
it's my freaking brain. My brain is scared of this game. How the fuck can you say you don't fucking believe me, dude? It's my didn't you literally just say? You see, this is again that fucking hashtag subjective doublespeak. I love it, people. Anyone who says that shit in their video is usually the first motherfucker to contradict themselves in the same goddamn section.
You made a nearly hour-long video on this game, but I don't believe that you actually like it. I believe that the only reason why you created this video and complaining about the game was specifically to make content for your channel so that you can make a lot of money, catering to people who would feel the same way. There, you see? It's so easy to say such things.
Exactly. And this is the kind of shit that like you yourself hate it when people are misconstruing you or saying, oh, you were bitching and moaning about, I don't know, random people on Twitter taking you the wrong way. How can you blame them when this is how you're treating just people watching your video?
And like, let's get this clear. I think he played this out of obligation. I don't think he actually wanted to play Silent Hill. I think he actually was so angry they were remaking Silent Hill 2. I don't think he went in trying to give it a fair shot. I think he went in looking for problems.
Probably.
He doesn't want
Would
solutions.
not be surprised.
He wants problems always.
something that's less subjective. Let's talk about censorship, because there's been a hell of a lot of gaslighting going on over the past week.
Oh,
a lot of people claiming that nothing has been censored when that is just objectively false. So we're just going to start off with the best example of this, the cutscene right before the first Pyramid Head.
Yep, this is actually kind of a fair point, I think, but we'll see. This comparison.
Yeah,
Battle.
like
Yeah, we get it.
we talked about that earlier, and I think that that's fair.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, as it's just, are you not showing the other one? Because the other one kind of censored too. God, the battle theme for him just fucking slaps.
Oh, that's so cool.
There's also two notable pieces of
seeing that in better context, the fact that they blurred it out, it does make it look like fellatio was going on behind the giant cleaver.
Yeah.
It's the sounds, isn't it?
Yeah, it's something like that.
I don't know. I mean, you can. I don't. Not gonna say you couldn't see that, but I'm not seeing it myself. Fun fact about the cleaver: it's actually supposed to be a pair of giants, one half of a giant pair of scissors.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was a detail they never
sweet.
actually like. They were supposed to give you it as an optional weapon later in the game. The other pair, just like there's the whole mirroring between Pyramid Head and James.
Yeah.
But they couldn't actually model the other half, so they just give you the original. So it's just a giant cleaver as opposed to giant pair of scissors. But yeah, so anyone questions you, James and Pyramid Head are Satsuki and Ryuga Matoi.
I personally accept this as my headcanon.
There's actually
headcanon.
there's a very clever reference to it early in the game, next to a note. If you play this game, I hope you find it.
Oh my god, that sounds amazing.
It's very subtle, or it's just not basic, I guess.
There's also two notable pieces of censorship around Maria's character. The first being when she bends over to pick a lock. In the original, James clearly stares at her ass, which I'm going to argue is actually a defining character moment for him. James Sunderland is not a good person. And look, I'll just say
Okay, so that's the original scene. Here's this scene.
spoilers again, even though I'm assuming everyone here has played this game or at least already been spoiled on the story. He killed his wife. But oh no, it's problematic. He stares at a woman's ass. We can't let anybody see that.
Okay, so first of all,
I can-
don't pay attention to his words here because we'll get to his words later. Those two scenes back to back. What was James doing?
Waiting?
Yeah.
The way that I
think
read that
he's
was he was just
looking
trying to
around
see what
there.
the fuck she was doing because it's not really clear what the fuck she's doing. Like, I'm gonna.
I don't.
So here's the original. We'll go back.
Yeah,
to
like
the
it was in the original. It was very, very apparent because he's like,
There's also two notable
he's leaning over, so it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
pieces of censorship
So,
around Maria's character. The first being when she bends over to pick a lock. In the
looking at her leg.
original, James
Wait,
clearly
wait.
stares at her ass.
Yeah, he
which
leaned to
I'm
the
going
left.
to argue
If
is
she was trying to
actually
look at
a
her
defining
ass,
character
he would lean to the right.
He also tries to look at her cleavage afterward. She is reaching into her bra.
I'm so sorry. Okay, so eyes would go there. Yes, congratulations.
Dude, what?
Not
If
only
he
that.
wanted to look at her cleavage for no reason, he could have done that the moment that she had turned around before she turned away again to take something out of her cleavage.
Yeah.
He's not doing it to be horny for no reason.
If you guys
locked.
will turn your
Yeah.
attention to the screen as opposed to anything else.
Okay, yeah.
Wait.
There we go.
Okay.
I have behind the scenes of the original Silent Hill 2. Because little known fact, Silent Hill 2 was one of the, if not, I think it was one of the earliest, if not the earliest game to utilize motion capture for its animation process.
Shit. Okay.
So the actors were actually acting out the scenes. And this is one reason why when they did the HD collection, when they did the new voices, the voices didn't quite seem to line up. Not only were the deliveries just kind of absent direction, but the actual lines that they had in the game were delivered on stage while the person was actually fully acting. It wasn't just voice acting. So what we have here is the original version of the scene in the studio.
So
It really does look like he's trying to pay attention to what she's doing, not just trying to be horny.
Yeah.
What the fuck? If
more
he
than
was
that,
trying to
like-
look at her ass, she would look to the right, not
Yeah.
the left.
and he's clearly like looking over, like, oh, you got something from your leg and you're like hiding it from me and you used it to unlock. What is that?
Yeah.
That's how it comes off to me personally.
So, a couple of things here. One, in all of the sexual imagery we see from James, it's legs that he's interested in to begin with. Legs. Notice the only character I think that has like exaggerated breasts are the nurses. And I don't even know if they have asses, because I'm looking at Maria right now and I'm like, what ass is he looking at? My God, she's flat as a board back there. That's a joke. But like, I find this man not reading the fucking situation really funny.
Moment for
Now,
him.
here's the
James
follow-up.
Sunderland is not a good person. And look, I'll
We'll come back to that comment, but here's in the remake.
just say spoilers again, even though I'm assuming everyone here has played this game or at least already been spoiled on the story. He killed his wife, but oh no, it's problematic. He stares at a woman's ass. We can't let anybody see that. People might spurg out.
Now, they changed this scene. They changed this scene so that it's shorter, and Maria is getting right to the point, pulling out the key from her chest.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. Okay? It means he doesn't look at her. They added a scene where she tempts him with a pole dance. Like, they go into a club, there is a pole there, and she leans up against it sensually and is like, would you like, want me to dance or something like that? She makes a comment to the effect, and he's like, nah. They also added I think the same scene, references to his own struggles with alcohol. So it's like, okay, fine. They damaged this scene. Unfortunate. Maria is no longer being as sensual here. She's being plenty sensual elsewhere, and she's also introducing an element that was previously not very well explored. So it's like, motherfucker.
Yeah, so if the whole idea is like censorship, I feel, it's like the meme, mission failed, we'll get him next time. You know what I mean?
The monsters in Silent Hill 2 are sexual for a reason. They represent parts of his psyche. James is basically a coomer. So yeah.
I also need to make a comment here, because every monster in the game is not just based on general women horny. They're all based on his wife. Every monster he comes across is specifically his wife. He is not a coomer, okay? He's a simp. Get it right.
It's also a
so he's
case.
Gendo Ikari, got it.
Well, no one's Gendo Ikari except Gendo Ikari, but
no, actually, it's probably on the same lines, if I'm being honest, but go for it.
But the thing that I was like to add on to this, you see Pyramid Head, and I'm sorry, Pyramid Head is a giant slab of fucking beef. Like, holy.
Well,
I struggle to put myself into even a tenth of what that guy looks like, and that's just like his own inadequacies. Like, he's a guy with, one, depression, and two, like, he's a simp for his wife, and also looks at himself and probably thinks you're not good enough.
There's actually a lot more to Pyramid Head involving like the town and like James being influenced by images he saw here of like executioners. It's actually, there's a lot that goes into like, Silent Hill is great where a lot of the different designs and creatures and symbolism pull from different aspects of the character and then fuse together into something monstrous. So like the nurses, for example, obviously represent the nurses at the hospital while his wife was under care. They are partly representative of that, but they resemble his wife. But then they have these gross, like mutilated bubble faces that you can't see. That's why they're called the bubblehead nurses. But that's because more and more he couldn't bear to look at his wife. So more and more their faces are just these like things that you shouldn't want to look at. Like, you don't want to see these cancerous masses. It's like there's a lot going on there in these designs, and that's kind of the brilliance of the Silent Hill franchise. So it's like this guy is missing a lot of the depth of the argument. He's such a shallow person.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, it seems like it.
again.
Yeah.
I am just more and more being sold on this game.
Yes, him staring at Maria's ass is an important
Why don't we
character
just all
moment that
buy
they
this
removed.
game-ass
Now let's
fight
talk
against
about
this
a
guy?
gameplay
Okay, so also he mentioned
I
that.
had no idea what Kaiser said because he was speaking over this guy.
Oh, sorry.
What?
What's Kaiser?
Oh, I think Discord lagged me again because I didn't even hear it.
Oh. Well, I was going to say, he also then said that James isn't a good person. James is a complicated person. He's not a bad person. He's like, he killed his
He's a
wife.
person.
He is a person that went through a really stressful situation and made a horrific decision. And the entire game is him struggling with his guilt. The man is in a fucking mental, like, having a mental breakdown, struggling with his own guilt, remorse, and all these other horrible emotions because at the end of the day, he just wanted his wife and his life back and couldn't accept that she was dying. Like, he's not a bad person. He is a good person that went through a tragic circumstance and made a bad decision, and he's paying the consequences of that decision.
So he's a human character.
Yeah.
He is human.
James is basically a
The concept.
tumor. So yes, him staring at Maria's ass is an important character moment that they removed. Now let's talk
Which
about a
didn't happen.
gameplay element that they censored. You can't hurt Maria anymore. I don't know how the hell all the people who claim
What?
to have played the original
This actually, I hate to say it, this actually is kind of a point. We'll get to it. Hopefully, I can't remember if he explains it thoroughly enough. I will elaborate if he doesn't.
game. Forgot about
Okay.
this one. But yes, you can actually hurt and kill Maria, and it gives you a game over in the original Silent Hill 2. Now, I get the feeling that the defense for this is going to be, oh, I thought everyone hated escort missions. Here's the thing. You only defend Maria for about 20 to 30 minutes of gameplay in the original, and there's a very low chance for dying outside of the Pyramid Head chase on hard difficulty, which is absolutely infuriating, by the way. I can vouch for that since I just played the game on
But I don't even know what's
for
happening
this review.
So-
The
I've
devs
never seen this
obviously didn't
high-level
test that
game.
part
What
on
the
hard
fuck?
mode, but that's
here. I kind of fucking love this.
I kind of,
Dude, you know what that
this.
looks like? You know what that looks like? It's literally when you use the hammer in Smash Bros.
The thing that was going through my head was just, we can dance if we want to.
Yeah. Okay, so he's not really elaborating on it, but one of the gameplay elements that determine what ending you get is how injured Maria becomes, and how much you take care of her, how much you care for her effectively when you're escorting her. Removing the ability to harm her. If people want to intentionally harm her and change the ending they're going to get, there's an argument to be made there about the mechanical depth you're allowed to have there, and the fact that she can be injured by stray fire when you're in the middle of a fight. There's an argument to be made there, I think. I don't think he's making it particularly well, because he's going straight to, you can kill her and get a game over, and it's like, why would you want to do that?
Yeah, why?
sounds like
wouldn't
a-
that make like you're supposed to be arguing against the point that people hate escort missions, right? Isn't this the kind of shit that people hate about escort missions?
Yeah.
So you're just presenting them with more of the thing that they hate.
besides the
I'm
point.
sorry, what
In
part of this point was good again?
I don't know what.
Every other part of the game, Maria has pretty much a 0% chance of dying. But the fact that you can kill her makes the game feel a lot more interactive and is sort of a red herring to lead you away from the possibility that she is completely fake, like she doesn't actually exist.
She does exist!
But
That's a
Hold
big
on.
part of the game. She's not just a manifestation of the town. She does actually exist, and that's why the ending happens the way it does. Oh God, he does not see this. Oh,
No.
he isn't a real Silent Hill 2 fan.
he's not.
Nope.
We
Yeah.
revoke his card.
Yeah, motherfucker, did you play Born from a Wish? No, you didn't. It's only an hour long, man. It's not that hard to get.
Clearly, at the very least, James believes that she is a real person, not cooked up by the town of Silent Hill. But no, it's problematic to let gamers kill women unless they're badass and brave female enemies in a Ubisoft game or something. And of course,
the fuck are you on about,
What?
my dude?
I had no idea. Like this
What?
is the most bizarre fucking argument I have heard. Like this is the where like,
Ugh.
oh god, this is gonna be fascinating to peel apart his brain.
This,
Like you're not making any of the arguments that I would have approached. I'm like, okay, well, it means that mechanically you can change the ending. It means that it actually creates a risk in the middle of combat if you're not careful. Like there are elements here. I found it interesting his argument that like being able to kill her made it feel more interactive. There is, I think, something to that argument, but then you're like, I just want to kill women.
Yeah, this guy in chat says it correctly. Not hitting your wife stand-in is DEI, apparently.
Sora Heart says, ever
I'm
since I
sorry.
turned 30, I prefer retro games over remakes, but it doesn't mean I don't like remakes if they're made well. I'm playing one right now. Excellent.
yes,
For real?
congratulations. Cool stuff.
Congrats, man. And thanks
Yep.
for the 5.
Uh
But yeah, I can't do Chris Brown Simulator.
kill. But no,
Ugh.
it's problematic to
game.
let gamers kill women unless they're badass and brave female enemies in a Ubisoft game or something. And of course, the elephant in the room, talking about Maria, is her costume. It's obviously less sexual than the original, and they even show off the original costume when you visit a motel, as if to
I mean,
mock
that's
players
debatable,
of
buddy.
the
You know
original
what they
game.
say, less
Hey.
is more.
But-
You think I'd look good in this one?
Or more or less.
Okay, so interesting fact. Oh, who was it based on? Was it Angelina Jolie? Maria's original outfit was based, I want to say, on Angelina Jolie at the 2000 Emmys or Oscars, something like that.
Oh. Probably Emmys.
Now consider this. Silent Hill 2 takes place in the early 1980s. It's never really directly stated, but like you can tell from the make and model of cars and certain items you find around the game and certain notes. So changing her design to be more in line with the fashion from the 80s works. Also, she is drop dead gorgeous in that fucking leather getup. All right, do not
Yeah,
tell
right.
me that she is not
so-
sexy in that.
There's, it's
Christina Aguilera,
ja-
thank you.
it's the
Christina.
jacket over everything else. I'm sorry, my dude. Like, who you
Yeah,
looking
that's
at? Because
still a
clearly
10.
you wouldn't.
Oh, it could also be on a rights issue too. Yes, I think that would also
Oh.
that could be it too.
That makes sense. That makes sense. But it's just the sense of like someone like this talks to you in the middle of the street. Don't lie, you'd stutter.
100%.
Dude, he'd run.
no,
A woman speaking to me?
wait, Raymond. Let's get this right. She would run.
Kaiser. She could bench press him.
What I wouldn't give to see
Raymond.
something like that.
We don't know.
Okay, fair.
he smelled.
I was gonna say fair. He probably has slime.
Ew.
Yeah.
Anyway, I thought this was a cute way to get the outfit still in there and reference it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Not quite the ringing endorsement, but hey, I'll take it.
Once again,
And she uses it to be flirty with him. Like it's cute.
Right.
And it
That's
kind of
kind
goes
of
towards that.
nice.
Like the way that she's supposed to be manipulating him.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
literally him. Like, I'm going through a lot right now. This is a distraction, but I am not mentally ill here, babe.
Yeah.
missing the point that Maria is effectively a succubus. And man, I don't know if this
Huh?
qualifies as
Yeah, it's a whole thing. I don't know if
Okay.
I don't know if I want to spoil it if you're going to play this game.
censorship or not,
Alright.
but speaking of elephants in the room, we have to talk about the ugly women in this game. Oh,
Here
boy,
we go.
This is always my favorite
Oh,
topic
boy.
because it causes such a knee-jerk reaction in a certain group of
Because
people.
as we know, you can only be sexually attracted to women if they are hot. You can't be sexually attracted to someone for any other reason other than their physical appearances, you are a shallow piece of shit.
Also, her face is like slightly pudgy, man. Come on, just
Well, that-
get out there,
Okay.
please.
Congratulations. If that's the worst you got, then come the fuck on.
Open image in new tab, and then Maria. If I can get a good side by side of Maria. And then Mary.
Shit.
Are we not getting a? Is there no Mary side by side? Okay, there is. Okay. All right.
Sweet.
So, I'll put these in chat for you guys, so you can
Thanks
Sure.
much. I appreciate it.
Copy image. Angela, Maria, and Mary. They're not, unfortunately, from the same
Also,
source.
this dude has a terrible hot rating system. Yeah, fuck it, clearly, dude.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Original remake.
So let's start with the character he's talking about currently. Actually, let me see. I need to go back to
Ugh.
Angela. Okay, so interesting question. How old would you say the woman on the left is?
Late teenager, early 20s.
Okay, and on the right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
mid-20s.
mid 20s, late 20s.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. What if I told you she's supposed to be 19?
Really?
Yes.
Huh.
Okay, then probably the one on the right makes way more sense than
Yeah.
to me.
Honestly, yes.
Even though you guys said that she looked older.
Weirdly enough, yes.
Oh no! When I said mid-20s, I was talking about the first one.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
that's me. Then it's me going here.
All right. We'll get to
I-
this into. Oh, you go, Twilight.
I was just gonna say, like, we are talking about the wife, right? The one with the brown hair.
No.
The first one?
We're talking about the very first one. Is Angela, who is the girl he encountered in the graveyard, not his wife.
Okay. Well, I'm just basing it off of like the order that the pictures are in. So the big one is what I was looking at.
Which way were? Yeah, the very first one. Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah. I was just gonna make a comment of like the original one, how blue her lips are.
It is
Oh.
very blue.
Is
Yeah,
that-
this woman ain't alive.
Now let's talk about Maria briefly here, who is the next one, the blonde.
The original is so fucking creepy. She does not look like a person.
Yeah, jeez.
That's not a person.
I didn't realize it because, like, I do have a little bit of a problem with how wide they made her jaw at the back, but it is wider in the original than I remembered. I still think they probably could have toned it down a little bit, giving her a bit of a tighter facial feature. But like overall, I actually really like the redesign.
Yeah,
I don't see the
She
issue.
looks less like a vampire.
Yeah,
there's
she does look very creepy and inhuman in the original. I think it is mostly that her eyes are so unnaturally bright and blue, and she almost has a Glasgow grin going on,
Yeah,
and that just makes her very unsettling to look at.
Well,
Whereas,
I wonder how much of it is design versus like how they could implement in the graphics at the time. This is like early PS2 era, so
yeah, but even so, like I don't think looking at the face of the other woman, the wife, I don't think that you can make that same argument for that, because she doesn't have that kind of uncanny valley-ness to her in the original. But this one, no, there is something unsettling about her, and you can make the argument that that's kind of the point, because you said that she's kind of a succubus character.
well, he said it, but it's true. She has a succubus element to her.
Yeah.
Sweet.
But in the remake, she does look like a regular human, so you could make the argument that it kind of is coming like it kind of surprises you with that element because she does just look so much like a normal human being, whereas right off the bat from this you don't really feel comfortable around the original version of her.
Yeah, it's much more subversive this way. Makes it much more
Is her
interesting
head
to
a
kinda
little bit
cover.
bigger on the right? I feel like it's like proportionally similar.
Legit. It's probably just like the hair more than anything.
Yeah, I was about to say she has way more of a forehead in the original.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah, she does.
And then, of course, there's Mary, who doesn't really show up too much, and no one seems to be complaining about her redesign. I don't mind either.
It looks fine.
Yeah. He doesn't really talk about her because, like,
I'll be blunt. I think all of them
Very
look fine.
curious.
Yes.
She also looks kind of dead in the original.
Well, yeah, that's just the
Yeah,
graphic
that might be
limitation
just
stuff.
like a graphic thing.
Like,
Yeah.
there's a lot there.
Well, no, you could make the argument that that's a texture issue. That has nothing to do with graphical limitations when it's a texture issue.
Yeah.
That's literally painting.
True.
It is true.
Okay, well, let's hear what he has to say on this issue now that we have familiarized ourselves with the designs.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Oh, here
To
we
talk
go.
about the ugly women in this game. Oh boy, this is always my favorite topic because it causes such a knee-jerk reaction in a certain group of people that are not biologically female. Let's put it at that. Yes, the women were
Dude,
blatantly
what the
made.
fuck? Why are you
What?
talking about fucking
What?
trans women,
What?
dude?
Yeah,
What?
just suddenly,
Why?
because he thinks that these women look masculine, and that's why.
Oh,
Well, that's a him issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's literally him. That's all on him. If he thinks that a normal fucking woman out in the real world who doesn't look like the most feminine model ever looks masculine.
Yep.
I'm sorry, but it's true that these women just look normal.
You want to know something interesting?
he is
I
so-
actually,
yeah.
I had issue with the redesign for Claire in the Resident Evil 2 remake because I thought they made her almost too feminine. Like, they really prettied her up a lot in a way that I thought, you could make her a little more rough and tumble. Like,
Because this is a Redfield.
yeah, she's a Redfield. Like, she's
yeah.
their whole thing. They're kind of like rough and tumble characters. So, anyway.
Right.
But
I just have a problem with the fact that he seems like he doesn't live in reality when it comes to dealing with women in terms of like female characters and all of that.
He called James a gooner. You sure you're not projecting there, buddy?
Yeah,
exactly,
It seems
dog.
like you're
Like-
the gooner.
Dude, it's so weird how you can look at someone who has slightly more fat around their cheeks and thinks that is a manly face.
Right, Kitty.
Like, bro,
Right, Kitty. Yeah, I'm sorry. I have to agree with Angela being intentionally made uglier. That's the one point I agree with on this video. He's 1 for 1,000. I think that's her name. I will get to that because I think that's actually an improvement. It's my hot take. I actually think I don't think she's ugly by any means. In fact, I think she's still quite cute when it comes down to it. She was always my favorite design in the original.
Sure.
But like, I think this breathes a little bit of more life into her tragedy.
More ugly in this game on
Put some more
purpose.
meat on
Angela
my
is the
bones.
most obvious example. She had the biggest character assassination in this game next to Eddie, and I think a big
Hold
part
up.
of that is
Oh, that's
Character assassination.
let's hear him.
genuinely
Okay.
making her look like a man. Everyone who's seen the new version of the mirror scene, you know that's a fucking man, dude. Just look at that face. That is not an ugly woman. That is an adult male. And look, obviously I was being
No.
incredibly
No.
immature during the
Bro,
streams.
what?
You may have seen a clip making a reference to our boy Sargon back in the day.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh
no.
wait,
I
wait,
know.
wait,
Is the
listen.
reason
Listen.
why?
You could just force me. Like he always did.
Bitch, don't flatter yourself, please. I wouldn't even you. But joke.
What?
I'm going to get the water outside my door. One moment.
Oh no.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
no,
just
no.
gonna I'm just gonna play this.
You. 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 You.
Dude, that's not strong enough.
That is not nearly
Yeah.
strong enough.
You don't need to always use that, especially when it comes to something like this. That is inappropriate.
Okay, so
Just
let me elaborate what's happening here, because
Please do.
Angela is probably the most tragic character in the entirety of Silent Hill 2.
Okay.
Angela grew up with an abusive father and brother and a neglectful mother who basically would often say, "You deserve what you get." She was often sexually abused, I'm not going to go into further detail, by her brother and father. And eventually her mother left. Either her mother was going off to commit suicide or just left in general. But basically she was eventually abandoned to the one thing that she had thought was her safety, but, in reality wasn't. She ends up stabbing her brother and father to death. And that's what brings her to Silent Hill. She is basically going through a similar arc to James as a result of the trauma that she suffered. And in the scenes that we are talking about, very often, she is talking about self-deletion. She is talking about removing herself completely because she can't bear anything. Now, the reason why I say the redesign for her is a possible improvement is that oftentimes the victims of SA subconsciously, not even consciously, but subconsciously, make themselves look less attractive. They attempt to deter the people preying on them by making them look less appealing to the virtues that the other people want to prey upon. It is.
Yeah, this is true.
It is absolutely disgusting the way you are treating her as a character. What was made as potentially a tasteless joke and then reutilizing it here to flat out insult someone who is going through a traumatic reliving of her nightmares. What the someone who says that he's a fan. I'm sorry, do you have no sympathy for this woman who at the end of the game, by the way, it's pretty well implied she isn't making it out. She isn't she isn't coming out of the story alive. She does not get a happy ending.
It's people like this that is the reason why people say that we still need feminism.
Yep.
Because people like him don't see women as people. They see them as lesser beings, things that you can't empathize or sympathize with. There is no such thing as being able to feel things for a woman except for when it comes to their personal enjoyment and their gratification.
This is
it's really
pure,
weird.
This is pure and true objectification.
Yes.
Yeah, 110 fucking %. Like, dude, you're watching a scene where this chick is just pouring her soul to the main character of this freaking game, and you're laughing at it. Like, you're not even making like, oh, it's not something, I don't know, external that's causing this reaction. That is like your first go-to.
Well, it doesn't help that the story. And these lines aren't any different from the original. So the only thing you're laughing at here if we're presuming that you love the original game so much, you're laughing at an emotional performance. You're laughing at the actor and the director who've done a damned good job of making this feel, what I thought was a very blunt force moment for the character, really damned engrossing.
This is one of the things that if I heard it, I would legit go like, and like you'd internally like clench up from the like actual physical horror of it.
The way that she reacts to James through the entire game and all the other like anyone male, although I think it's only James she really interacts with, she is always wary of guys. She is like actually damaged to the point where she just cannot be near men. She's always uncomfortable near them. It's like,
There's something incredibly disgusting when it comes to him focusing on the attractiveness of these women in this game, where there's no reason to make these women attractive to you. Like, say what you will about like Senran Kagura or Son of a Beach or Dead or Alive, the bikini games and whatever. Like those games, whether you like them or not, are designed to be titillating, and you would need those women in the games to be attractive.
Right.
There's no reason that these women need to be attractive in this game because this is not that kind of game.
I was gonna say
it's a psychological horror, and it's not like a traditional like action fantasy story either, where the characters are super idealized. These are supposed to be flawed human beings in this fucked up situation.
This I look at this woman, and the first thing that comes to my mind is just, oh, you poor soul.
yeah. Like okay,
Legit.
the only like pushback I could give is Maria and her succubus role. You could make an argument, maybe sex her up. I didn't think they did a bad job of it. Like, and it's like, yeah, and like part of the whole like, she goes towards that's not necessarily a good thing, guys. Like, she don't fall for the wiles there. That's not the path you want to walk down. There's a reason why we're analoging her to a succubus. That's not, you don't typically want to sex up a succubus. That's a bad thing. Dude, if you would stick your dick in a succubus, go right ahead.
That's not good.
I don't think
fun.
anything would be
Good
lost. Actually, you know what? Do so for science. I'll start recording. Actually, I'll record through a mirror. I don't want to watch this. We'll get it on tape and watch, I don't know, death row inmates watch it for us. Izanagi says, I hate to be one of those types, but can we please get this guy canceled? Like, oh god, this feels so disgusting. He has the right to say this shit, but we have all the right in the world to call him the fucking dumbass that he is, and I'm actually being you're a cunt.
We're being very,
I
we're
don't-
being very, very.
I don't normally use that word, but he's a fucking cunt. That's what he is.
Yeah, I think I understand why people hate you. I completely understand it.
I'll say this: your high school bullies were right.
Yes! No, your high school bullies didn't do enough.
Fuck
Yeah.
me.
You should have been swirlied every
We
day,
need to
dude.
bring back bullying.
I completely reversed my stance on bullying.
Yeah, exactly.
This genuinely does take away from her struggle the fact that they made her so hideous. And
Oh my god,
What?
dude, get a barometer.
Oh.
Like at lowest, she's like a 6 out of 10. And that's me pushing real hard to be like beneficial to your side. She's like a 7 or 8, like if you're trying to like do the objectification scale here. Like she is
Also,
very pretty.
Also, tell me that you understand trauma survivors and how they work without telling me.
Yeah.
But
Like-
he doesn't care about trauma survivors. He only cares if they're pretty. If he
Yeah.
can goon to them. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
I would
It's
love
not
to
all
find
about
out.
the woman's physical looks.
I would love to find
Yeah,
out that
it does-
he's like really into those bimbo caricatures. Like he's like really goons over them because I find those things hideous. And he's like, oh yeah, no. The girl who has lips that are 3 times the size of her face and boobs that overtake the fucking the fucking car that she drives. Yeah, that's the real hottie. It's like, what the I would love actually to make a game like that and see how he reacts to it. I kind of want to see how far you can push the traditional quote-unquote sexy with him and see how far he'll take it before it actually becomes disturbing to him.
Right. that
Gut
just
says,
doesn't
the fact that he has over 1,000k subs is concerning. There's a lot of fucked up
Yes.
people out there.
I mean,
And admittedly, some of
Yeah.
them are just watching him because he's a fucking lolcow. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
There-
there's also that. Like,
don't underestimate
it-
the locale.
Yeah, like I imagine it's a sort of like Lily Orchard situation where like either pretty much everyone in his audience are around the like similar mindset, or they're just hate watching.
actually,
That's about it.
right, Kitty. Like, I don't like the change to Angela. I think this objectively looks worse, but I would explain myself why I don't like it instead of rambling about nonsense. I mean, you can feel. Oh, you subjectively, I guess.
subjectively.
Okay, you've added
Okay.
that. That's fair, I suppose. I think
pretty
that there
fair.
is a level of depth that they actually added to her as a result of the modifications to her character. So yeah, this was the big rant that I knew was coming. Jesus, fuck this guy. I cannot believe that had to have been due just to get the rage bait. That had to have just
like
get the rage
legitimately at this point. Here's the thing. I'm not cool with cancel culture either. But if something happens in regards to this guy's channel or anything like that, I'm not gonna be the first person to speak up about it. That's all I'm gonna say.
Devil Elf, really?
What?
What?
Oh, he likes
Wait, what?
futa.
You said
Okay.
Oh.
Why did we have to?
I mean, I don't have any problem with that.
Complaining?
Like,
Why is he complaining that she looks like a man then?
I'm not even.
I
think
could
you would be
probably go
attracted
into
to
it.
that.
I could
I could have
probably
gone my whole
pick apart why,
without
but
knowing that.
anyway.
Can we not?
I know I'm not going
no,
to. I just said I
stop
could.
Stop being a weird Coomer Raven. Come on.
Look, it's one of my chief skills. I'm kidding. Anyway,
And you can think I'm a bad person or incredibly mean to say.
You are.
even though
We
this
are,
is
yeah.
a
Bad person.
fictional
Yeah, you
character,
kinda
not a
are.
real person. Twitter, you mentally ill freaks. But the halo effect is absolutely real. If this character is hideous, and she didn't used to be hideous in the original game, she was just...
I don't know. She doesn't She looks like
What?
she's going to fall over dead any second now.
Yeah, pretty much.
She
and like,
she does look like she's half dead. She looks like a fucking sick person.
It's,
How
also, why
you
would
think that a sick person is attractive? Also, you want to talk about a manly face and whatever? You could also say that this looks like a manly face. Look at that fucking chin, man.
the
What,
nose.
are you
right.
saying?
You're cutting
Yeah.
time into
Are
that
you
bit.
saying that the only reason why she looks like a man in the remake is because she has a cleft chin? Because fucking Angelina Jolie also has a cleft chin.
And
Also, like,
try
why
to
in
make
the
an
world
argument
would
that-
she want to be more like stay physically, like facially attractive at least after like killing their dad, their abusive
Well,
dad?
I
Why would she
imagine
wanna still
there's a slow roll of things. Like anyway, so Synthetic Man is what Organized Chaos claimed EFAP to be, when Synthetic Man is nothing but
Oh,
an embellishment of
110%.
human being.
like when a lot of these
Let him
people
finish reading,
talking
Kaiser.
Even the community,
God.
even the commentary community has covered him because he's a lolcow. Yep.
Yeah, pretty much. Like a lot of the people that are arguing about like certain creators, like I don't know, Critical Drinker and EFAP and all these other people, like this is the appearance. This guy makes all these other people look bad because at least you can actually see what at least EFAP are saying, and they actually tackle whether or not you even agree or disagree with them. They talk about the product itself. That's
Yeah.
where they stay with. That is their go-to, and that is why oftentimes than not they're at least reliable. And you believe that they believe in what the fuck they're saying.
Oh no, I believe this guy believes
This guy,
it. I believe he is.
100% this guy believes what he's saying.
I just think he's an awful person.
Indeed.
Yeah.
there's
an
that.
average-looking woman, then I'm obviously going to be less sympathetic toward the character.
That is not an average-looking woman.
Oh no. Okay. No. No.
Ugly people don't deserve human rights and don't deserve sympathy.
Wow, it sucks to be him,
Dog,
doesn't it?
I can't, bro.
Oh my god.
My sympathy for you is how attractive you are. Truly,
I
you
feel
are.
I feel like he'd be.
There's a whole
I feel
like
like he's doing it.
there's a whole line of dissection about the nature of like we do have more empathy for characters and people that we're attracted to, and that's not strictly a good thing. It's actually a kind of a thing that needs to be
No.
analyzed about people, and you need to
there's
kind of get
a-
over in your own personal life.
There's a reason why the joke is of like, if evil, why hot? Like why people
Yeah,
actually make that
Yeah.
joke.
Exactly.
You're just doing
And-
that unironically.
Yeah, and it goes both ways for both men and women. Both men and women get away with a lot more shit if they are attractive.
Yeah.
And that goes into a failing of how we perceive things and other people. Because just because somebody is attractive doesn't mean that they're a good person. Just because someone is ugly doesn't mean that they are less human and that you can treat them like subhuman trash.
Yep.
Also, I'm just gonna say it. People that are like, I guess, traditionally unattractive in some way, that doesn't stop them from getting SA.
Yeah.
Like, not the least.
In
bit.
fact,
Yeah, no, it
oftentimes
doesn't.
it makes them targets because
Yeah.
people will
think
not notice them as much. They will fade
Yeah,
into the background, and people will not
Yeah,
believe
it's that-
them.
it's
It's that mindset of like, oh, I'm doing them a favor.
There's
Which
there's
kinda
that
makes my
too.
skin
There's a
crawl
whole
for
host.
just freaking
As
saying that.
someone who does actually, I coach for high school. We have to go through pretty stringent like updates on how to handle uncomfortable situations involving minors. Trust me, dude, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
People
Yeah.
will
it really
just,
fucking doesn't.
at the end of the day, they get something out of it. That's all that matters to them.
Yeah.
And that probably is all that matters to you, because fuck you.
And to get into
a
something that is
cactus.
debatably censorship, they actually altered the boss arena from the original game. Now, you could certainly say this is the least subtle symbolism in all of Silent Hill 2. The holes in the wall and the pistons pushing in and out of them. Gee, I wonder what that's supposed to mean. But in the remake, the room is so fucking dark. Actually, the whole game is like pitch black. That's a whole other complaint I'm not going to spend a lot of time on. But let's just say the remake is pitch black for no reason, and no, it doesn't make the game more scary. It just meant I was wasting way more time
Okay,
just looking
get to your
around
That's
because I couldn't
subjective,
see
though.
shit.
Okay.
Not only is this room
Also,
way too dark for no reason, so you
that
can't
sounds
even
like a
tell
big
the walls are
problem,
supposed to
but
be
okay.
fleshy, maybe symbolizing the inside of a woman's orifice, but also the holes in the walls don't have pistons pumping through them. Why exactly? I have no.
They do, in the hallways leading into the room that you're in, and the pistons, I think, are there. It's either that or it's a glitch from the earlier build of the game that didn't get fixed, but that also had the breathing walls. So maybe it's something that, if I didn't notice it, wasn't patched in properly, because they are supposed to be there. It was intended to be there.
I'm also going to refer back to the clip of the it's just dark for no reason. No, it's dark for a reason. Dark and scary. It's pretty fucking scary, as
Yeah.
we saw.
Yeah, that kind of
Yeah.
goes together like peanut butter and jelly, you know?
Indeed,
That kinda
yes.
shit.
Yes. It's just, this guy.
Idea.
Disgusting.
And once again, keeping on the topic of Angela, I have to talk about her final scene
can
on the
we
burning
not?
staircase.
Oh, boy.
This is
spoils
where
it,
I
right?
feel that Angela's character assassination is the most blatant. Part of it is due to the voice acting. Despite all of the complaints, once again, from non-fans of the horrible voice acting from the original game, which is 100% intentional, by the way. Now the voice
No, it wasn't 100% intentional. That okay. I look, I defend the voice acting from the original game, but even the original actors and directors are talking about how it wasn't intentional because they had a Japanese director that didn't understand quite a bit about human interaction in English. Like, it's a different language. You actually have a lot that carries differently.
Especially for Japanese.
Yeah.
Dude. Like,
Exact-
like freaking, oh, this was intentional. Want to back that up with a source? Oh, my sources that I made the fuck. Okay, get the
Yeah.
fuck out of here.
thing either sounds way too normal or average, or again, in the case of Angela, it's actually worse than the original. Her new voice is fucking horrible.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I'm James.
Angela. You're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, is what we deserve.
No, I'm not like you.
Are you afraid? I'm sorry.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah. I'm James.
Angela. Maybe it's all we deserve.
Mangela.
We.
Me.
Haha, real funny guy.
He sounds so
We're
broken.
all the same.
I'm not like you.
Are you afraid?
Yeah, I'm afraid you're gonna touch me.
Sorry.
She sounds like she's.
You're not paying attention. You're just mocking the game. Someone
She
just
sounds
actually.
So broken.
Yeah. Okay. So
All right,
the,
all
the
in
distinction.
favor.
I will make this. The distinction that I draw between the two different Angelas we see in the game are two different variants of the person that could have manifested. So the one in the original is someone who's kind of flip-flopping between, like, they both flip-flop between kind of personas, but one does it much more gradually and has a different.
Mm-hmm.
The first Angela is much more angry at the world. She's much more bitter about how everything is played out around her, her entire life, and where it's led her. This one in the remake is more fed up. She's tired. She's exhausted, and she doesn't. She's tired of everyone trying to give her reassurances. So at the very end, her speech, instead of being completely angry at James, it's more sarcastic and bitter.
It's the thing that I said as the was going. Like, you poor soul, you sound so broken.
Yes.
Yeah.
On Xanax.
When it came to the original, were you just gonna play
Sorry.
without letting all of us talk? Jesus, Raymond, it's not just your podcast.
Sorry, as we're coming up, I feel like there's a lot more points we could be hitting. I'm just like really impatient to get through this fucking video. Anyway, sorry.
When it came to the original dialogue, like, I was trying to pay attention to everything, and the inflections were just very off in the original. Like, in some points it did kind of feel like she was broken, but during the same sentence she would just flip, and to the point where I didn't understand like what was going on, what was supposed to be conveyed in the scene, because it just wasn't consistent. And James's dialogue wasn't all that good either. The inflections were also very off on that. So it more comes off as like children voicing something, in a stage play or something.
That's very the dream-like. That's like, I actually like that element. Like, a lot of people do about the original Silent Hill 2. That's a lot of the performative aspect of it feels kind of like a dream-like child stage play going through these horrible things. Like, there's an element to it that's actually appreciable. But you're right that, like, especially from an outside perspective, it is just like it doesn't hit right. You can finish your thoughts. Sorry, I just wanted to say that.
Considering the topics that the game is going through, I wouldn't really want to associate sexual exploitation and all that kind of stuff with a child's play. Not gonna lie.
It's kind of hard to elaborate. When you play the original game, it works. I just can't, like, especially when you're dropped into the middle of it with a major cutscene.
Well, yeah, but I'm also like a complete outsider to this.
Yeah,
so
I don't blame you. I don't blame you for any of that. But I understand from the outsider perspective, you're right. That was a poorly delivered scene compared to how it was in the remake.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, especially at the part where James said, "I'm not like you." You know, like in the original, he sounds like really thrumpy with the way that he says it. It's like, "I'm not like you."
Yeah.
And
it's the wrong inflections.
Yeah, exactly. But here it's all like he's confused and in disbelief. Like, I actually feel that shit.
Both have pros.
Yeah.
To something. The original Angela was obviously unhinged. Now, it was justified given what happened to her, but she clearly has a screw loose, and nowhere is that more apparent than her final scene. James even recoils, the camera changes to first person, and James steps back as she desperately tries to cling on to him and unload all of her burdens.
Thank you for saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mom
you want to do that take again?
I deserved what happened.
No, Angela. That's wrong.
No. Don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought.
Even Mama said it. I deserve what happened.
No, Angela, that is not true.
Don't pity me. I'm not worth it.
Only true thing she said this year.
Fuck you.
Oh,
Maybe
you
think you can save me?
sack of shit.
Stick a cactus up your butt.
Stick cactus up your dick. It's the only thing you're going to be
Will
using
you
it
love
for.
me?
I hope your computer breaks.
Jesus.
Care for me?
Again.
Again, like the scene is ruined because they
Feel
made
all my
her
pain?
like so busted.
What?
What?
Your complaint isn't about her fucking acting, then. Your complaint's about the character model.
That's what I thought.
Again, I think it's obvious to anybody watching this that they fucked up the tone of this 100%. And look, as Schizo is
No, it's a different spin on basically the exact same scene.
Yeah,
It, like she's still being sarcastic. She's just not hamming it up like the previous actress. Because this one actually knows how to act. I'm sorry to say to the previous one, but like again, it was pretty hammy, and it kind of to somebody who hasn't played the game, who isn't fucking Silent Hill 2 obsessed and simps for the original one, and tries to make excuses for everything when it comes to the original game, the hamminess does take away from the gravity of the scene. I'm sorry, but it does.
Yeah, and especially with the way that she approaches her in this new version, it's sort of like, you know, really hammering home of kind of throwing into James's face the idea that like, oh, he can save her from her suffering and all that other stuff. It's like it actually puts you in his shoes. It, like, in a way, as a result of changing the camera angle in this scene, it actually feels much more like tense, at least to me anyway.
I don't the camera change here or there. I could go either way on it, but like the performance, I think is just phenomenal. So it's like,
yeah.
I get in these videos sometimes. I
Again,
really
you
can't say
poor soul.
Yeah.
I just keep going back to it.
Yeah.
for certain if this is censorship to make her more sympathetic, but it honestly had the
make her more sympathetic?
He's supposed to be sympathetic.
She's supposed to be. Like, she's, of course, mocking the main character. Like, she's pointing out that he's not so dissimilar from her, but, like, she is quite literally, aside from the literal child running around the town who doesn't see a single monster at all as a result of her innocence, Angela is the second most innocent person running around. Like, she killed her father, presumably in self-defense, if not after a buildup of grief and frustration. She may have also killed her brother. We're actually not quite clear on that detail, whether or not she did or not. But, like, we know she killed her dad. So it's like, out of everyone here, she is the most innocent, and she feels guilt about it. She is suffering because she's never been told that she's actually not necessarily responsible for the horrible things that happened to her, and it's too late to save her. It's tragic as fuck.
I was gonna. This is a soul that could have been saved. That should have been saved.
Yeah.
But the world isn't that kind.
And
Yeah,
she's a reflection
how
of
in-
what could happen to James.
Yes.
Right. I mean, I see no real mistake that her name is Angela. in that sense.
Yep.
Just reinforcing that idea of like, oh, this really innocent person just thrown in an unkind, unjust situation. It's sort of like a perversion in of itself, for lack of a better term.
The names in this series are very intentional. For example, I'm pretty sure James is named after James, and I think James is named after one of the potential people who could have been Jack the Ripper. And I'm pretty sure that Eddie, who we'll get to, I hope, depending on how long we go, Eddie is named after Ed Gein. So, yeah, they pull from all over the place. They like doing research on things like serial killers.
Neat.
The opposite effect. It just made this way more forgettable, and at the end of it, I just felt nothing. All I could do is tell edgy jokes to the stream. I feel like that's this whole remake in a nutshell. It really just doesn't make you feel.
Yeah, because you're a shit person and you're kind of psychotic.
The first time I played Silent Hill 2...
maybe you should go see someone about that.
He probably thinks that therapists are a DEI conspiracy.
Probably. Person who doesn't think that people deserve to have human empathy if they aren't pretty enough. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, you know what, dude? If that's how you feel about it, I don't think you deserve help. Okay? No one who wants help doesn't deserve it. Okay?
If you watch his video on Zelda, you'll hear him talk about cuckoldry, Jewish conspiracy, quite a bit of sex, and how the devs are trying to brainwash you into wild shit.
What?
Okay, guys.
Dude,
guys.
Wow. No.
I kind of want to watch it. That sounds hilarious.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Okay, so
that sounds awful.
As horrible as that is, I'm more than willing to come back to this stream if we're talking about that shit. That is holy.
I'll put that on our list. That sounds hilarious.
Holy fuck.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you guys.
Oh my god.
That's magic.
What is wrong with this person?
Jewish conspiracy theories in a Zelda game. Oh my god.
Okay, please continue before I go down.
I cried. I really did. It is a perfect game to play if you've ever been depressed at any point in your life. But this remake is truly soulless in the way that it tells the story. Goddamn, dude,
no, that's
mark
all
my
you,
words,
buddy.
Yeah, no, I hate people throw around soulless all the time. This is not a soulless remake by a long shot. It's a very loving remake, down to the atom.
Oh, I was saying that this guy is soulless because he's laughing during these really emotional scenes
okay, here's
for no reason.
I laugh during really emotional scenes. The problem is I'm laughing because, typically speaking, either one, I have like a funny idea in the back of my head in relation to the scene that like is inappropriate. So I'm laughing basically at my own joke. Or it's because I'm amazed that something is happening in a way that is so dark or twisted, or they actually had the balls to do something. You see it in my Arcane review coverage with Fat Man. We laugh in episode 3 of Arcane, and it's because they has the balls to kill several key characters, not only who are important, but also children. And it's like amazing to us that it happened.
Yeah.
Well, he does this all the time when I show him some anime that I watched when I was a kid and a teenager, or just like in general, and there's like a really emotional scene, and then he just makes some joke to just destroy the tension, and sometimes I get mad at him for it, but I
like
I have to just accept it after a while.
I mean, at least afterwards, that because I kind of have those reactions too. I'm not gonna lie, but at least after that, you have the reaction as like, "Holy shit, this is actually really serious."
Yeah, so
like,
I legitimately, it's not that it has anything necessarily to do with the scene. It's just how I process it.
Yeah, he's laughing at the scene itself. He's laughing at the content.
Well, no,
it's the like nervous giggle of like, what the fuck?
Yeah, something like that. Like I see something and it triggers the deep down. It like reference. Okay, I can make a funny joke that's obscure and only funny to me out of this, and I'm going to. It's like, okay, brain, I guess.
Yeah,
I'm doing
but
that
you
now.
wouldn't. But Raymond, you wouldn't go. I wouldn't grape you.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. Well, I would to him.
Okay.
You
Once
know
again,
what? You
I
know
was
what?
drinking.
You know what? No. You're right, Raymond. You know what? Synthetic Man to Team Jack, from us to Team Jack to you, we wouldn't grape you either.
Yeah, no,
Excalibur.
I wouldn't.
Okay.
I think that you are so abhorrent that not only would I not grape you, I wouldn't even touch you with a 30-foot pole.
Dude, and a 31-foot pole, that's pushing it, man. That's still pushing it. Excalibur says therapy is just more real life Reaper indoctrination. Trust me, bro. Insert Reaper.
Oh yeah.
No, afterwards I would
Mind
have to.
Clean the pole.
Yeah, I would have to burn the pole because
Right.
he is just so toxic that you have to do that right away, or else you're going to get infected anyways. If you go with any longer of a pole, you're gonna just have a harder time using it as a weapon.
That's the only way I would touch him. I'm using a 30-foot pole as a weapon against him.
Hey, man, it has its bonuses. I can see them now.
Like I said, everyone's gonna forget about this remake in a month. Okay, let's move on to Eddie. He was the other
clever.
most butchered character in this remake. In the original
here we
game,
go.
Eddie was a pathetic and somewhat sympathetic fat idiot.
Okay.
So you were mad about them making Angela more sympathetic, and you're mad that they made Eddie less empathetic.
Wow, it's almost
What?
like this is sexism or something.
I have to use the restroom. I'll be right back. But Mike, I will. I have thoughts on this.
Yeah, there's not a whole
Do
lot
the
to
angry
go off here because I
stuff.
haven't even seen this thing.
My
I haven't played this game.
So I'm just trying to find the best way to describe this. It's
amazing how much he doesn't realize what a shitty human being he is by saying that a woman who is suffering from a lot of sexual based trauma is too ugly to sympathize with.
oh my god.
And yet a extremely fat, greasy loser is even more sympathetic, I guess, for whatever reason that he's going to get into. Despite the fact that from what little I know of this character, he's not meant to really be sympathetic.
That is
At least not in the same way as Angela, anyways. But,
Yeah.
but like,
He has his points, but overall, he is not someone you want to like at the end.
Yeah.
okay.
So let's
But-
just
and
let's.
even then, it's like,
let us hear this
Yeah.
at least.
yeah.
He killed someone's dog and then shot the guy in the leg, and that guilt was enough for him to get drawn into Silent Hill. Why? Because he's a coward and a loser. That was basically his character. You were supposed to feel bad for him.
This town
Were
is
you?
full of monsters.
No,
You sit there and eat.
because it's implied that he basically just kills people that look at him funny. Like, I don't understand. You're supposed to feel bad. You're not supposed to feel bad for Angela, the woman who was raped. I'm sorry.
Well,
What the fuck, dude?
only if she has less fat in her cheeks.
This dude, by the end,
That's the only way.
by the end of his arc, Eddie is proudly proclaiming, "Yeah, I shot that guy's dog. Yeah, and I shot him in the leg too. Probably, I liked watching them die." Like this guy goes full fucking Columbine by the end of the game.
Jesus Christ. And he sympathizes with this man?
Yes, and that's why I'm
You know what?
alarmed.
That explains everything. That explains
like, I-
everything to me.
I think it's
Also, Leon, yeah, I know. I already said that he was a misogynistic piece of shit.
yeah.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I don't.
We got Pat.
I don't even know if he was driven to Silent Hill by guilt. I just think he ran out of fear because he thought he was going to get caught for what he did. We actually don't get a lot of insight into his character other than what we see him do and
So-
hearing about the dog.
question about the wider lore. Are you drawn into Silent Hill because of guilt only, or was it like fear in
It's a
general?
mix of things. The first game, you're a father looking like you're taking your daughter on vacation. You crash your car. She goes missing, and so you're searching the town for her. Second game, obviously James comes here because he's guilty, and the different characters have different reason. Third game, Heather is drawn there because she's integrally tied to the town through her backstory. There's a whole thing there. Silent Hill 4, you don't go to the town. In fact, is a character from the town who is enacting a sacrament that is bringing the town to different locations, and it just so happens to be focal point to your apartment. It's why it's called The Room. You're locked in your apartment. Silent Hill 0 or Zorigins or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, because it's a 0 with origins. The main character is he just so he happens upon a massive event in the backstory of Silent Hill 1. Whether or not he was drawn there, he's just a trucker that was passing by. Silent Hill Homecoming, it's actually very similar to James in that there's guilt and shit involved with a dissociative fugue. Silent Hill Downpour, the character's backstory is partially out of guilt, more out of remorse. It's basically unsolved and unresolved trauma and negative emotions that can draw you into the town. There's a lot of different characters that get drawn in there, or having committed some horrible atrocity in the past. There are things that just mix of things. Homecoming isn't Silent Hill 3? No. Homecoming is basically Silent Hill 5, but it's not Silent Hill 5. You're not supposed to feel bad for Eddie's a terrible person. Yeah, he is what James. He's also what James could become if you play a certain way. So,
just a heartless monster.
She said she was fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Now in the remake, he's a deranged psychopath.
A person ain't no big deal.
Why are you showing the footage from the original game then?
Yeah, why?
Just put the gun to their head.
You killed him?
But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What
Like
do you mean,
that-
just for that?
Like that other one?
You can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog.
Well, he's a lazy
He
eye.
had it coming too.
Eddie?
I was just joking, James. He was dead when I got here. Honest. Put the gun to their head and
Eddie?
Oh. Hi, James.
What happened here? Who was that?
I don't know. It just came at me. The way he looked at me, I just had to do it. He kept looking at me, making fun of me. And I told him not to, but he didn't listen.
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
They ruin the tone of Eddie so fucking much. It's unreal, man. And again,
It's almost
if you're
the exact same.
Yeah,
I don't see the difference.
Also,
honestly.
one interesting thing that someone pointed out is in every single scene you see of Eddie, you can see his breath like he's somewhere cold because his Silent Hill is always freezing, and his story ends in a freezer. So I think that's an interesting touch. Like he's always breathing cold air. So
that's
hey,
really cool.
attention to
So, like,
detail.
Yeah.
Okay, so everybody who enters Silent Hill, like,
They see
even
something different.
individually.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And basically, everyone experiences their own individual Silent Hill, but the more time the deeper you go into your own Silent Hill and the more you interact with other people, there starts to be a little bit of crossover. That's why at the end of the game, that abstract daddy boss, that's Angela's monster. But she's not seen the abstract daddy, that weird flesh monster table thing. She's seen her father. you're seeing the table thing. Meanwhile, if they see Maria or Pyramid Head, they'll see something different.
Oh, so it's Naraka.
I don't know what that is.
It's for lack of a better term, it's one of the it's a Buddhist hell. It's like unlimited layers of hell, where every single layer of hell is for a very specific person.
Yeah, it's something
and
like
you have you have to go through it before you can.
It's a personal hell. Actually, that's almost certainly inspiration for it. They pull from a lot of different mythologies and a lot of different ideas.
Wow. It's almost like this is a Japanese game or something. Who'd have thunk it?
How dare you say such a thing?
I think, well, they pull from a lot of, I mean, they pull obviously from Christianity, but they also pull from like Islam,
yeah, but
Judaism.
so many Japanese media property though.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But like they
I would say that Japan is a lot more diverse in its media than the West is, for
100%.
sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Recognition is going off. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed character is no longer sympathetic and acts like a psycho.
He wasn't.
He was never.
Like his introductory scene is
He
kind of
wasn't
sympathetic, but
in the first place,
yeah,
dude. What the fuck?
But okay,
Hold
what's
off.
weird is that you're not showing. You showed only one of the scenes where he's kind of coming off okay, where he's eating the pizza, and then there's the earliest scene where you meet him where he's vomiting into a toilet, which is not a flattering way to meet him, but he's like vomiting from seeing a horrible thing. But like, you're not really showing us any of the other scenes in the game from either of these, either version. It's like you're just presenting this narrow viewpoint. No, he gets progressively more deplorable as the game goes on, and you start to understand he is very much unwell. And in fact, they change things so that James is like, dude, you need help. They tweak it up so it's a little more apparent, because I'm pretty sure James decks him here.
Gee, I wonder if there's any political motivation to make the most blatantly white guy look bad. But again, this is one of those things that if you haven't played the original in 20 years or never at all, you would never know. But as someone who just played them back to back, it is incredibly blatant. Now, there's also other stuff.
It's so
extra fucking doubt.
They actually fix some things in the fight. They actually like reorganize things with him that make it way better. It's like, I don't. It's so fucking stupid.
Seriously, did they make this dude in a freaking lab?
Probably.
Unfortunately not.
Like he
I mean, he is
like,
synthetic.
Oh, true.
There we go. He's like every like. It's like if freaking, I don't know, Anita Sarkeesian just came back one day and decided to design the most the caricature of people that fight over culture war stuff. It's so freaking weird.
If I could bring up, like, Mary's voice acting is definitely worse. This is incredibly apparent in the final hallway before the final boss, and when she reads the letter at the end.
Please don't go. Stay with me. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please, James. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not going to die. Help me. Please. Don't go. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not gonna die. Help me. I can't.
That sounded fine on both ends, I think.
I
Like,
have no issues.
They're just different interpretations of how to do that. Like, one is a lot more desperate, while the other one is like she's clearly still upset about it, but she feels kind of defeated.
Yeah.
And is like begging for him to save her.
Oddly enough, I find the read of the new game a lot more depressing, which is what the strength of the original Silent Hill 2 was. Like, they actually really lean into the depression element of things. It was just considering...
It was like that It's like the song that I was talking
Yeah,
about.
considering his big bullet point was it's a good game if you've ever gone through depression. It's like, yeah, and this is an even better version of it. Like, it's more about the depression than ever.
Legitimately.
Chris Knight, fun fact, in the thumbnail of at least his Tears of the Kingdom video and Shadow of Erdtree videos, you'll notice a certain art. Porn art, to be exact.
What? What?
Okay.
Oh my
all right.
god.
So we were
okay.
right when we said that he's a Coomer.
Oh, dude, was there any
yeah,
question?
Like, yeah, but for real, like beforehand.
I mean, I
okay,
don't just go around casually accusing people that I don't like of being Coomers for no reason.
Yep, there it is. I'm not streaming my screen. I don't know if it's going to be on screen at all. Yeah, it's just off screen. But there's a porn art
Yeah.
of Mikello there. And where's the Zelda one? Should just King of Mid. He thought Armored Core 6 was mid. Oh,
How dare he?
Yeah, no, I am never like. Okay.
Oh, he
That
actually thought.
got me.
He actually thought HBO's
actually
Last of Us was pretty faithful. Interesting.
I can't comment. Haven't seen it.
I haven't seen either, but I thought he would
me
be
neither.
for sure. All right, anyway, this is too much of a rabbit hole to go down, but that's hilarious.
Indeed.
I can't tell you to remember me. But I can't bear for you to forget me. These last few years since I became ill, I am so sorry for what I did to you, did to us. You've given me so much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing.
Leon, don't word it like that.
That's why I want you to live for yourself now.
Sorry, Leon, phrasing. Synthetic Man is 100% incel Coomer. He's never touched a woman in his life, and no woman outside his mother has ever thought about touching him. Phrasing!
Wow.
Do what's best for you, James. James. You made me happy.
It annoys me I can hear the
I told the
sound
nurse to give this
artifacting.
to you after I'm gone. Which means that as you're reading this, I'm already dead. But that's okay. I'm not afraid of it anymore. I just hope the pain will end soon. So that you remember me for who I was. And not what the disease made me. I want you to go on. I want you to live. For yourself. And for others. Like you did for me. James. You made me happy.
But again, do you think the average person is going to care about?
No, because it sounds
Well,
of equitable
fine.
quality.
Yeah,
I'd say I like the second version better because the first one almost sounds like she's trying to sing through her lines. Like she keeps saying her lines in like this weird like high. It's so hard to describe, but you get what I mean, right? Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got the
it
idea.
sounds really weird.
I think it's a fine approach. But I can see where someone might not like it.
This, they're never going to verify it for themselves. Again, because they can't play a game that's more than 10 years old. At most, they'll watch an all cutscenes video on YouTube. And for my final...
And thus verify it by themselves.
Then they will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I-
You
Dude,
wouldn't
what the-
need to
It's a
play the
cutscene.
game.
Don't
Yeah,
have
it's a Ow.
character complaints, let's talk about James Sunderland himself. While I think he's probably the closest to the original character out of all the main cast, except Laura, I guess, at the same time, the devil is in the details. I feel like he's simultaneously too emotional and not emotional enough where it matters. James certainly had some of the worst voice acting in the original game, but you could argue that it gave him a sort of detached feel, because deep down, he knows exactly what happened to his wife, and he's repressing it, right? He thinks he's a good person. He would never kill a human being, right?
I killed a human being. A human being.
But deep down, he is a bad person, and rather realistically, this is only portrayed in very subtle ways in the original game. Like I said, he stares at Maria's ass.
He doesn't.
seem.
Okay.
Didn't happen.
Also, it didn't happen, but if it did, what about staring at a woman's ass makes you a bad person? Like, I understand it's not comfortable and it's not polite, but like, admiring a work of art ain't exactly making you a bad person.
I'll say this, like, I am 100% straight. I can look at a guy who has done the work to give himself like pecs and six pack and go like, damn, good for you, man.
Yeah. I want to also make a note here. Guy Sihi, who, by the way, I have actually talked to personally. He's a very, very nice guy.
Nice.
The original voice actor for James, this is his only acting credit.
Oh, seriously?
He basically, his daughter went in to play a role. She actually was auditioned for Laura. He was just there in the waiting room, and they were like, "Hey, do you want to audition for something?" He's like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" And he got the role of James. So
cool.
Like, it's very interesting in that way to know that much. But like,
I'm over concerned that there is a child running around in this town full of monsters. There's probably other examples you can.
Okay, having concern for a child is not requisite for being a good person. I mean, it should probably be, but like, that's an active motion as opposed to an inaction of harming someone.
The point is, he's kind of dissociated from the whole experience. And it's sort of up to interpretation how much of that is intentional versus just the bad voice acting. Now, the new version of James...
Very intentional, actually. There is a bit of intention. Guy Sihi is very honest about his role. There is a lot of intention to the detached voice acting. There was a lot there. Okay. I'm not saying that like 100% everything. Obviously, I explained the different barriers that were involved, but there was quite a bit of intention in how things were written, to the point that like there's a famous scene where he yells, "There's monsters running around outside. How can you sit there eating pizza?"
Yeah,
that's a very infamous line for a lot of people. And he argued against it. He said, "This sounds ridiculous." And they said, no, we want it in. And it's gone on to become a cult favorite line. And he's like, "So what do I know?"
Even I know of that particular line.
I did not, because I knew not a single thing about literally the only thing that I knew about Silent Hill was when I watched the movie.
The movie's funny.
I don't remember what I thought of the movie. I think I remember not understanding why people were so upset about it and being like, what's wrong with it? Like, I get that I don't play the games, but still, it seems like people are just freaking out over nothing.
It's an okay movie on its own, but when you take into consideration what it's like remixing and how it's remixing things, it's just sort of like, you could have just taken the original game 1-to-1 and it would have actually been fine. I don't know why.
It's one of those, is it one of those, it was good, but it could be better?
It was one of those, it was fine. And it definitely could have been better.
People were treating it like it was the fucking Antichrist.
Oh, yeah, no. I mean, there's a whole fandom. It's like the most toxic moment in the Silent Hill fandom, for sure. I think a lot of people have moved on. They've just accepted that the movies are a lost cause at this point.
Not only is a lot more emotional, a lot more concerned about what's happening, isn't sleazy in the least bit, but also due to perhaps the modern graphics, he just conveys emotions much more strongly on his face.
Yeah.
He acts a lot more like what a good person would do in this situation. But he's not supposed to be a good person. That's the point.
No.
Yes, he is.
Wait, why the fuck?
He's like,
why the fuck when the... Oh, God.
He's not supposed to be sympathetic. You find people who are not... You think the people who are supposed to be the most sympathetic are the least sympathetic, and the person that's supposed to be the least sympathetic is the most sympathetic. You are the sympathetic straw man. You are so ass backwards.
Well, the way that I'm sort of trying to get the story from an outsider's perspective is that he is, at the end of the day, a decent man that, when pushed up against the edge, chose wrong.
Yes.
And he regrets
this
it.
man is so backwards that he was born digging himself out of a grave.
And that's why he's never touched a pussy. That's why he's never touched a pussy in his life. Ugh.
Like this man is not in like his late 20s, early 30s, 40s, whatever. This man is nearing the end of his life, and it's going to end when he is a baby.
Like, dude, and like, is this dude trying to imply that freaking bad people just don't have strong, like, emotional reactions to things?
Yeah, like there's also that element of it is like bad people can be like, what do you think a bad person is? A bad person is a very broad category.
Yeah,
of people.
I would.
Most
I would
people aren't
imagine a
sociopaths.
guy.
Sorry.
Yeah, yeah, I would imagine a dude who like is just a kleptomaniac or something like that would probably bat an eye at a dead body. Just saying, you know.
Sympathetic man embodies everything you hate about yourself. So he's the Eddie to your James. Got it.
True.
It's
Benjamin
actually
Button.
hard to
Pathetic man.
believe in the remake that he even killed his wife in the first place. Outside of more direct...
I'm sorry, did you not regularly beat the shit? Like, did you see the way he fights monsters in this game, where it's like he's throwing all of his built-up aggression and pent-up rage behind every single throw, and when you're like beating them on the ground to make sure they're dead, he is yelling like he's gonna blow out his vocal cords. Like,
He doesn't believe that that's aggressive, though.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, buddy.
Apparently,
Sure,
he
buddy.
thought like he showed us the scene of Eddie saying that he shot a dude in self-defense, and then like, oh no, he was looking at me funny, and then oh no, I didn't shoot him, he was dead to begin with. I was just joking, James, I swear. The guy who had to backtrack from his own lies constantly,
Yeah.
because he realized
Yeah,
he was
that guy was
no-selling it to
sympathetic.
James.
Yeah. This.
That was his.
Apparently.
That was his. Oh, he's supposed to be sympathetic example, as opposed to
Yeah,
the
what-
I'm vomiting into a toilet because someone died over there. Like, oh, not that
I
one.
told you, this man is backwards. Fundamentally,
This
he
man
is a
scares me.
backwards person. Yes.
I wouldn't be.
I can see my past self in him. Well, you know what? Give yourself some credit. You're past that, if that's
Yeah,
in your
dude.
past.
Well, here's the best part about this. If you're looking at that and you're cringing, feeling like you're seeing yourself in them, because you're
You've done
cringing,
something right.
it means you know that you've grown.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's proof you've grown.
Yes.
In fact.
And trust me, there's
Yeah.
elements in here that I can see of myself. Not not big ones, but I'm like, oh no. Ugh.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Like everyone has that. You look at a bad person, you can sometimes see things in yourself or things of yourself in them, and it's like, you know what? Another reason to be better.
Yeah.
Sure.
Directly insulting Eddie in the new theater scene. Yes, they replaced the bowling alley with a theater for no reason. It doesn't change the scene in any meaningful way except make it really weird that they're not actually watching a movie on the screen. I don't know if the intention here was
It's
that
almost just like a hellscape
Well,
or something, where
it's-
everybody
he-
has their own personal thing.
Yeah, he might be watching a movie.
Yeah.
But James's trauma has
Does this man not understand that people have their own Silent Hills?
Yeah, it's
I
like
don't think he does.
this used to be a bowling alley. That's the only thing that's really changed. Just the kind of rough setup, and you don't have the pizza line. Although you can get the pizza line later when you find the bowling alley and you find a pizza there. Like you can interact with it and be like, you get the line. It's actually a nice little Easter egg now. So I don't know.
Laura and Eddie can see a
you
movie,
think
but James
that-
can't because of the...
Do you think that they changed it to be a movie theater because people more go to movie theaters than go to a bowling alley?
Maybe.
Possible.
I don't know. Maybe because like it is the 1980s. So,
Yeah, I mean,
but applying to a modern audience in that way, I can see.
yeah.
Although not
Like,
many people
that
go
was
to
just
movies
my
these days
question.
anyway.
It doesn't really. change too much.
Yeah, it
is
doesn't-
the end of the day. Like you can get pizza at a bowling alley and a movie theater.
It's not like you're
Congratulations.
bowling against Pyramid Head to try and win the Silent Hill Grand Cup. Like you're not doing anything like that.
Well, of course not. That's in the final game. Come on, we have to leave the climax for the final game.
The man is a degenerate. He's eating a tub of ice cream with his hands.
Yeah.
And then wiping it on his shirt.
Guys, it makes it worse. Because A, how is he getting this food? That's always a big question about Eddie, is how you're getting this food in what's apparently an abandoned town. But B, I think it was melted ice cream.
Oh.
Ugh.
Oh, why?
I don't know.
True that is true psychopath
Yeah,
behavior
I was
right
gonna
there.
say, like, that is just...
Yeah, jeez.
I would just be drinking it at that point. Like, why are you reaching your hand in?
Yeah.
The way Silent Hill fucks with people's heads, I don't really know. Either way, the bowling alley is still in the game. There's just no scene in it. Either way, I think you can see where I'm going with this.
I don't,
They made
actually.
James a much more bland character than he was in the original, and it definitely hurts the story. The story is literally about him, yet he has pretty much no defining character traits in the remake.
What?
Especially since such a large part...
He's empathetic.
And
He's empathetic. He's clearly going through trauma. He's searching for his dead wife in a town, and he's insistent on finding her. He cares about the people around him, and he's worried for their well-being. And when someone is going off the rails, when someone is holding a gun to his face, his reaction is to punch them.
I'm sorry, that's kind of baller.
Yeah, like, James is awesome. Like he's a man that clearly made a really bad choice, but he is a really interesting character. His brain is fascinating.
Yeah, and like I notice how Synthetic Man is not even bothering to show examples of how this version of James is like much more of a bland character or whatever. Like it's just a bunch of vague posting nonsense.
Yeah.
Okay,
The
why
game is
grass of this whole section right here.
Yeah.
supposed to be
Actually,
around
don't. You might get an infection.
the sexual part of his brain. It's why all the monsters are feminine in nature. It's why Maria is effectively a succubus, because it's supposed to be Silent Hill creating the ideal form of Mary. But if you remove any hints to him being a Coomer, then the story doesn't even make sense anymore. But again, I feel like
Simp,
people
not
are
a
going to say
Coomer.
I'm clutching at...
Okay, so you're saying his only defining character trait was him being a Coomer. That is
a very
projection.
Yeah.
That is a horrifying thing to be. If a beloved character, and that's the biggest thing about him, well,
yeah.
Like, I don't deny that they've toned down some of the sexual elements in the story, but like, or in the I should say the direction, and not the story, 'cause they're still all there. But like, dude, what the fuck?
I'm just not gonna...
straws,
Yeah,
man,
we're almost
but
there.
sometimes you just gotta play the games for yourself, and you'll see exactly what I mean. Then again, I don't think you should play this remake at all. It doesn't even matter that you can argue, oh, it's like a 7 or a 7.5 out of 10. The original is one of the greatest games ever made. And unlike the Resident Evil 4 remake, there is no reason to play this over the original game. It does not stand on its own, and you played Silent Hill 2 for the story anyway. At least with Resident Evil 4 Remake, I could have a unique spin on a gameplay style I was already familiar with and loved, even if that game was definitely inferior to the original as well. Bloober Team's Silent Hill 2 Remake is considerably less scary than the original game.
Shut
There's
up.
far more padding and worse pacing than the original game.
That's maybe an argument that you
Okay,
really
did
didn't
not
focus on that.
even mention any of that.
I was gonna say that
That was his
maybe will
enemy's
give you
argument.
some-
That was his enemy's
Yeah.
argument. That was it.
Oh, of course.
Despite the combat mechanics being better, you fight the same 3 enemy types for like 95% of the game, which on its own reduces the fear factor, increases the repetition, ruins the pacing and the tension, and there's 3 times as many enemies as the original game as well. So for everyone shilling that this has way more fun gameplay than the original, I know for a fact you didn't finish it. On top of all of that, the story has been ruined by worse direction, especially...
No, it hasn't.
It really hasn't.
The story is
Not
actually
really.
really well told in the remake. I'm shocked how well they managed to pull it off.
And I'm
Wait,
shocked how much you managed to fuck it up in like 50 minutes, but here we are.
Worse lighting in the cutscenes, worse voice acting on multiple key characters. The character models are hideous on the women specifically, and Eddie is even fatter for some reason.
Oh, lest we
and of course,
forget.
there's also
Who cares?
censorship. And last but certainly not least, the game is just way too quiet. One of the greatest OSTs of all time is woefully underused for no real reason. Need I name more examples? I think I summed up the downgrades pretty well. So obviously, no, you shouldn't buy this game, and it looks like the sales weren't that impressive anyway. 12,000 peak players is really not that good, especially since the Resident Evil 2 remake had something like
That's only on
60,000.
You're also ignoring that Resident Evil has always been a more popular franchise.
Yeah.
It's like Silent Hill is actually relatively niche. The fact that they made Remake is actually astounding at all as a risk.
Throwing out something because Leon is correct. Silent Hill is quiet.
Yeah, what?
All right.
Where is he getting this data?
It's probably Steam charts.
Steam charts.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So I'm like, okay, so you're comparing it to only one piece of data set. You're not comparing it to console releases, to PC releases from other websites or other game distribution companies that isn't Steam. You're only comparing it to Steam.
Yep.
Yeah,
and like
it's also
we looked
ignoring
over
that, like when
earlier,
Resident
it
Evil
sold
2.
1 million copies.
You're both
in
talking
just
at the same
first
time.
week.
Jesus
I'll
Christ.
let him go. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that like there's also a fact that over 1 million copies were sold physically, at least within the first week that Silent Hill 2 remake released. So like, what about that?
That's pretty good. I was gonna say like this is also not accounting for the fact that back when Resident Evil 2 remake came out in 2019, I want to say.
Around, yeah.
I want to say that's 5 years ago. Epic Game Store was nowhere near as popular, and we also didn't have the new generation of consoles. So it's like, or did we? Did we have the new generation of consoles back then? I don't think we did.
Like PS5s and such?
Yeah, did we?
Let me check.
They might have been coming out.
PS4, 5. 2 days.
So, times have changed.
Yeah. November of 2020 was when the PS5 dropped.
Yeah.
And the Xbox wasn't too far behind.
Because they had to release the enhanced editions for them to come out in there. Yeah. So it's like we're not seeing all the metrics, man. Anyway.
And the Resident Evil 4 remake had over 100,000 people playing it.
Because Resident Evil 4 is one of the most influential games of all fucking time. It getting remade was fucking gigantic.
Everyone had their eyes on that game.
So let's see. So 21,000.
Really not that good, especially since the Resident Evil 2 remake had something like
74,000. Again, Resident Evil 2 is one of the best games of all time by a lot of people's metrics. So it getting remade was huge. Like, man, you were comparing this like Silent Hill was a heavy hitter. No, Silent Hill has always been a niche game. It's always been small. So the fact that it's even anywhere close, it's even a third of this is impressive.
It's like comparing the max number of people playing, say, the first Dark Souls game in comparison to Elden Ring. One is a niche title, and the other is the big release from a very popular company that has gone mainstream.
Yes.
100%.
Or I guess more accurately, it would be Armored Core. Like Armored Core versus Elden Ring.
Oh, yeah, true.
That's probably a more fair because the Armored Core is another niche title.
For the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake after this, then you're exactly the type of sucker that Konami wants as their audience. They don't want to even make any new games. They just want to create these soulless cash grabs.
Silent Hill F and Silent Hill Townfall are currently in development, motherfucker. We've known about them since the announcement of Silent Hill 2 remake. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Yeah, please stop talking. Not about Silent Hill, just in general. Just stop.
You know, some people do things with the oxygen that they steal.
Yeah.
A new generation so that they don't actually have to create any new art and they can quietly censor any problematic moments from those original games, effectively rewriting history. Because
hang on. You don't have to make any new art? My dude, that's what happens with a port, not a remake.
Yeah, this is all.
What?
This is all from scratch, man.
These people put time and effort to, as far as I'm concerned, and again, I am an outsider on this, to very, very faithfully recreate, like what? As you said, 98% of almost everything?
Does this guy
just
think that a remake is just what happens when you take a game and all the textures and stuff and just put it into HD, just magically it just looks like this if you put it on like the PS5 or whatever?
I don't think I'm giving him benefit of the doubt. I don't think so. I just think he's being an idiot.
Gun to my head, I could probably say very few pieces of the original code probably went in because it's just so outdated and they're doing different things.
I don't think any pieces of the original code are in here.
The only thing that I said most is that, like, specifically like certain Easter eggs is I can't really say one or the other thing on that. But if it isn't, then totally possible as well. Like this is regardless. This is still 99.9% completely original work. So fuck the devs who put time and effort into this.
They've added new areas. They added new details. They added Easter eggs to the other games that weren't in the original, like the hat of the detective in Silent Hill 3 you can find. There's references to Silent Hill 4 you can find. Although those were already in Silent Hill 2, so...
Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry, I had to cough on that because Teddy Bear Paladin, the old Silent Hill 2 is clearly his holy scripture in a temple of used tissues with suspect liquids upon them.
Oh! People give me shit for saying weird crap. Oh God.
All right, thanks, Teddy. You have that is the worst thing that you've written in our chat in the history of this podcast.
Oh, none of you guys who play these remakes are going to go back and play the original. If you are a true fan of one of these franchises, do not buy these remakes in the hope that, they're going to make new games again. They're going to botch those games anyway if this is what they do. You need to stop being a fanboy and start being an enjoyer, or whatever you want to call it. You shouldn't be a pay piggy for $1 billion corporation just because you've attached your emotional worth to a franchise you grew up with.
Is this even English?
That's fucking sad.
I don't know.
I love Silent Hill 2. It's one of my favorite games of all time.
Clearly.
I think the first 3 Silent Hill games are all great, all worth playing. And I've been playing some of the 4th one recently, and even that one is pretty good and certainly is worth a try at the very least. It's fairly unique compared to the other games. But that doesn't mean I want Silent Hill to come back from the dead, because I know Konami will screw it up. The way I see it, the only way to save the video game industry at this point is to just boycott every single video game that has the slightest shred of DEI or ESG.
You have not connected any of these points.
How extreme that sounds to the mentally ill that watch these videos just to spurg out, dislike, and write an asinine comment. And I also don't care about the opinions of the casual gamers who don't even know what the fucking term woke means.
Okay, motherfucker, casual gamers are your bankroll.
I feel like
that is a machine gun of stupidity.
Oh yeah.
Smith, my brother in Christ. Okay, actually, get away from me. You're not my brother at all. You're a different alien. You're an alien person. Listen,
I wouldn't even call him person.
You're right. Put the microphone down and just take a walk. Just take a walk outside in the world. Just do it. Just do it. Just for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. You'll be better for it. All right? Turn the phone off. Turn everything off, please.
I'm not going to say there's no DEI in this game, because we obviously do have a company involved that was DEI focused. But you know what? It's all really well integrated if there is. It's not painful. It's not annoying. It's just, I don't even know if it's there, if I'm being ultimately. It'd have to be really fucking
detriment that we can see. How about that?
Yeah, there's no damage done because of it.
I mean, no one, nothing mentioned by anyone who's played this game in chat, anyways, either.
I've heard nothing but good things when talking to Zero.
Yep. Okay.
And
Like,
have completely.
this- Kind of reminds me of the ending of Ant's video, like the very end of it, but on the opposite side of the spectrum.
Dude, oh man, we should have had Ant on. Can you imagine?
Yeah, we should have.
Like, oh my god, if Ant wants a good example for a video that like what he wanted to cover, this is the guy. This is absolutely the guy for Ant to cover.
Yeah,
Then again, in terms of like who is like a lying YouTuber, this wouldn't be very
I don't know.
good,
I
but
feel like he's
wrecking the conversation surrounding media. 110%.
I feel like he's actually being disingenuous in parts. Like he's honest about his opinion, but he's like misleading about certain elements of the game. If not lying, he is absolutely wrong about quite a bit when it comes down to fundamental misunderstandings. Like he just doesn't get so much, and I don't know how much of it is him intentionally ignoring flaws.
But either way, he is like destroying, potentially like fucking up the conversation surrounding remakes and other pieces of media that try to integrate, progressive elements or whatever the hell.
Right.
He turned off the pattern recognition part of their brain and will just buy up whatever their favorite e-celeb tells them to. So I look forward to the totally organic comments on this video from Silent Hill 2 fans who have never played the game, telling me how I'm wrong without naming any of the specific points I made in this video. I honestly don't think you should waste your time responding to these people. I'm honestly not even convinced they are people. But once again, if you are one of those people from Reddit, Twitter, or Discord, thanks for the engagement, losers. Remake culture is gay. See you next time, guys.
It's a good thing we're not from any of those places. We're from YouTube. Fuck you.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
So,
we're in your platform, buddy.
Oh, God.
I barely even use my Twitter. I barely use social media at all because I just never grew up in the social media space. I grew up on forums.
That was that. Yeah. You guys see why that video made me so angry, right?
Dude, I understand. I really understand why people hate this guy now. Like 110 fucking percent. It's because of people like him that the actual interesting conversation that can be had surrounding not just like culture war related stuff, but just games in general and me in general is all getting fucked up.
Teddy, it's probably for the best you didn't say worse because you have probably been banned by YouTube's auto censors. Trust me, there's been. I have so much colorful language that I want to call this guy.
Oh
boy.
Mostly impugning the fact that he has no masculinity to speak of, and he thinks he's tough shit.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I would like to insinuate
I need to take a shower.
That I would insinuate that he is a closeted person and would sleep with the rougher sex. However, that implies that anyone would want to sleep with him. So, yeah, I don't care.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And the only reason I say that is I know it would annoy him. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying it because I think that's actually an insult. I think he thinks it's an insult, and he would be annoyed being called that.
Oh yeah. If he's made it this far. Anyway.
I was going to say, remember, folks, when you're insulting a person, don't try and insult them based on what you think is insulting. Try to insult them based on what they think is insulting.
Yeah.
Synthetic Man is infinitely worse on stream. Oh, I wouldn't.
I absolutely believe
that.
I'm pretty sure EFAP actually got snippets of his streams for their coverage of him.
Shit.
Some of the shit that he rambled off, man. I'm surprised he's even monetized.
Ugh.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So, fun fact to the audience: I quite literally my entire involvement with this particular video started with me saying, "Hey, good luck with Synthetic Man." To
I just casually throw out. You want to be part of it?
And I was like, "Okay, sure, I got it after dude."
Just our giant book shield.
Of course, I was thrown.
It is so rare to come across such a repugnant person. Like,
yeah,
100%.
it really is.
Yeah, I think in terms of people that we've covered, this is the worst person. This is the
we've
worst.
covered Lily.
Yeah.
Well,
we
in terms
don't
of
know.
videos.
Yeah, in terms of videos, everything else, like we don't know what this guy has done behind the scenes.
We need more
and
information.
he has. Yeah, if anything, he is at least smart enough not to air his crimes on the internet.
Yeah,
As far
Lord
as
knows
we're
there might be
aware.
a June the King video
Surprisingly.
about him right around the
Oh,
corner.
actually there
Yeah.
is. Someone's already done a breakdown of him. I saw that was 2 months ago. So that's
shit,
out
really?
there. Yeah. Just Google Synthetic Man and scroll down. You'll find someone else breaking him down. I can't remember.
Yeah,
who it
I
was.
don't know if
Ooh.
they covered anything like criminal related. I think they'll probably just be talking about how cringe he is online.
Yeah, well, let's see.
Kaiju, we do take suggestions for bad fanfic night. However, we do have a couple of rules. One, it has to be objectively bad, not just like subjectively bad, as in like the writing and the story is competent, but the characters are a little bit OOC and you are really tilted about that. And two, we kind of have to know what we're reading.
Yeah.
Like we have to know the property with which we're reading.
Yeah, we're
from.
talking bad grammar, bad plotting, bad characters, whatever. Do you Wattpad fix? Yeah, we can do
Using the
Wattpad
wrong
fix.
yours.
That sort of stuff, yeah. By the way, it's
Yeah.
a Dead Domain that did it 2 months ago, apparently. The miserable, lonely mind of a YouTube Nazi incel deconstructing synthetic man.
Damn, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am.
Right.
But yeah, that was...
Yeah.
Oh, that was such...
Oh,
he has a
boy.
thing called the Chudcast. Ugh. Anyway, thank you all so
Ugh.
much for watching. We're gonna wrap up real quick here because it's way past when we're supposed to
Sure.
be ending. Kaiser, be quick.
Okay, I got a stream on Signalis on my channel and Michaela Orchard video response, which is doing pretty well. Go to those if you want to. Donate to Patreon. New video coming up next month. I need a shower.
I know nothing.
I have my book is in Amazon. The next book is coming out probably next year, and you know what? Because of this video, I'm actually gonna finish my YouTube video script. I want to actually put something out
Nice.
right now to actually counterbalance what I
Nice.
just had. Oh my god.
Good. Dwight?
I don't have any video coming out, but I am going to be working on my Digimon video, and thus I am going to be streaming Digimon in my YouTube server. So if you want to pay for a watch party, then you can come into my server. I also am going to be streaming again my Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth on Saturdays. I didn't last week because I touched grass and spoke to an in real life friend. Partially touched grass. I didn't meet them until yesterday, but I spoke to them. But yeah, it'll be resuming on Saturday. And that's all.
Leon, we haven't read My Immortal yet, but that's because, Internet Historian already did such a good coverage of it. So
He really did.
I don't know if I want to step on those toes, but he was an inspiration.
Well, I mean, the point of that is like getting your own perspective on it, but I mean, who hasn't already reacted to it?
Yeah. And then finally, for me, I'm still writing my script for my Hero video, my actual instead of Ocean Is one. Bad Fanfiction Night, 10 p.m. Friday nights here on the channel. Friday, 10 p.m. EST. Jacked every single Tuesday here at 6 p.m. I don't know what we're going to cover next week. Big entry in November. Thursday, which is Halloween, I might stream a spooky game like Signalis or something else. We'll see what I can swing. I think I'll actually be free because we're not having mock trial that day. And I'll see if I can try and get a regular streaming schedule up on I don't want to do Saturdays because I don't want to conflict with Twi, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's really all I think I've got going on. Merch down in the description down below. Don't forget the links to play Silent Hill 2 Original all by yourself. That's also down there. Patreon, support us there. You can join us in the Discord for Bad Fanfiction Night. And I think that's it. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.
Bye-bye.